Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Yo, peace and love. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, Q the Saint, are you able to cut your camera on today, or it's not a requirement, but if you could, it'll be dope.
I'm working on getting my computer turned back on, and when I get that cut back on, we definitely gonna get that. I'm working on that right now. So today I couldn't do it today because
No
my
problem.
computer software is messed up.
No problem. Let me get a one from the chat room if y'all can hear me loud and clear. Drop ones and drop the ones if you heard Q loud and clear. Drop those ones. And I'm going to start off with a video real quick.
Also, my bad on that because I got a poor camera on my phone.
Ones. Peace and love to y'all. We're going to go ahead and start that video.
This video will prove that America today is in fact Egypt, and just like Egypt too. Now you may be wondering, why do I have a map of Egypt open right here, as you can see? Take a good look at Egypt, today's modern Egypt. What do you see? What is that giant river that flows down Egypt and is said to be the cradle of civilization, what gives Africa and mostly all of Egypt life? The Nile River. And as you can see, it flows all the way down, and you see much of civilization started with this river, as all these cities are all based around the river, including Thebes. But what else do you see? On this river, you see that about 30% of the land is separated to the east and about 60 or 70% to the west of the river. Now, what else do you see? On this river, you see a city called Memphis. And if I zoom in a little bit, it's just south of Cairo, Memphis, right here. Where else have I heard that before? Let's keep going. Okay, so if we go here, what is one of the longest rivers in America? Not the longest, but one of them. The Mississippi. Wow, just like the Nile for Egypt. And let's see if I could get a bigger map here. Wow, about 30% of the land is east of this river, and about the rest of the 60 is west. Just like Egypt. 30% over here, 60% over there. It's no different. But wait, you see this long river that gives America much life and substance? Just like the Nile in Egypt? What city do you see on this river that matches this one right here. Memphis. Where else have I seen Memphis before? Oh yeah, Memphis, Tennessee, right here. Wow, Memphis right there on the Mississippi River. Just like Memphis, Egypt on the Nile River. Is that a coincidence? No, that cannot be a coincidence. But you want to know what else? What else is so interesting about this? Is that here is Giza, which is very close to Memphis. And as you can see, here's the pyramids of Giza, here's the Sphinx, and all of ancient Egypt, as they like to call it, the cradle of civilization. Is there a pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee? Yes, there is, right here. And look, it's right off the water. Look, it's right off the Mississippi River, right there. There it is. There you see it. You see a pyramid right here in Memphis, in the Mississippi right here. Just like you see the ancient pyramids right here, right close, right next to the Nile River, in a city that's on the Nile called Memphis, in Africa's longest river, the river that gave civilization, just like the river that gives America civilization right here, the Mississippi. And you see Memphis right there on that river. Wow, is that a coincidence? Doesn't look like it. So it looks like to me that, in fact, America is ancient Egypt all over again, because I see a pyramid right here in America today. But that's not all. Where else do we see more facts and proof of ancient Egypt here in America today? Well, let's keep going. As we see here, we're back in Memphis, we're back at the pyramid. Look who's there! They have a statue of Ramses the Great right in Memphis, right in front of the pyramid. Wow! An ancient pharaoh that was probably worshipped as a god back then, right in front of the pyramid, in current day, modern day Memphis, Tennessee. Just like they have the Sphinx right in front of the pyramids of Giza, close to Memphis, Egypt. Wow, is that a coincidence either? It doesn't look like it, but let's keep going. According to this map, if we go a little bit south, we can find the Luxor, which is in about this area here of modern day Egypt. It's still on the Nile. Now, why is that important? Because Luxor is in fact an ancient city in Egypt, in an ancient area. And as we see Heliopolis right here, what does that mean? The sun. It has to do with reference to the sun. Where else do we see a pyramid in today's Egypt, America, with the Luxor? I know! The Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. This is a picture of the ancient city of Luxor, and look at what you see. You see a big phallic symbol of the obelisk, which is a phallic symbol and is embedded with sun worship and Nimrod worship and ancient god worshiping, and is in fact abominable with ancient statues and everything else. But where else do you see a pyramid and the Luxor? Here in Las Vegas. I see a pyramid right here in Las Vegas. And I see a Sphinx here in Las Vegas as well. Wow, is that a coincidence? Could this be telling me that America is in fact modern day Egypt? Yes, it is. Because I see a pyramid here in Las Vegas. I see pyramids all over the place. I see a pyramid here in Memphis that's on the Mississippi River, just like Memphis, Egypt on the Nile River. I see it here with the statue of Ramses the Great in Memphis, Tennessee. Just like in Memphis, Egypt, they have the Sphinx in front of the pyramids right near the Nile. And as you can see here, or here, the Mississippi River. Wow, and they have a Sphinx right here. And a pyramid right behind it. Wow, what does that piggyback off of? This. It's the same thing, and it's in Las Vegas. Wow, the city of sin. Is that interesting? It's also parallel in a piggyback ride of the City of Lights, just like Paris. And by the way, the Eiffel Tower is not pretty when you know that it is in fact a phallic obelisk representing sun worship, just like Las Vegas, just like Memphis. Wow, and they both represent Egypt. Indeed. What are your thoughts? Nothing is a coincidence, especially when the Most High Yahuwah said that his children would be enslaved in Egypt again for 400 years. When did slavery start in today's Egypt and in what's known as America? The year 1619. So within the next 400 years, in the year 2019, which is in what? In 4 going on 3 years from now, slavery in America will be over with. The 400 years will be over with. And what happened to Egypt after their slavery? After the Hebrew Israelites, the true Israel, were enslaved? The 10 plagues of Egypt, judgment. And you don't think that's going to happen again in America? Think again. You don't think that's going to happen in today's modern Egypt? Today's modern Egypt? Think again.
All right, everybody. You read that? I mean, excuse me. You saw that, and we can go ahead and you know, what do y'all think about it? I'm gonna tell you what I think about it, but I'm gonna let Q Bryant go ahead and be the first to speak on the content.
Yeah, and that video really just made it more simpler, because Egypt presence is being covered in the Americas.
No, it's actually, listen, on some real shit. Let me cook with you one-on-one though. Egypt's presence ain't being hidden in America. Egypt's presence is all over America. That's why they named it Memphis. They tried to rebuild Egypt here. They put the pyramid on their dollar and all that. I mean, they really love Egypt here. All of the documentaries about the ancient world is Egypt, Egypt, Egypt. I'm just saying, country. I never saw them trying to hide Egypt here. I see them promoting that motherfucking shit. That's why most of our people want to be Egyptian. But I'm gonna let you go ahead, and we're gonna just go, you know,
Exactly.
have a little bit of that.
That's exactly what I'm basically saying. We agreeing with everything, because everything we think of is the same teachings. And the Egyptian teachings is what the Freemasonry, the Masonic, all these lodges were based on. Based on nature, based on how to use nature to create technologies and astrological symbols, and you know, how to point towards the solar system and into portals and stuff like that. And we got star forts that was made by these people. We were scientifically advanced in those times, and we were taught that we were primitive. And this is the bad thing about school, is in the 20th century, 21st century, they had an agenda to dumb down the population to keep us from knowing this type of stuff, because they know that we were 10 times smarter and 10 times ahead of everybody else, because we were astronomically smarter, because we understood the cellular focus of how to put things from a small point to a big point. And that's how we basically built structures. We understood things from the ground up. We didn't take things from the space and go out of space with it. No, we stood on the ground. And that's what we got to get back to. We got to get back to the ground.
When you say we understand from the ground up and we stood on the ground, you got to clarify that. A lot of guys, they might think is a little bit vague.
Okay. Basically, using it in the sense of not to think too much outside the box. Think inside the box. Think inside yourself.
Well, let me ask you something. If we was to not think outside the box, we would be doing our ancestors a disservice, because when it come to thinking outside the box, nobody did it more than them. And if I want to be like my ancestors, I'm gonna try to think outside the box all the time too. In fact, you can't win against this beast if you don't. Cause think about it, he making a shit that he making shit every day that he using to run the world that the average black man don't even think about, man. Like when you say
Right.
think inside the box and think on the ground, I already know where you finna go. Let's worrying about digging wells. Let's worrying about growing crops and all that shit. But the white man in power is creating sonar microwave weapons. That's how much he thinking outside the box and how little he's worrying about the shit we be worrying about. Like, he thinking of alien like technology and shit. And before we know it, all of our kids will be begging us to buy it, and all of them are on an iPhone, an iPad, and we'll keep telling our children, stop thinking out the box. And the people
Right.
that run the world think out the box, and we consumers of all the ideas they come up with for thinking out the box. But yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And it's a balance to everything. And the reason why I said think inside the box, I'm not simply just standing on that, but simply just making you think for yourself. Because you letting others think for you, that's a way of being indoctrinated, making your work become useless because you got agents coming after you. Shout out to the brother who was, got caught up in a bad situation in Buffalo. He was in that same situation. He let the wrong people know his information, and the CIA, the FBI, all these indoctrinated organizations, they work on polarity. They don't work on just one side of things. This is why they go to certain countries to keep division going on, to keep black people going against each other, to keep, us focused on this programming, this television. We got to get back to nature, and they don't want us to be balanced between good and bad, because they want us to think that bad is always going to be some bullshit. And this coming from like people like Brother Panic, Dr. Phil Valentine, people like that. They talk about you got to be balanced. You got to have a balanced diet. My ancestors, we hunted deers, we hunted wild wild hogs and stuff like that. And this is what we understood
You know what?
during those times.
Are you telling me that your ancestors don't go past the dynastic age?
Um, Clarify that.
Everybody in the pre-dynastic age on Earth is facts that world was vegan. They didn't eat no
Okay.
meat. That's who they write in the Garden of Eden about. The pre-dynastic ancestors. Yeah, my ancestors hunted hogs and all that, but my pre-dynastic, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I could
So
side with that.
yeah,
And maybe it was like that, but in our timeline, we can only count on a balanced diet because we only had certain
yeah.
choices. We only had certain
You know,
livestock because we had like
but that's what I'm saying though. When you say the words a balanced diet, that's some shit our ancestors would never say. That's FDA talk. That's modern day food pyramid talk. Our
right.
ancestors didn't have to balance their diet. They just went outside every day, being them living in nature, and that was the balance. Because whenever they wanted to eat something, it was right there on the trees on some Garden of Eden shit. Like, if you think of an Adam and Eve setting, they ain't balancing they diet in the garden. They living in abundance. Like, you can fucking really indulge all you want off fruits and vegetables. And the more you eat, the better for real. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, you got it, man. I'm gonna be
But yeah, this after you're right on that, bro Sanchez. This after pre-Columbian time, when the Europeans, we like to say, came over here. They settled over here. They traded, with our people through the Mississippi River and all the way down into Florida. Like all of this was the Muskogee territory in the South, and we had different tribes of people in these territories. We were all working together before they came over here in the French and the French the paper board that was pushed out within the 1500s. That's when we lost, that battle, because we didn't know which way to go, and they came over here and they inverted our work and made us, go the wrong way. And I'm not saying it in a negative manner, but this is why, certain things are taught in our school systems based on the globe, based on that map, based on that positioning. They don't want us to go past certain levels of thinking, because if we do that, there won't be no oil production. There won't be none of, this mind control thing that they want us to be under. And I break it down to this point. They creating clones of you, and this is why, at the funeral home, for instance, somebody pointed this out as well. For instance, you got 2 birth certificates. This is why you got a funeral of your body and also another body of you, and that's your real self. This physical body isn't just you. You got a different body, a different aura field that's in that other limousine. And it goes hand in hand with what they was doing. They was keeping us from knowing our true selves. They don't want us to know that there's a self that you can talk to, like looking yourself in the mirror to improve your character. They don't want us to prove the character that's gonna make us become godlike. This is why they want us to be in our animalistic selves. And to keep us in that root chakra, they got to put certain programs, they got to put certain colors like red, the RGB color and all of that. And who pointed that out? Brother Bobby Knight, he pointed that out to me. Matter of fact, the RGB color, I was like, wow. It starts from the black, white, and all the way up to different colors. And it pointed out basically that the root chakra is the ground point. And that's basically what they're doing. They're keeping us in this root chakra to not keep us going up the chakra system. And you can look at it from the diet perspective. You can look at it from a mental perspective. It's different perspectives.
And the biggest perspective we need to look at it from, if you don't mind me building with you, bro, is the historical perspective. When you talk about roots and root chakra, how that played out in your indoctrination was they got you attached to something called roots. They gave you Kunta Kinte. They gave you African shit. Even if they gave you Moorish shit, everything they gave you was not the North Pole shit. Everybody is tethered or rooted to the North Pole according to the Olmecs, Maya, and all of them. They call it the silver cord. Hold on.
Exactly. Yep. The silver cord.
So we literally, all of our wiring on our body, like on a spiritual level, all the chakras, all this energy, the aura, it literally got a cord connected to it that go to the North Pole. So that means everybody trying to trace our energy back to Africa, back to this place, and the ancestors said all of this shit rooted to the North Pole, tethered to the North Pole. So when you go to talking about humanity's roots, they don't go that deep with it. You see what I'm saying?
And damn, wow, I wish I had my computer. And when I get that back in shop, matter of fact, you can pull that up for me. Pull up the pictures of the ley lines. All the lines drawn in from, different areas of the world.
You mean basically just an AE map for real?
Yeah. That's all the energy points, connecting from here to the North Pole.
I got you.
And
we could go to a screen share for you. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up for you right now, bro. Hold up. Let's get a big one. You can go in on it. Hold on, here we go right now. They see it. I'm gonna share it with you.
Zoom in a little bit on that.
All right. And I can get the yeah, go ahead.
And basically what you just pointed out is all these center points is basically connecting from as above, so below. And then that's your astrological body, your astral body. This is what astrology and all this is based on. It's based on mastering the body that you got right now on this earth. So you can observe animals. This is why like lions over there in Africa, they don't bother with, you know, the regular tribes over there. They in their own territory. And they understand that. And the tribes over there, they respect the animals so much. Where they let them keep their own land. They can connect with the animals. They know how to connect with them. But if you're a regular person like me, I can't just go over there and connect with the animals. The tiger gonna maul me. So this is what we got to get back to. We're being mauled. We're being inverted to a perspective of that we don't even trust nature. We're being sucked into this sinkhole. We got to get out the sinkhole. And that's what, you know, it takes a lot of relearning, a lot of sage work, a lot of deprogramming, you know, like stop watching the news and stuff like that. That plays a role. And this is what the CIA, all these people, the museums that covers up a lot of stuff, they want you to know it, but they got to give you the truth, because either way you're gonna find out. Either here when you're alive or when you're dead, because all of this is downloaded into your DNA.
You know, is there anything else too Q that you wanted to piggyback on concerning the America's Egypt joint? Because one thing I wanted to point out too was Egypt is Babylon, and the world is basically Babylon, right?
Exactly.
I'll show you this here. So I mean, if the person who made that documentary, I want to salute them. I'm putting this on the screen to show them that they gotta go and sink the obelisk too. It's an obelisk, a pyramid on every landmass, on every continent on Earth. So she's right. The world is Egypt, though, not just America. But here's why: when Egypt rose to power, Egypt took over the whole world. Egypt took over the whole world. The ancient Egyptian bloodlines is who I think is running all this shit. And I think that the Jews, who we point at, all these white families, the Rockefeller, Rothschild, I really think they the Egyptians. And they and now hold on. I think these folks hid their identity by telling us we the Egyptians and making us get proud of it. But yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And I want to point out what you just said. These bloodlines, these royal bloodlines, they know that the bloodline is every person in the world. Every person in the world got a certain bloodline. Every person in the world got a certain royalty. So it ain't just about one group of people in the Americas that's chosen by God. And, you know, this is how they program us to think that it's just us that's the chosen people. But we are chosen because they're going to the source where it all began. And I want you to pull up this.
Who's chosen? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said everyone's chosen. But
no, you
it's a lot of greedy. It's a lot of greedy people who want to benefit off that.
Okay, that's what's up, my bro. Hey, you want me to pull up what now?
I want you to pull up. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
No problem. Take your time. Salutes to everybody in the building.
I want you to pull up Papal Pope Gregory.
Here we go.
It's a document that I wanted to pull up. 1455 and 1493. Papal Bulls of 1455. Basically, I'm finna read it off. from right here.
Okay.
You should see a site called nlm.nih.gov. That's the website. Yeah, there you go. Okay, here's one of the forefathers of pre-Columbus America. He's one of the guys, the popes, who sent out the people to basically colonize the Americas. And he authorized Spain and Portugal to colonize the Americas and its native peoples as subjects. Keyword subjects. The decree asserts the rights of Spain and Portugal to colonize, convert, and enslave. What is the conversion? So we were something else. And also, I want to point out, before Christianity, before Catholicism, there was Muslim presence in the Americas. And there's different counts of what colors we wore pre-Columbus time. We wore red. The natives in the Americas, in South America, in the islands, most nature color was red. And that also plays a role. It connects things to, Egypt, to the Moors. That basically connects everything to, Freemasonry and all of that. So trying to separate yourself from these identities, it's just going to be confusion. And let's put it like this. The family was basically built on non-monogamy. And I wouldn't even say it was based on polygamy. It was just about living out in nature and just knowing what you're good at, knowing what you're able to do, and that's just your craft. We didn't depend on money. We didn't do none of that. We just traded with each other. We just lived within nature. And you can go to certain parts of South America today, and that's how they live. And that goes, basically what I'm saying. The colors play a role into our own identities, and it goes all the way over to Russia. When they came over here, they owned parts of California. They never enslaved nobody, and that's a key point. Russia was the only country in the world that never enslaved people. Why? Because they had a staple. They had Moorish presence. They had presence over here in the Americas, and that's a key staple. All this points to is basically what we're reading right now.
You sure there was no slavery in Russia?
Oh, definitely not.
Some people gonna go research slavery in Russia. You know that. But
Oh,
go
definitely.
ahead.
But there was wars. There was wars fought in Russia, and Tartary. This whole Tartary thing. That's a whole misconception too, because the CIA put out a document about that, and they got to cover their tails as well, so they won't look like they the bad guy and stuff like that. But all of that has to deal with these popes and these Catholics. And today you can talk to certain people and be like, man, my mother, she converted from Catholicism because it was bad for our family. It was bad to my name. They went out into different areas, raped, pillaged, did horrible things to our people, and I can't accept that. So this is why that whole thing has to be put out and be like, that ain't the way, that ain't the move. We got to dethrone these people. We got to take these people out, but we got to do it smart. We got to use the laws.
We have not identified these people. That's our people's problem.
Yeah.
That's why we haven't took any steps, because we haven't identified the enemy. You know what I'm saying? As a collective.
And this goes back to what I was basically it's the Boule, the people, especially I want to put out this as well. Philadelphia is a huge area for like bootleg, you know, back in the 1800s. New York City, they big on, you know, a lot of, so it's not just a black and white thing. See, racism was pushed out by these Masonic people. And we got that in our family today that, you know, we like to hide. But like Eastern Stars, all of that goes back to Egypt. And a lot of that work was inverted. And they knew that this time was coming, but they didn't know how to accept it. But now we got to accept it. It's in our face. And that's kind of what we are at war with.
I wanted to say something too about, just point this out to the people. No particular group of people on earth reach the promised land alone. What we find out is that back in the pre-dynastic world, all of our ancestors had a one world union. We had sort of a worldwide United Nations, a galactic federation before these people did. They copy everything we already did. We already achieved world peace on earth with all the different nations around this bitch working together. That was in the pre-dynastic world. I can prove that. Everybody was on the same page. It was one world system. It was only, everybody was worshiping as one deity, the great mother goddess. It was crazy. But the reason I'm pointing that out is that was when we first started achieving the height of technology on earth. And we didn't achieve it again until Egypt took over the world and united all the world again. This means that you can't achieve the height of technology on this earth without a United Nations. And if you look at our time right now, we achieving the height of technology, and guess who's responsible for bringing it to the forefront? The UN. Because guess what? It's resources that you're going to, like, to, for example, right? The CERN machine is the ultimate technology on earth. All right? And the CERN machine need resources from every single continent on the planet. The CERN machine is the biggest machine ever made by man. And it is made out of damn near every metal on a periodic table. You can find it on that bitch. Basically, every single damn piece of matter on Earth coming together, like the fucking, what's that Transformers robot name? Voltron or some shit. Like all other nations putting their resources like Captain Planet Planeteers into this one thing, and what they're gonna create is God on Earth. And that's the whole this new technology we going into. But they ain't doing that new though. All of it, see, in order for you to do what they doing, you need all of the nations of the earth working together, because you're gonna need something from every land to put into this machine. It's literally on some Voltron shit or some Captain Planet shit. Like, it's some on everybody's land that we need to complete this monster. And that's why the UN is over this shit. That's the real thing about the Antarctic Treaty, because every fucking nation on earth is contributing to CERN, and every nation on earth gotta hide the original CERN at the North Pole, what they copying off of together. But every time they master this height of technology is when there's a world, when they say world peace, when all of the nations come together with the shit. But yeah, go ahead. That's all I want to point out to the people, though.
Oh yeah, facts. And that connects things back to the motherboard. And they understand this from an astral perspective. That in order to control people, you must first control the clones of the people, not the astral body, the physical body. You can control the physical body more than you can control the spiritual body, because that body is going to dream, and it's going to dream in a different world. And this is why they create the metaverse, and it's the mental verse, and that's really what they're pushing out. So they're really trying to tap into controlling the soul essence so they can still thrive off of us because they know that their time is up. And we see it, and everybody see it, but we're still going to support the metaverse. We still going to get what we can off it, and I support that. But here's the thing, it's a trick as well. They're still trying to figure out how to take that soul out of the body and control it. And there's different counts, there's pictures as well about these machines where you can see your dead ancestor and talk to them. I wish I could find the photos, but they got machines in the 1800s.
We know what. We know you. Hey, we
Yeah,
know
they
you
got,
ain't capping. Mm-hmm.
yeah, they got machines in the 1800s where an ancestor would die, and they would have the person in the box, and the face would be talking to them, and
I
they're
know
like
what
they
you
really
talking
there.
about.
And I want you to pull up this, the hologram box. That's basically what it is.
Okay. But you said that. But see, what I'm gonna say is the most important thing that they out there, and what they trying to control is the mind. Now, I think the mind is the soul. Me personally. Let me pull up the hologram box.
Yep. Because you got to understand this perspective. That everything is mental, so they can still hack into the energy. The energy aspect is mental. Let's say if you're running, you're taking a job and stuff like that, you're gonna run out of breath, and that's another form of death and losing a train of thought. Because now you're running and you're training the physical body. Now the mental aspect got to leave the physical body, because the more you think about running, the more you don't, like, nah, I'm finna take a break and do something else. I'm finna drink some water. Now you enter back into the mind. And this is why they pushing out athletics, and this is why it's so big in our face right now, like basketball, football. Yes, we should train our body, but not to be worshipped. And they got a lot of people in this worship state of worshiping these athletes like they gods.
Hold on a second.
No.
Let me ask you something. Did I pull up the right thing here? You want the hologram box? There you go. Yeah, I've been touching them on this, about this holographic humans they trying to. This part of the 2045 initiative. You familiar with it? Yeah, go ahead. You can build on it. You familiar with the 2045 social strategic initiative?
Yeah, that's it. And that's basically what I'm talking about.
Okay.
They hacked into the motherboard, and now they figure out how to get their whole body, and now they're gonna get to the point where they can connect with you even if you die. Like, hey, big homie, man, I know you fucked up, you shot my homeboy and stuff like that, but I forgive you. And he be like, man, you know what? My bad, bro. And this is how they get us. Now they're gonna push the thug life into the hologram life. And they pushing it with the polarity symbol. The black and white, mixing the colors together.
So look, have you seen the way I've tied this holographic human agenda in with Egypt since we started off with Egypt? Yeah, I believe that the Egyptians created the first synth humans.
You break it down the way you break it down, but you broke it down.
Right, like what they're doing right now with this kind of technology. I believe the Egyptians already did that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I believe, and I'm saying the bodies that we're in now is what the Egyptians made. They're the first synths.
Mm-hmm. Clones.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And pull up the birthing stone, because we were talking about that a while back, and it opened my eye. A brother had brought it up, and that woke me up. I like, whoa. So they were the first ones who created clones. And that's where the whole giants and stuff, really was thought of. Let's create a clone and let's, put it on its birthing stone. It looks like a snake, but I think it was way deeper than that. If you could find that picture.
Hold on. Here you go. Here you go.
Right. There we go. That birthstone was for the mothers to sit on, to give birth on. That was like the first hospital bed during those times. And these birthing stones were used to birth larger babies. Something like an incubator baby. It was an incubator for babies to be birthed at larger sizes. And this is how giants were born.
I just don't understand how these two stones right here that I'm looking at, I don't see how, my mind still ain't gonna say, well, these two stones support a giant's birth. Because if she got to squat down like I'm showing on this image right here, that baby need to be little, because it ain't enough room in between her vagina and the ground. That only give him a little amount of, she need to stand up, or because if some big coming out of there, it's gonna push her up. Her feet gonna be dangling over the, some inside of her. I want to know, what's the mama a giant? I guess is what I'm asking. What's the mama a giant?
Yeah, that's pictures of these tall 8-foot people.
Okay.
But now they got it to the point where they give these giant people pharmaceutical medicine so they can stop growing. And I think that's another agenda to keep us, thinking like, there's people 8 foot tall in Africa today. There's people 7'7" in Africa.
Yeah.
But why can't you grow that tall in America?
I got you, and they gave us Paul Bunyan coming up and all that stuff too. But my thing is, whether giants existed or not is one thing, but whether souls exist or not is a fact. And we know, like you just said, they do want our souls. These folks are after our minds. And so that's why I be telling folks, like, I done had a lot of Paul Bunyan conversations with folks. But at some point, I be like, man, look here. They still after your mind and your children's soul. We want to talk about Paul Bunyan, or we want to talk about the real giant, which is this dude right here inside of the light flash right there. Because that right there is the fake version of you. Like, don't you know the real you? Let me show you what you look like for real. Everybody in the chat room, I'm dealing with you, man. Q chopping it up. I'm going to drop a bomb. Right? Here's how small you are, guys. The real you can fit inside of a little chamber inside of your brain. If you know how big that chamber is that's housing the mind, it's so small, and that's really how big you are. I hate to, your body is a big chunk of antimatter. Matter of fact, your body don't even exist, man. They say it's only 1% of matter in the whole universe. So the other 99% is just thought and mind. And that's what everybody's little light inside of their brain is. That's the purest, that's the most powerful energy in the universe right here, what we looking at. And this is what they're trying to harness. This is what they're after right here. And check this out. That's why I said the giant is the body. The giant, like the real giants, if you ask me, are our bodies. The giants is the thing that little green man right there, what he controlling. He walking around in a giant. So we are the giants and we are the dwarfs. We are everything. We are paradox, big and small. That's what I was saying about projection, right? A tree is a seed too. The biggest tree in the forest come from the smallest seed. It's all of that. You see what I'm saying? And
That
that version of ourselves always exists right here. And it can always regrow the giant via photosynthesis. So the body is just a replica of the soul. It's a false copy, an inflated copy. A blow, when you blow some shit up, it becomes shallow and like diluted, like I'm cutting your dope, right? And it ain't really a lot of dope in there. It's more cut. So the body is like when the mind takes a little bit of its power and cut that shit up, nigga, like we do in the dope game and shit. And all that cut is why they say your body ain't number 1% matter. It's like a nigga bought a key of coke. He didn't get but 1% cocaine or some shit. The rest is cut. So that's what I'm saying. What this mind represent is the pure Peruvian motherfucking shit, nigga. Uncut, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Compressed. Let me quit. But that's what I'm saying. The body is when the mind start to expand into these underworlds outside of itself, and that would be like saying outside of the incubator, as you say, right? I
so
like that. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
could say this well that the body is inorganic to the mind, and I'm gonna draw a line between that. We can say like a crystal is inorganic, so the body is nothing but a huge crystal. And I can also point this out since you said that the Titan, was basically based on these huge, machines like what's the show Power Rangers? They went inside this machine and controlled this huge Titan. That's basically what it is. Just this little seed that's controlling something else bigger than you. And you got all the controls of the A button, the left trigger, like controlling an airplane. You go anywhere you want to with this body. But when you get out of this machine, now you gotta find another host or create another host like Iron Man. And this is why iron is like one of the biggest supplements for the nervous system. And we can go back, to the Iron Age, what they like to say, with the caveman and all them creating fire from iron and stuff. In those times, I would say this, that they had the capacity to create things that we probably couldn't even fathom. And I'm like leave it right there real quick, because I can fathom this, that UFOs and all of that, it's not a big deal probably in those times. We're way more advanced with technology, that cell phones and all of this was useless. We knew how to telepathically connect and communicate with each other, because if you observe nature, trees don't talk. You hear the wind blowing, but the tree gonna sing a certain tune. And that's probably the way we were communicating before we were sent into a low vibratory state. And I think that's, like what the Egyptians were doing was writing hieroglyphs on these walls. And that's how they communicated with each other as well. That was a second language before they said, let's just talk through our voices. Because now we understand that the tongue is mightier than a sword, because words are swords. And what we say is what we can manifest into this reality. And this is why the breath is one of the biggest meditations that Buddhist monks like to use to put themselves in a trance state, into a certain mind state, to control their bodies, to go a certain route. It's like rerouting yourself to go a certain path in life. And this is what the Buddhist monks still hold to this day. They can sit in that state and be like, I don't even fear death no more. Now I want to go into a different plane. Now when I meditate, I'm already in that plane. I'm already controlling that body in that plane. I'm astrologically beyond that. And this is, this is a stretch, but I'm gonna leave it right there.
What I'm showing now is what I was trying to go on, was that we need to be thinking about this holographic universe, because when we talk about giants, that's my theory on how giants existed. See what's going to happen here in the near future when humans become holograms? Guess what? Ain't no limit to how big you can be as a hologram. You can really have humans the size of skyscrapers, man, in this time, because check it out. You just light. It ain't like fee fi fo fum. You weigh nothing this big. You feel me? So I'm just saying how, like, this kind of technology, yo, it brings everybody's theories into one feasible explanation. That with holograms, you can be a fucking minotaur, all them ugly creatures we see, half lion, half human. Your fucking holographic avatar can be a lizard man. You can be whatever you want, a giant. You know what I'm saying? If your consciousness can occupy that hologram. So I mean, that's all I was saying. Like, we see all of these creatures and stuff in the ancient world. We're gonna see them walking the earth again, because a lot of guys will do shit like that. Like, man, look, I want me a fucking, Jesus motherfucking hologram. You know how many folks gonna get Jesus holograms?
They will have the same person.
And just like the Bible said, the real Christ is gonna be a lot of false Christ. Why it's gonna be a lot of false Christ? Because if you can get any kind of avatar you want in the near future, a lot of niggas gonna want to be Jesus and Allah and all this shit. Hey, so like the Bible says, gonna be many come saying that they Christ. But let me quit though. I'm just bullshitting. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, you're right. Exactly. And I'm glad you pointed that out, because it's gonna be a big ego trip. People gonna be so stuck in their egos that they think they this, and they soul is like, man, shut the fuck up sometimes. And that's just how it's gonna be, man. Cause that's basically what they're pushing right now. They pushing this whole, you can be what you want to be right now in our faces. This is why you go to Google, they put in this whole agenda in your face, like, damn, this the headline? This is what I'm seeing? Okay. I see what y'all on now. But I'm a straight man, so that ain't got nothing to do with me. And we just mentally already like, that ain't the move. Now, they're going to push this whole shift forward. And they're going to push out certain laws to restrict certain things to keep us stuck in our houses. The gas going to be so high. And now we got the metaverse. So now we can only communicate through our telephones, through the internet. And like, damn. So now we can only make money on the internet. Now they got robots doing the work for us in these factory jobs. Now think about this. Over the past few months, I say over 100-something factories were burnt down. I'm talking about chicken factories, farms, different factories were burnt down.
But I've been telling folks this shit was gonna happen years ago. Like, we've been prophesying this shit in real time. Food shortages, droughts, famine. I was saying this in 2017, no cap. Go ahead.
Can't go further than that. And we really don't. Man, we see the enemy, the woke. I ain't gonna use that word woke. I like to put like aware. We are aware that the people that's doing that is the ones controlling the system, controlling the narrative, to make us look at certain people and idolize it. Then like, you're my leader now. I want you to talk for me. Why can't just everybody just talk in their own terms? Be like, I'm not with it. Let's move a different route. Let's not even support these jobs if they want to blow up and burn down their factories and stuff to keep me from working. How about we just get together and be like, F that, and create our own constitution. Let's back up our laws, stuff like that. But it's gonna take work though, and that's the problem that a lot of people have, is they don't want to go that route because it's not easy. It's not easy to go days without eating.
Well, when it come to creating a constitution and all that, you're saying the solution for a resource problem is to now get together and form some paperwork.
Exactly. Yeah, paperwork.
Yeah, I can't get jiggy with that though. Because if you look at what the enemy did when they had a resource problem, they didn't give a fuck about no paperwork. They started making swords and shields and armies. We want to make constitutions. No one gonna respect a constitution from a group of people that they can bully and beat up. You know that.
Right. And that's why you got to have city council meetings.
See, this is where you're wrong at, bro, but go ahead.
Right. And I agree. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to see what's the problem and what's the solution.
Yeah, it ain't sitting down with the city councilman, and I'll debate anybody on that, but go ahead, bro. You got it.
Oh, yeah. Like, just basically live in a sovereign way, not in a controlled way. Don't let the system control your way of thinking, that you need to do this to your body to get a high-paying job, to get a car, and that electric car gonna get shut down when you get pulled over by the police. This is what they're doing. They're doing a controlled way of making you become something that your soul isn't accepting, and it's getting out of hand now. Like with all the stuff that fake news, CNN, and all them, they like to push out these narratives. This stuff been going on forever. Now they put it in people's faces and let people know that these places being shot up. It's happening every day. It's happening now. It's been like that, and now they want it to be known so they can push a certain restriction on us to flip out a narrative. It's already happening in Canada where you can't have a handgun. It's already happening in Australia in the past. Now they living peaceful, but they're being restricted by their own government due to certain laws being changed. And I think that right there is has to be stopped. Stop these laws from changing to benefit an agenda. That's a personal issue.
Hey, I'm trolling your ass, Q. This my nigga. Hey, Q my nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie, though. That's why I'm doing the one-on-one with this brother. Hey, I'm fucking with you, though. This brother said they closed our chicken factories. Now we need a constitution and town hall meetings.
Hey,
we gotta get our chicken factories back open. I'm just fucking with you, bro. Go ahead. No,
I'm not supporting working these jobs though. I'm kind of like nobody should be controlled to have to work a job anyway. You should be able to do whatever you want to do, as long as you ain't causing harm. As long as you living in nature or doing good within nature, ain't no problem with that. It's a system that's creating problems to find solutions to, create restrictions. And it all ties back to Egypt and Freemasonry, back to, the Boule members selling out, scamming people. It all connects to that and goes back to the motherboard. They know how to hack the motherboard. That's why you got people like Elon Musk. He making you think that this rocket is going out of space. It is not even possible. Because outer space is actually on this Earth. It's actually past the North Pole. It's actually past those walls. And there's people coming out now. It's slowly coming out that there's lands beyond those poles, and that the Antarctica isn't what we really think it is. That there ain't ice covering the whole Earth and stuff. This is why they got the Antarctica Peace Treaty, the military, the United Nations. It's all a big game.
Now, brother, one of my favorite singers was named Aaliyah. She rest in peace. She said we need a resolution. You said we need a constitution. Tell us why we need a constitution. I wish Aaliyah would remake that song if she was alive. We need a constitution. We need I'm just fucking with you, man. But nah, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with you on that.
No, I'm gonna let you address the chat room real quick to do we need a constitution? If so, why? Go ahead. You got it, my brother. Go ahead.
Well, the Constitution was basically to create a balance so people won't get out of hand. To let's say a lot of violence and stuff is going on. It's happening that way because certain laws are so loose.
Really?
That you get away with killing your own, people. So we need that, to protect the community.
I don't think paperwork will ever be able to replace spiritual work. And what I mean by that is niggas don't care what's written in the law. Most of the niggas that's breaking the law don't know the law and don't give a fuck about the law. They just out here on some demon time. So I don't think what we write on papers and say you should do necessarily would dictate our children's behavior. And that's why our children is stacked up in the prisons like sardine cans, because they don't care what you wrote down or what law you changed, what bill you wrote. I'm going to shoot your house up if I want to. Fuck all that law shit and all what you writing. It ain't changing but behavior. So that's what I was saying about we had a generation before us that thought politics and all that was the route. They thought that paperwork could replace parental work. They thought that we can change our communities getting the right lawmakers in there, and we really could change our communities creating the right parents that will raise the right children that won't even be, the children that we'll raise won't be shooting shit up. We won't be terrorized in our own communities by monsters we created, because we'll stop creating the monsters. And we won't wait till after we've created the monsters to work with the white man to see what kind of laws we can do to help us tame the monsters that we raised on the demon time.
Yeah, I'm open-minded. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm open-minded. I'm not gonna be like, I'm just gonna back up the Constitution and shit.
Use a real one.
I agree with that perspective.
Hey, matter of fact, bro, that's what I'm telling y'all. Q Brian is a fucking real one. I've learned so much from this nigga. He taught me a lot of shit. And guess what? I can't learn from folks who ain't humble. Like folks I can't teach. Guess what? Me and him done clash. Me and him done still sharp and still. This brother got a good energy. I just want to say that. I ain't challenging him up here today. I'm just up here speaking to you guys passionately as I normally do. But I'm going to allow the calls to open up whenever he give me the word to do so. But we want to thank him for joining, man, and salutes to this brother for real, because this is a good bill right here. Real talk. Go ahead, bro. You got it. Let me
Yeah,
grab
man.
some.
I just want to close out like this, man.
You don't gotta close out if you don't want, unless you're ready to.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna build it. I'm gonna build with people because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to build. I'm here to build with everybody. And close out like this. We got to get back to sovereignty, and that's basically what Bro Sanchez said. Resolution. We need a resolution. Forget the Constitution. I'm gonna word it like that. And in order to do that, we got to go into the hood. We got to go, to the church and be like, put that energy towards something else. You don't need to be an athlete. You don't need to be a politician. Correct your character. Know what you good at. If you good at building buildings or whatever, that's your role. I see why you feel lost, young man. I see why you feel lost, young girl, because you don't know where to put your energy toward. And that's why it's so stagnant. That's why you stuck in a certain chakra in your own system. And we need to go back to that type of system. The governing meridian, understanding the ley lines, understanding, geomancy, how to order your house, how to order the energy in your household. You put certain objects, they do it in Asia. But it's already documented that this work being done over here in the West. And it was brought over there in Asia. So we have to get back to a body perspective of understanding everything around us. And if we understand ourselves, everything else will glue. It'll be like the glue sticking to everything. You be like, damn, it's been that way this whole time, and I just seen that. Now I see it, and I can't unsee it. And that's just how, I'm put it like this: Islam is. I self-law am master before Catholicism, Christianity, and all of that was pushed upon our people pre-Columbus time. It wasn't about religion and stuff like that until they got over here and gave us the Bible, which was nothing but a big Masonic book that was plagiarized, and it actually came from Ethiopia. So that concept is basically about how to understand the motherboard, the grid, and understand bloodlines and stuff like that. And that's a whole deep perspective that we think that it's just about color. No, it's not. It's about bloodline. There's black people with the same bloodline as white people, and etc. This is why they work with certain people, because they understand that it's deeper than just the way you look, the way, stuff like that. And this is why, during the 1920s, during that era, that whole war was based on bloodline. And the blue eye, blonde hair, and all of that is what Hitler was pointing out. And he was an evil genius. I wouldn't say he's a genius in that perspective, but he was an evil genius. He was a mad scientist, what I would like to call a mad scientist. And the blue eye, blonde hair was the Frankenstein. And we don't understand, well, I wouldn't say we don't understand, but Hitler was a shaman. He actually, he's no different from Aleister Crowley. And a lot of these celebrities follow his work. Like, Will Smith, Jada Pinkett Smith, all these celebrities that we know as good actors follow a lot of his work. And a lot of that work was inverted to the point where we don't even want to work with that work because we're scared of it. We're scared of going into the darkness and going back to the light because it's inverted to not benefit us. But we got to get back to nature, and that's what it's based on. All this black magic, dark magic is based on the concept of using nature, hoodoo, voodoo. All of that is based on working with the chakras in our body. But I'm gonna let y'all build. Salute to everybody.
Salute.
Hey, salute though, salute to the whole panel.
Salute
Salute
to the
to bro
whole
Sanchez,
panel.
bro.
Most definitely, man. Salutes to y'all, brothers. Thank y'all.
Hey, do anybody know like the connection between like Jewish people and the Egyptians? Because you know they
Yes.
say like the Rockefellers is the Jews and stuff, but then
Yeah.
you know we thinking they from Egypt too. So it's like the Jews from Egypt basically.
Yeah, so what I'm saying when everybody say they don't know where the Jews come from, if you go look at the religious history of the Jews being God's chosen people, they were always a nomadic gypsy-based people. Their history start off captive in Egypt, right? That's all we know about them. And their history prior to them being slaves in Egypt, nobody knows. Did you know that? So my thing is this: the Egyptian government said they never captivated any Jews, any biblical Jews, and they got the oldest records of history on earth. You feel me? So this is what we gotta realize. Jews hid their history so that the world could buy their story that they're the chosen people of God that the Bible speak of, because the Bible speak of a people that will lose their identity, of people who will lose their history. And so the Jews it is gonna always be a mystery on where they come from, because they got to fulfill that part of the scripture to say, we the Jews. This is why the Hebrew Israelites is saying, no, we the Jews, because we the people that don't know our history and don't know. You see what I'm saying? So they fighting for this chosen people card because the world is so religious based now. It was a time on earth where groups of people was really trying to convince the world that they were the chosen ones. Now, the ones that were successful at that, nevertheless, are the ones with the top hats, beards on today, and they did it. And let me show you some crazy shit, right? The Jews told everybody their history start captive in Egypt, so they didn't want to tell everybody Judaism originated in Egypt. Jews, the Torah, the first Bible is in Egypt. So they weren't captive there. They were born out of Egypt. Egypt, another powerhouse that started to be popular in ancient Egypt, Rome. Rome and Egypt weren't beefing. They had come together and formed the foundation for the first world superpower. That's what we call the Greco-Egyptian world. We in it now. Those are the main two influences of our current Babylonian society, Greece and Egypt. So these Jews don't want to let you know they are the same Egyptian people that they are cursing in the Bible. This is how they split and make two religions, Islam and Christianity, but I call them Chrislam, because they just a two-headed dragon, like Democrat, Republican, acting like they ain't together, but they on the same body.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. You know, this where the bloodlines and stuff like that goes back to what, you know, the colors don't mean shit. It don't matter what you look like. It matters about what blood type you have, and it goes back to what you just said. The Jews we see today, yeah, they are the real Jews, but they create a certain division. This is why, you know, over here it's labeled to be black. We're not black. We were copper colored.
Right there.
Or
Down there.
we were labeled as black in the Americas. And that they got us. They got us with indoctrinating our own work.
It's okay.
Hey, this is a $5 bill. I'm dropping a bomb for everybody on the panel and everybody join. Appreciate y'all. Salutes to the brothers.
Yeah, and basically, yeah, that's basically the bloodline. And then that's why they target certain blood types doctors and like hospitals use, because they know that people can't just get any blood in their body, because it's going to automatically certain people can give birth to certain people's children. Like, let's say if I have a child with a, they like to put it like this. You gotta take a, I think it's called a rheumatoid shot. One of the names that in order for them to give birth to a certain child, you got to take the shot because they have problems giving birth to the baby. It's complications because of the blood type of the baby isn't accepted by the mother's blood. And we got also this perspective as well, like the moon in the woman's period cycle goes hand in hand because the blood also contains plasma. And the moon is plasma bound. You cannot go on the moon. You cannot land on the moon. The moon is astral. And this is what they don't want us to know, that this is why horoscopes, astrology and all that connects the dots between Saturn and all these other planets. They are portals.
Hey, let me put an idea on the table that I want y'all to bring some smoke to just so y'all can sharpen my steel, right? I believe everybody is making their own sun and moon in the sky and all of their own stars. I believe all of us projecting our own sky objects up there. You see what I'm saying? Now, am I reaching on that? Did anybody want to give me smoke on that? I need that to be.
That's the concept of all is mental. All is mental. So,
as above, as below.
My question would be, how will we all see the same stars and constellations make the same formations if we all seeing two different things?
All right, check this out. Good question. This is how, right? So Eric Deep, just say me and you playing Halo. Remember, that's one of my favorite games. Y'all remember Halo, the little shooting game, right? So just say me and Eric Deep playing Halo. And I say, hey, Eric, I'm going to get Andy on this bitch, Q Bryant, Copperhead. We finna add them into the game. They all in different areas. We all playing Halo, right? Now, check this out. Everybody Halo game gonna have a sun and moon in the sky. But your sun and moon that's in your Halo game ain't mine. My game making my own. And look, we're in a simulation, and I think that the sky is literally just like that, right? And check how deep it is. The even take it deeper, we all see the same celestial events and all that, just like we would do in the Halo game, right? Because we all projecting our own sky, but the motion of it is the ether that's connecting all of our projections. So even though I'm making my own sun and moon, he making his own and all that, the motion of it is something that the Most High doing to all our projected sun and moons. So when I get an eclipse, you get one. When he get one, he get. You see what I'm saying? That's just like if we all playing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just like with GTA. People load in at different times, but they all in the same lobby, but they all have their own different experiences, doing their own things, but it's all in the same reality, all in the same realm, but they all each projecting their own reality in a way.
And then look, and the way that everybody's sky work is the same, but it all affect us differently. See what I'm saying? Because we all was born under a different arrangement of sky patterns. But it's certain sky patterns in the sky that connect all of our worlds, and that's what these signs and events was about. So we talking about the one that set it all in motion was this North Pole, this sort of God that's gonna think about this, right? Like we said, all of us playing Halo. What's responsible for allowing us to connect all of our worlds? Because if it wasn't for that, I'll be playing Halo in my house, you'll be playing it in his house, him in his house, and we wouldn't be able to connect and share this same experience in one reality. What's allowing that to happen?
Service. Yeah.
See there?
Service, different type of queues. We be in different queues just waiting to come into the same lobby. So yeah, I'm following you, bro.
And that's so powerful, bro. Because the different cues you in is your star group, your astrological group. Because when I was born, it was November 22nd. Everybody was born around that pocket. When I was born, that's a whole pod group, a spiritual group that came in here with me. And there's people all over the world. That's why when a certain astrological energy come, it affect me and my group the same way. Because all of us Sagittarius, we all under that energy. See what I'm saying? That's crazy, right? Because the game letting y'all load into this one particular world in groups though. And that's what life is. You know what I'm saying?
And to add on to that, anybody into astrology, you'll notice people got different suns and moons. So that can add on to what you're saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Being born at different times, but having a Scorpio moon or Virgo sun. It depends on where you was born at. So yeah, okay.
Cause check it out. And the reason I'm saying that, right? I believe that the stars we see in the sky are our external organs. Now they said we got internal organs, right? And then I think there's a fucking polarity for everything in the universe. Like if you got an in, you got an out. So if you got internal organs, then they say that your skin ain't nothing but a huge cell, a huge organ that's it's still internal because it's inside of your aura. How far out do your being go? In other words, you don't stop at your skin. Your energy expand outward to at least about a couple of feet, which is why in law, if you inside of a person's space bubble, that's an assault and you invading their space, like getting right up in their face because you occupy some space around your body too. And they don't. Now the debate is how far out do that bubble go? How far out? Cause look, that's called your territory. This gonna go into the land trick they got. Cause look, they saying around every human, you by law, that's your space around. You can't nobody step across that line and go to, because even though they didn't touch you, can't no motherfucker be in your face this close to where they spit and goddamn, that's assault. Cause they giving you a little diameter around your body, saying, look, that's his, man. Like everybody get a little bubble to keep. Now think about this. What if we started spanning that bubble? How much territory is yours? Now, if that shit is spanned all the way to the stars, that was an old ancient proverb that said a world is yours. That's what they ain't telling you. So your territory literally spent, that's sovereignty right there. That they just shrunk it down to where, you see what I'm saying? In law to where it's just like 6 feet today or some shit like that, I think. But yeah.
I want to put this perspective out. Y'all remember the game? It's a game where it's like a little game where you click a button, and it's like a bubble that's gonna pop up. Then every time you press this little button, the bubble gonna keep popping. And that's what I'm kind of seeing right now. Of what he's talking about. The stars being the waters above, and your body being the waters below. So you're just nothing but no different from the fishes in the ocean. Because the fishes in the ocean got their own alignment, just like the stars got their own alignment with the bodies. And that same concept works for the animals, the humans, what we like to use. It goes with the same game that I'm talking about. If y'all remember, it was like a little square shaped game, like a handheld game where you click the button and it's like bubbles in it. Can't think of it. It's at the tip of my tongue. But every time you press that little button, the bubbles would expand and go up. That's kind of what I'm seeing.
coming. Salutes to the brothers on the panel. Anybody want to grab the floor?
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
You know what I would
Oh,
like to
good.
know though, real quick. Like a question I'd like to know real quick. Like, you know how like all of the astrological like bodies, like the astral bodies or whatever you would call them, like the planets, whatever you would call that, like they got feminine or masculine like characteristics. And I'm wondering like when did that start? Where like who gave them those characteristics?
Okay, so a planet that's let me show you something real quick while we have this discussion. Hold on. Anybody want to build while I get my stuff together? I'm gonna show you something quick. Feminine and masculine planets. You know, it's all on which side of the tree that is on, because they split it up into mater and pater. And for you to understand, I gotta show you this.
Y'all familiar with this? It's a thing called a fidget. It's a fidget toy. That's what I was talking about.
Gotcha. Fidget spinner. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was
so
talking about. That
you let me answer him real quick about this real quick. So look, like for real, the feminine and masculine planets, real talk, I think it's depending on which side of the tree they on. Because you got Adam on one side of this tree and Eve on the other one. And depending on which side, I'm thinking that like they said, women are from Mars, men from Venus. And even if you look at the Eucharist, it'll show you like man and woman and shit like that. You know, the tree of life and shit on each side of the tree. So I think that's all that is. Right? I'm gonna
Yeah,
pass
I
the mic.
get you. I
Yeah,
get you.
good bill as always.
yeah, I like that concept. Not from a physical perspective, but from a mental perspective. And it kind of goes with like what pimp's ideology is to think like a woman and act like a man, like know what her next move gonna be like because you're logical. You're not really dependent just on sex, lower nature stuff, but you're dependent on the mental aspect. You want to build character, and you're there to build that woman's character, and that whole aspect is astrological because their ideology is you got to understand the chess game. You got to understand the next move before the other master pushes out the queen. You got to protect the queen. And that's the whole aspect, the identity that the pimp has is learn chess, and you will understand everything else. Kind of goes hand in hand with ask above, so below.
Or basically learn both roles, the masculine and the feminine, to be able to operate for the both.
Right. And really, the gender, from a non-physical perspective, is mental. Let's say, when you leave this body, this suit, you can actually, you're gonna reincarnate as a woman. Now you're a man, you're gonna reincarnate as a woman, and you may have access to some, machine that's gonna make you look in the past within that realm. Because there's possibly technology that you can access, but the technology is in you, in your Akashic records to look in your past.
So you saying we flip flop
And what you
between
can
genders?
become.
So you think we flip flop between genders when we?
Well,
No, I
I
don't
can't
agree with that.
point that out, but
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, possible.
Just explain your. Just keep going, bro. I'm following you.
Yeah,
I
basically,
believe
in
that
your
your
past
energy.
life, yeah,
Oh,
it
my bad.
could
Go
have been a
ahead.
woman, been anything, a fish or anything.
I
But
think I think you're confusing it, Q, because I think we start off as light. And then as you're in conception, get your genitalia. But the energy spectrum of masculine and feminine isn't attached to a genitalia.
Right.
Right, right. I'm side with that, and also add this androgyny. Like you ain't either male or female.
Yo,
So
what's going
I
on
see
right now?
the confusion.
I don't
Okay.
even know. I was gonna say like I always looked at it like, you know, we are energy at the end of the day, like so like when we change into a different form of energy or enter like a different dimension upon death, I would think that we still keep the same like
Energy.
energy signature. Like if you had a feminine energy or if you had a masculine energy, I would think that you would keep that, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
that's gonna be in your genetics, in your genetic memory.
Only thing I'm saying is this, yo. You got the 6 and the 9, the yin and the yang. You feel what I'm saying? And I think that man is a black, may be like a black hole surrounded by light, and woman may be light trapped in a black hole. The polarity. If you want to represent, like man is the discharge of light, woman is the absorption of light. She was embodying the black hole energy. Man is embodying the light force energy. This is Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, God and Diva, the light bearer and the darkness bearer. They made the woman the devil. She's really the embodiment of darkness. In other words, the human seed is planted in her, and our life start in a dark age, just like a seed in the ground, and it's her that we're inside of. You know what I'm saying? She represent the place we go to and sleep, the womb energy, while man represent the discharging force, the sun in the morning, get up, let's go, man, the driving force versus the draining force. Oh, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I agree with that perspective. And what I was saying was not to cause confusion is the Akashic records is like basically going into this meditative state and actually enter into that light body, that true self. And that's the only way that I can pinpoint how to, figure out like that's the way, that's who I was in my past life. You got to become like a medium in a medium like mindset to understand that point. So I really can't point out, if that's the case, you know, dealing with the energy. Yeah, I agree with the energy aspect of, you know, when I leave this plane of existence, I'm going to have that same energy signature when I get into the next lifetime. It don't matter which gender I become because the gender doesn't get judged. It's the character. It's the character that gets judged. So the character that I have in this realm is the character that's going to leave and be judged. And I'll be judged based on what character I develop in this plane.
All right. I'm gonna let everybody else on the panel grab the mic. I'm gonna share here today. We chilling with the brother Q Brian. Anybody want to add on to the Egyptian conversation from the video earlier?
Oh yeah, man. I don't think Egypt over. Yeah, I don't think Egypt over here, man. I'm really basing it off the fact that I never been to Egypt. Or really not too many places, but I wouldn't even know where to start to even like. I could see the influences. You see what I'm saying? But to say that Egypt is actually over here and I never really been there, it's kind of hard for me just to swallow that pill and be like, oh, okay, that's the truth. So I'm really I need more convincing when it comes to that because we can look anywhere and find mountains. I mean mountains, but pyramids all over America. You know, no matter where you really go, you got mounds, you got pyramids, you got statues. You know, and you can base that off the influence that Egyptian and Romans had. But when it comes to Egypt being the actual America, America being actual Egypt, nah, that ain't my lane, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I was just putting that video there to make people think, not to actually like go out like, yeah, Egypt is America, because we can't really see they got us in a state now that we can't even make that a fact, because the scholar agenda is to make people not want to think like, yeah, America's Egypt, so let me teach my children this, let me teach somebody else this, so they can become sovereign, so they can become whoever they want
to be honest, it's all one land. Get rid of the water, it's all one land. Egypt could be America, America could be Egypt, America could be Russia. They just put the names on it. You know what I'm saying? But it's all one big ass land. What's the name of that land? You know what I'm saying? We just going on. Go ahead, bro.
And yeah, and you're right. Like what a lot of folks don't realize, man, is Egypt is every country under NATO, UN. I can't make this up, yo. Like Egypt had expanded their empire way beyond Northeast Africa. That's why we finding these pyramids on all these lands and all these obelisks. The fact that what happened in Egypt became a world superpower, and even Kemetic people be forgetting that. I have to remind them, you know your pharaohs took over the world, bro, and that the empire was beyond Africa. While y'all arguing about they copying Egyptian shit over here in Greece. Listen, dude, Egyptian had started to conquer all this land. People like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like you see American, like when I went to South Korea, you see Walmarts everywhere, McDonald's everywhere. Right. And my thing is this: folks in the future be like, man, them Koreans copying off America. And I'm like, bro, we conquered Korea. That's why you see all our shit over there. Quit being stupid. That's what these folks are doing, these fake scholars and historians and all that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, this is dumb, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, shit, I ain't got no real like take either way on it. I feel like it could and it couldn't be. I mean, they talk about that Nile River, and then you could compare that to the Mississippi. Then they just got a lot of different little shit that you can compare. I done seen a couple different videos, people talking about it, coming with their little evidence, and then things that people said in this book or that book. And I mean, it's a lot of stuff that would point towards them, like referring to America like as a Egypt, because like the things they would say about America is kind of how they described Egypt back then. Like they described it as like damn near a paradise full of gold and all of these resources and those resources and all of that type of shit.
Yeah, look, if you rearrange the words NATO around, you'll get Aten. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, yep. Man, I want to point this out. Like over here in Americas, we got star forts and stuff like that that's being controlled by the military, and we don't even really know what's the true use of the the star forts, and that could be synonymous with the motherboard that was probably created by our people, which it was. And what is the use of that technology? Because for it to look like that, for it to be shaped like that, it has some use, but we just don't have perspective on it. And I think that's where I'm trying to get at. That's my next move.
What was the name of that too? What was the name of that?
Star forts. They got star forts in the South. It's all over America. They got them all over the world, not just America.
That's true.
Hey, I got something we could talk about though if y'all want to touch it. It's like a lot of like people in the black community, like Black conscious community on YouTube. I've been watching like Phil Valentine, a couple other cats. They've been talking about that Anunnaki. Like they ain't been talk about it, but I hear them like mention it in like they little videos and like they give credit to it. Like, but I always thought that Anunnaki, the Sumerian shit was bullshit. But that just make me want to think more like, what type of beings did the ancestors say was
They
outside
ain't no,
in the other
no,
realms or
bro.
outside of the ice walls? Like, what type of humans
Not
live
no
That,
missile.
that that's
outside
Like,
of those?
these folks want to make it like aliens and shit are out there. But bro,
yeah.
it's us. Like the movie Jordan Peele told you, it's another version of you out there. Us.
But do we look different, or do we still look like humans?
You ever dreamed before?
Yeah, and I really never seen myself, bro. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I never really looked in the mirror,
that
looked at myself.
that's what I'm saying though. If you can see yourself in a dream, think about what I'm telling y'all right now, right? Some people say the hardest thing to do is get to a mirror in a dream. But think about that. If we were to do that, when you wake back up in this world, you would have this other version of yourself in your mind. You would know what your other self looked like. You
So
would
why
be the,
do everybody else, my bad, bro, but why
yeah,
do
no,
everybody
you
else
got
in
it.
my dream, why do
Yeah,
everybody else in my dream look human though?
they look human.
Yeah,
Yeah,
human, regular human.
yeah, and you do too. We all. That's
Uh,
what I was saying. That in these other,
Oh,
yeah, in these other realms, it's just us all over again in alternate situations, alternate realities.
but see, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, I'm not saying like aliens because the ones like the videos I watch, it seemed like he was still referring to Earth as like some type of plane, you know, and like he was acknowledging like the ice wall and shit. So I'm thinking like maybe he is thinking in like a flat Earth like type cosmology. But then like still it's still the question, like whether it's Anunnaki, Lemurians, different type of humans with higher consciousness, whatever, like what type of humans is on, or extraterrestrials, just meaning humans in the outer fucking terrains, or outer fucking earth.
yeah, sound
Like
like
what
some
type of
alien
humans
bug
is
shit.
is
Now,
out
bro, I
there,
want to add this.
what was
I
the
want to add
Hey,
this.
ancestors saying about the people that lived out there?
but see now, my thing is this, right? The word Aten is the word netta when you flip it around, right? These nettas is what absorbed our consciousness into these different synth bodies. This god Aten be eating the babies and shit. His name is literally Aten, how he be eating, right? But the thing is why they say he's Saturn, he a cannibal god, whatever. But think about this. He made these synth bodies. That's what his symbol mean, the human synth. But think about this though. When you say alternate, you're saying Aten 8. This god Aten, when he started to eat the consciousness, let me show you what his symbol represent. He made alternative universes, alternate. And let me show you some about this whole concept, what he represent, man. Right? When you look at what all of this Egyptian symbolism mean, this is what I want to talk to y'all about. Here go what Aten is. Look, that's why I was telling y'all, like when we talk about ancient Egypt, I want y'all to go deep with me, because when I talk about ancient Egypt, I'm talking about some people that knew how to make holographic avatars and shit. Like I used to talk about ancient Egypt the way young Pharaoh and Set and them do. I'm so deep now when I'm talking about Aten, I'm saying, yo, this is ancient CERN and holographic human technology like this. Who deep like that with me though? Am I going too deep with my group?
Hey,
Is
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
hey,
with
saying.
you,
look, hey,
brother.
Right
brother,
Hey,
on,
brother
hey,
Sanchez.
hey,
Sanchez. I'm
Sanchez,
with you,
Sanchez, hey,
brother.
let me touch right there what you just said about Otten, right? Because Otten is our tune. Because I'm gonna verify what you're saying, because Otten is our tune, right? Tim or whatever. But people don't know that our tomb is also Sebek. Sebek is the crocodile that eats your heart out when it don't weigh up with the feather of truth. He's just Sebek in that ritual. You feel me? So depending on the ritual is when he take on a different
But
avatar, so
see,
to speak.
what's going on now? You're speaking about this dude Aten like a mythological cat that
Creature.
really existed. What I'm saying is This whole image that you looking at right here is just the artwork showing them some technology that they discovered. Hear me out. Check me out, right? You gotta look at the screen though to hear me out. I'm screen sharing. Can y'all see me? Because
Yeah,
look,
I'm following you, bro.
I'm
Yeah.
going deep. I'm going deep with this thing. Check this out, right?
Oh,
You see, look, you see how the goddamn all of these light rays right here is where we get the word Aten from, because it's resurrecting Adam on earth, and resurrecting Adam on earth is a 10 hut attention. The man being born from the light and raising man up via the light attention. And this God is really talking about how our synth body, this is the God of sin that they call it. They say he's the God of sin. This is talking about SYN, the synth body. And the synth body is right here. That's all I'm saying. Look, the word hollow is the word helios for hell and all that. That's what I'm saying.
I like your philosophy.
Right.
I like your philosophy. I'm
Let me
yeah,
add
I
this too.
would definitely rock with it.
Yeah, that's what y'all.
Spider-Man.
I'm saying, do
Man,
y'all feel me though on this
yeah,
shit?
bro.
My
Yeah,
whole
I'm
point
with
with
this
bringing
shit,
that
bro.
up was saying to Q and all of y'all was to critique. Are we going? Am I going too deep with the ancient
Nah, bro.
Egyptians?
Hey,
You
you on
Nah,
taught
point,
me this, bro. Projection,
bro.
light
Sanchez.
projection, and all that. Arten rod, and the light
Hey,
projection showing, yeah, all that, bro. I would say
yeah, I
all
watch
So
it.
are
I
you
10.
are you
phenomenal.
Hey, bro,
saying
like you
that?
said. Hey, bro, you just said
Uh,
I 10 shun. And what is shun? Shun is shine. So we talking about
Yeah,
that energy
also
shining.
yeah,
So
extensions
I
too,
10.
like extensions,
yeah.
there you
cords,
go.
Now,
you
let
know,
me add
power.
this to it real quick.
And,
What came to my
and
mind when he showed me that picture was Spider-Man. Now, the reason why it might be stretching is that he got bit by this spider, and he was in a laboratory at a science fair, and he gained these abilities, and he created this suit. So that suit didn't just come with the abilities. He made the suit so he can cover his skies, and it's synonymous with the hologram.
well,
He
look,
covered his skies to be
oh no, go
something
ahead.
else.
No,
And
look, I'm gonna tell you like this. You ain't reaching, man. Because look, Spider-Man is a god called Anansi in the Jamaican world, and he's their form of this Aten dude, just like you saying. I'm gonna back you up on that. Here another way to look at the Spider-Man concept. If we we're looking at Aten from a side view right now. But if you can see what a view from like what the lady's saying or what that little girl's saying in that light, it'll be like this. So
From up under.
right. So Aten's hat is literally the lighthouse. And the reason Aten's hat is the lighthouse is because of this reason. Let me show you. The light is inside of his brain. And that's what's being projected outward into the goddamn world. All of those rays are braided up into 7 big cords, and we call them 7 chakras. And these are the different. Look, all of the rays that's making us. It's the end of our our nervous system. See, our nervous system extend beyond our body, and that's what they ain't been telling us. And I'm showing you where it extends to is way back to the machine that's projecting us into this simulation, like what this is showing.
Neo in
Yeah,
the Matrix.
your hair is an extension of
Okay,
your
so
nervous system.
y'all, do
Your
y'all
hair.
think we in like a divine simulation right now, headed for a artificial simulation, or do
This
y'all
place
think
is
that
hell, bro.
it's already been
an
since way
artificial
back in
Oh,
ancient
place.
times, already been
We
channeled
done
to it?
fail from divinity. We done fail from that.
also, by the way, I forgot to say this about the Spider-Man shit. To connect this to the Spider-Man, if you look at the spider, right, it's raising his hands up like Aten in the middle of the lighthouse, and it's raising his
There we
hand
go.
up. So that's what I
We
was
cooking
saying
now.
about the Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? That's Anansi. Yeah, go ahead. That's us
Yeah, we
at the
cooking
North
now.
Pole. See, when you get to the North Pole and you're standing in the middle of this AE map, you're gonna look like a spider in the middle of the web. That's the whole thing
Yeah.
about our God self. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
And that trajectory points back to that hologram box where you can communicate to a certain individual who passed and you can connect their mind to that hologram. It's a mind that as the memories of that person being connected to that neural link. And this is what Elon Musk is pushing out. He's pushing out this neural link, and that thing is there is going to connect, and, transfer all the memories from that person that when he's living now, and when he dies, he's gonna be remembered. He gonna function like he's alive and everything, and he's gonna communicate with his people like he never left this earth.
Yeah. So hey, look, if you look at this spider web around a spider, just some most sacred geometry that me and Q brought up earlier about. I was telling y'all how the clown is the clone, but the whole clown collar, that's your spider web, and his head in the middle would be the spider. You can see the clown collar pattern in this spider web here. All this shit is the same sacred geometry. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, y'all. I'm just piggybacking, hopping in and out. Y'all go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, I was saying, like, like with that shit, like it would be easier to like know more about this, like this holographic
keep on the
world. Like
picture,
for me,
bro.
like if
Sanchez,
I had
brown.
more like if I had like
Oh,
more like a pretext, but it seemed like all of the stories, whether myth or not, it seemed like all of the stories like start with the fall of man, and like they don't really talk about before.
yeah. Let me say one more thing, guys. If you even look at the body of this spider, if your eyes are open, you can see the shaman hat. Like I'm trying to do some sacred geometry. If you don't, you know what I'm saying. Like
Oh,
who,
I
who
see it.
so
So
what?
that's a
So
fence. That's a
so
fence.
all right, let me point one thing out. Not only can you see the Santa Claus hat, like I said, look at the clown hat. That's what I keep pointing out. They got the Santa Claus hat on the clown because that's the top of the spider body. Like that's what I'm trying to show y'all. I'm syncing this together
I
to
see.
show you this. So check this out. Not only that, I'm finna fuck you up. Watch my mouse, right? Here go 2 eyes, a nose, and some
Yeah.
lips. Now you can see her face.
Yep.
Look
Now
like a
you,
Yep.
clown too.
now
Looks
you
like
see her.
Santa Claus.
A
All right,
cone head.
so
Cone
yeah,
head.
yeah. So now we see the face, we see the 2 eyes, the nose, and look like some lips poked out right here. He got a beard on like Santa Claus. Y'all don't see Santa beard?
I Santa Claus, and look, he got claws like claws. Santa
Santa
Claus.
Claus, right? Think about this shit. Look at this shit. Hey, and the crazy thing about it, here go the white beard right here. Here go the lips, and that's literally Santa Claus at the look
Man.
and wait a minute, and he's at the North Pole. Now
In the
watch out.
middle.
Now wait, I ain't through. He's holding on to the straps of his chariot, all of them strings, the reindeer strings, and that's the web that he, you know what I'm saying?
Noah's web.
Yeah.
That so
Facts.
yeah,
Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark. The Ark.
And it could be the story of the whole Charlotte's Web thing,
yeah.
the spider influencing the pig, the children of Ham.
Yep. Pan. Yep. Peter Pan. Yep. That story.
It looks like a glass shattered, like the spider in the middle of a glass that's shattered.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I'm
what.
seeing all type of shit now.
Hey, that's what I was telling you about the Get Out cover. Remember? You remember
Yep.
that?
Hey, that
Yeah,
look like the
I
human.
took. Watch this shit. Y'all probably didn't see it, Eric. But look, you onto it. Whoever said the glass shattered, salutes to them. Because look, that's what I was saying about the Get Out cover. The spider that's in the middle of that shit represent a black hole, man. That's why when you look at this spider right here and you pull up, watch this. The black hole sun is nothing but this the image of this little spider. Hold up, where is that? Because they giving me the wrong shit. I want the ancient symbol. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I can add this to it too as well. The white
There you
white
go.
and black checkerboard is also synonymous with that. The Freemasonic checkerboard.
Most definitely.
Using the male and the female perspective, using Polaris perspective of good and evil.
Yeah,
Hey, that look like
this shit crazy that he got a whole face and he
whole
got the
face.
Santa Claus, like you said. Bro, we cracking the code like a motherfucker, man.
Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't see the beard until you started shaping it with the mouth. Only thing I seen was the eyes, the nose, and the little smile. And then when I looked at the little pink part in the middle, I'm like, oh, that's his lips. And around
Yeah,
that was the beard.
yeah.
Bro, that look like the brain, right? The human brain, to the point that that big part of the spider, that butt or whatever, is like the frontal cortex. You feel me? Like the cerebellum up there, and then in the back where we got the reptilian portion of the brain would be where the fangs are located on the spider.
And if you think about that spider, because he just cooked, right? Now let's compare to this, like how all of his web streams lead to him, like this mushroom right there, right? And at the top of that mushroom is a dome, just like this spider top right here. Like when Lauryn Hill said, hold on, let me say one thing. Lauryn Hill said, everything is everything. And when she said that, I took that shit to the heart with this syncretism shit and try to find everything and motherfucking everything. This one code, goddamn. Y'all apparently
I want to add this.
Hey, you cooking, bro?
Add this real quick. When you look at that spider's head, it looks like a mound.
Yeah, the pineal. Bro, that's the pineal.
Like
bro, that look like a pineal with legs, not bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez just said some shit, because that literally represent Anasazi and all that.
Yeah,
that's the little man in the mind.
You know what's so deep? He said it looked like a pineal with legs, and that's literally what your body is. It's a goddamn soul with legs on. It just slipped into a body like Voltron, like that Men in Black dude inside the brain controlling that big body. Like that's saying I'm a pineal with legs, because look, he don't gotta get out of his throne like Professor X. He can just control this thing with from the inside out. Like how, you know what I'm saying? The dude, and think about this, right? Our mind is so goddamn, the ancestors say our mind is so powerful. We can tap into any memory that ever took place on this earth. Let me ask y'all, have y'all ever heard that? Like, not just your childhood memories, but anything ever happened on earth, period, you can conjure that memory of it and shit. Y'all want to build on that?
The Akashic Records is definitely all our source. That's all of our source. The Akashic Records.
If y'all notice, the spider is just a tortoise tail.
Hey, I was just gonna say that the web is your aura. Your aura is a web.
If you look, and you
there
see
you
it
go.
right
The aura
in the middle, and then the legs bring up the field around it.
Hey, listen, let me show them something.
Like an hourglass.
Hey, hold up. Listen, I want y'all to stay there a minute. That the web is your aura. Your web is your aura. I want you to stay there, because I'm going to pull up the doggone aura so you can see the spider in the middle. Now, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
And the Black Widow symbol. You know the man, look.
Hey, look. Hey, watch this. Look how the circles get smaller and smaller till it get to the final smallest circle, which is just the spider right there. And that's what's happening with this energy right here. The circles get smaller. Yeah.
Think about the Tesla towers in the free energy concept. And when you look at that spider and him sprouting that web, that's also synonymous with the Tesla tower sprouting out electricity across the field. If that's a reach, y'all let me know. But what y'all think about that?
Hey, watch this shit. Cause look, when you talk about the spider dude, man, cause you got me stuck on this spider shit. I ain't gonna lie, bro. We gotta stay there a minute, cause that's deep, and that hit me hard, because it go back to what I'm saying about these folks be stealing everything and they're not fucking original. Like you know how much money Spider-Man make, and it's not they shit, it's our ancestor shit. Like watch this right here. Watch this.
The spider.
Watch this, right? Even Batman ain't theirs. It's Camazot's. I already went over that. Watch this, y'all. When you see the Illuminati and all them doing the little horn hands, they they doing the Spider-Man shot. Now check this out. When Spider-Man shoot his web, guess what he's shooting out? The lotus flower. Now watch how deep this is. When you see the Pharaoh holding the lotus flower, that's how you get the Spider-Man shooting out the web shit. You wrapped yourself in your own motherfucking cocoon or web. You see what I'm saying? This is the Spider-Man concept right here. But check how crazy this is. He wear red and blue, and that's what the Eucharist is showing you right there. Now the way that when I watch this, the way that he skeet that shit out his hand is just the way this Eucharist light is coming out, and that is the doggone lotus flower. And check this out. Spider-Man was the itsy bitsy spider that went up the water spout. Guess what that is? This human body that you see in the middle of this universe, when we die and as this body is decomposing, it's fading out of this inner world right here, and it's emerging up out the top of this cocoon right here. Imagine your body teleporting. This version of you in this world is decomposing and fading away, while at the same time a new version is emerging out the top of this bubble here, like Mario coming up out the pipe, like Jesus right here coming up out this grail. The new version, and layer and layer just like that. So when they talk about Spider-Man coming out the water spout, they talking about ascension and the crossover, which is when our energy. This is like a UFO ship above your head. Like I was saying, right? This whole bubble around you is the world outside. That's why I said we all projecting our own sun and moon. Cause your sun and moon is right. You're splitting the universe in half by being in the middle of this bubble. And you're the North Pole in your own simulation. That's what this spider represents. You're what's at the North Pole projecting this entire thing outward, y'all. So all of us are at the North Pole at huge towers like Neo, projecting our own simulation out of our pods, but none of us left the North Pole is what I'm saying. So everyone's compass in their world is pointing back to their true self. Now check this out. When you look at Moses splitting the sea, and I'm going to share the mic because I know we got a lot of people, but you are Moses that's splitting the sea. In other words, this is the pineal gland in the middle of the left and right brain. This is you in the middle of the sun and moon. This is a continuum. So what happens is what happens is this, and I'm gonna mute the flow. When we die, our avatar gets outside of our body, but it's still on the earth. And what happens is this little opening right here above your head called the crown chakra, for the first time you see that. And guess what you find out it is? It's your UFO ship parked on the earth waiting for you. That's the light that's opening up saying you can go in. This is what's opening your sky up, each one of us, to let us out of the simulation. And when the sky open, it's because you never left the North Pole. When you get out your body, and you're going to see this little crown chakra as a UFO ship. And when you go in the middle of it, the whole simulation gonna fall apart like Samson pushing back the two towers. And your sky gonna split, and you're gonna wake up like Neo at the North Pole, realizing that all the simulation was a lie around you, and you never left the North Pole. That the real you was just projecting its consciousness outward into the simulation, but your real body is at the tower at the pole. And that's what's, see, when your avatar get out of this body, you're gonna look at your dead body on the ground. But in the sky, a light gonna open up. And that's what this crown chakra is, allowing the man that was in the brain to go back home. This the light that's inside of the pineal gland. When the body lays down, that light gonna get up out the brain. And it's gonna have what's called an ethereal body. So it ain't gonna get out of your body like a ball of white light. It's gonna make a little interdimensional body that's in between this world and the heavens. That's the body that Jesus was in before he ascended up. Now Jesus ascended up in this interdimensional body, right? And that right there is the one that hops out of this corpse and takes the trip back into this. That's the new version of you that's born out of this version. So immediately after you die, the new version gonna pop out this body and look at its corpse like a snake looking at the skin that is shed. And that new version ain't nobody gonna be able to see it. You're gonna be present at your own funeral, watching your family around you. Now listen, the moment you get out this body, what you're gonna notice is that there's this huge bright ass light above your head following you everywhere you go. That's your halo. That's your halo. That's your way out. And you don't have to go get beamed up till you ready. So you can attend your funeral. You can go walk to your old friend house. Now they can't see you, but you can make these final little trips before you go, and then you beam it. You project the new version on up out of here to its new world, its new reality.
Bro, that makes so much sense, bro.
Bro,
Like it's
I'm gonna give your
crazy.
flowers right now. Yeah, your flowers. Hey, I'm happy, man.
Not only that though, but it's like when you started to talk about the moment of leaving and the sky cracking and you waking up in your ethereal body, I got to saying my dumb ass actually set myself down here. I'm so disappointed. I'm gonna be so disappointed in myself. Like I'm so smart here and not to figure out that this gang was a hoax. Like you're gonna be here for a minute and you won't even know how long you're gonna be here. But I'm just saying I'm my worst critic in a way. So it's like, man, waking up to the fact that I actually went through it, but it's a great test. It's a good test. But bro, you were just, man, that's some fire shit, man. That was some fire shit, man.
Gotta have him his flowers for real. Can't no Nobel Peace Prize, none of that. Stop what Bro Sanchez got. And when he explained that, he explained it to a T, man.
Man.
The thing that I'm thinking of is when he's talking about the white spot that's above your head, I'm thinking about the neither world. And that's like the world that's beyond this dimension. You can see any dimension, any aspect of yourself in every dimension. You're just the observer of those dimensions. And it kind of connects to what the multi-nature, what he was explaining earlier. I don't know if I'm rich or not, but it makes a lot of sense why the Egyptians dressed as have, dog, exocotum dog, the Mexican, hairless dog, which was the Anubis god, and all these different gods that they depicted themselves as. And they was actually looking at it from a neither world perspective. And it's real deep, man.
So, bro, you do believe in ghosts in a way, huh? Because you said like the light above your head is your halo, and you can choose to leave at will. But that would be, people can't see you, right? But that'll be considered a ghost. And my question would be like, do you believe in like bad spirits and like good spirits? If you,
I do.
I believe. Oh, I thought he was talking to me. My bad.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro
No,
Sanchez. No, you good,
no,
bro. Bro Sanchez, it was for you, bro.
Well, I'll be quick. I definitely believe in ghosts. I don't believe that that you can be hunted by them though, like the movies say. I believe that your now I may be wrong because I'm saying that a ghost can walk around the earth and visit its family and stuff and its friends. Why wouldn't it be able to visit its enemies and hunt its enemies? So I'm definitely got the that's kind of hypocritical for me to say that now that I think about it. So I got to put them both on the table. Hey, yeah, I just believe in ghosts now that I think about it, yeah.
Spirits. I like to say spirits because that ghost terms like Casper, like, you went deep on that.
And then when I think about ghosts, I think about energy. I think about energy. I don't just think about it's a ghost that I can see. I think about energy, that the wind blowing and it's moving, certain objects. A gust of wind just blowing by, it is moving your computer or picking it up. I believe in that aspect.
Yeah, that's what your breath is. That's energy, Same thing. As above, so below.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Because everything is mental. So you can't separate one from the other. So you got to be like, nah, I believe in it. Because now, like Bro Sanchez said, I'm being hypocritical. I gotta add that glue back to that. I can't even take that away because it's what we like to think of as supernatural, but it's not just supernatural. It's natural because we think that it's just physical. It ain't just physical.
Mm-hmm.
See what that sphere around the man is showing it is a cycle of life. You feel me? Like it's more than just right now we recycling life. It's gonna be eternal. That's an eternal thing.
Hey, look, watch this, y'all. Y'all see this collage that I got on the screen?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, check this shit out. I'm finna give y'all some more deep shit, right? You in the top right corner, that's the Talmud, right? Now, I'm finna give my panel some props, right? Because somebody on the panel, I forgot who it was, but they was telling me about some shit called a scrying mirror, right? A scrying mirror. And let me show you something real quick. Hold on. My bad. Let me pull up the slides.
It's funny that you point that out. I got a scrying mirror.
Let me show you something. Take the S off of scrying mirror and you get a crying mirror. You know why it's a crying mirror? I'm gonna show you why it's a crying mirror, because your soul's stuck in it. Like, we're the story of Candyman, who's stuck in the mirror. His soul stuck. Look, this is what the Get Out cover showing you. This dude, his soul has been copied 7 times. In other words, what I'm saying is this. For us to fall into this reality, it's like your reflection falling into a mirror. That kind of fall. When they said man fell into the simulation, it's like when you look in the mirror and your image is reflected in the mirror. He fell that way. And he fell from the center, and he fell, and what they said humans fell from the center of the earth and expanded outward from Eden. And if you look at this Get Out mirror, that's what I'm saying right there, y'all. At first, there was one single universe. That was before we broke the mirror. See, this mirror was broken 7 times, and each time it was broken, that's the 7 they all made another universe and broke the ether. That's what what I'm telling you, y'all. CERN, right, is putting a crack in the ether, and each crack will make another copy of you on another pizza slice that they just cut. You see, like this Get Out movie showing, and that's why I told you we're gonna have 8 chakras in the near future, because you're gonna have a whole nother avatar body when they crack this thing again. But check it out. There was only one true world, and that was before any of the cracks in the mirror. You see, each universe represents us splitting time, which is splitting this mirrorverse. It's a fractal code. And each shard represent what? A time zone, even on the AE map. They're cutting time like a pie. And you exist in all of the fucking triangles, man. This is what the ancestors were saying on the Tibetan wheel, too. This is why I want to build with y'all, because when you say Tibetan, you're saying the tub of Aten, or the tab of Aten, which is Neo's pod. His bathtub. His podcast. So check this out. Here is you in all the worlds. They said this is the wheel of life. This is what Jordan Peele came out with his cover with. We all of these little triangles that you were copied in, we gotta break them all before we can get out, and it can be one clear mirror again with just one you, and that represent by the high self at Asgard, or killing the 7-headed dragon, each head, you know, to get back to the one. But that's what I'm saying. When you look at this collage right here, the Talmud really is a mirror. This middle part right here, that's a mirror. And when you look in this mirror, it's projecting your energy out into the do-out, left and right. That's what the 2 scrolls on the side represent, or the 2 thieves right here with Jesus, they're thieves because they're robbing him from his energy. The man in the mirror is the man right in the middle of the Talmud. Look at this Talmud altar like a mirror, man. And when you look into that shit, it makes you a two-headed dragon. And what I'm saying is, that's what the Eucharist is. Let me pull up that Eucharist one more time real quick. Hold on. When you look in the mirror, now you get this thing called a angel on one shoulder, devil on one shoulder. You become a double-headed dragon. Now, the more that this code bounce down, it copies us exponentially from 2 to 4 to 4 to 8, all that shit. That's what I'm saying. But that's what we looking at here with all these symbols, man. And when Samson pushed back them 2 pillars, we get this right here in ancient Egypt. Look, this is from ancient Egypt before Samson. Pushing back, they're pushing back the sun and moon. Like, think about this, right? When we die, the light that I said that's above your head, once you ascend through it, you're unzipping reality from the ground up. You're unzipping your whole simulation. Think of you getting beamed up in this portal. You're a zipper, and as you go, reality is just dismantling behind you, right? And you're unzipping this whole so it's like think of this woman right here that I'm showing you as somebody pulling back curtains. Think of 2 curtains in front of you, but it's a split in them. And you go in the middle of them curtains and you just open them up. And behind that is the true world. And what them curtains represent is this fake world that was in front of you. In other words, when we die, we literally split our own sky, guys. And this is what the ancestors telling us here. You push apart the sun and moon. Now that must be a glorious feeling. You literally just bust your, in other words, let me show you something right quick. See, when a boat is traveling in an ocean, the path that it leave behind is how you get the Eucharist. You see that boat moving. Now look at the path. Look at the what's behind the boat. The pattern that the boat making on the water like this. The Eucharist. Y'all see it?
Yep.
Now look Now look, this pattern that the boat making. Think of this ocean like our reality. And the boat is your soul going to the sky. Reality is being unzipped. The curtains are opening. And that's represented by the pattern that this boat making, like somebody unzipping some shit. Or the curtains opening up.
Drop the bomb. I like that.
So as we journey back and ascend to the sky, the whole simulation that we projected around us, we're fucking dismantling it as we go. We're as our rockets shoot to the sky, this whole holographic matrix around us, like they said, when she looked back, she turned into a pillar of salt. But basically what they saying is when she looked back, she saw reality being dismantled like salt grains, just like how you know what I'm saying? I can't explain it that when we die, right, all the energy leaving this body is a big bang explosion. And that energy is gonna destroy your matrix from around your eyes. And when the smoke clears, the real you gonna be in the real world at the end of this ascension. That's why when you look at all of the sacred geometry with this shit, it looks like a big ass explosion. Look, you're really a energy in a mushroom cloud, and it all looked like a mushroom cloud. Look at the Santa Claus hat. Think of the star at the top of the Christmas tree. And look at this boat right here. The boat is the star at the top of the Christmas tree, which is that pattern that is leaving behind. You see this look like a Christmas tree. The pattern that this boat making as it unzip it. And it's the star at the top is you leaving this bitch. It's the smoke trail behind the rocket.
Shooting star.
Yeah.
That's deep. That's fucking deep.
That shit was cold, bro.
I
Hey,
kind of
that's
see
the
it now,
capstone.
like filming a movie, right? How they got different scenes, and each scene passes up the next scene, passes up the next scene, and then at the
Bill.
end of the movie of filming, that's a wrap. The funeral for the projection, seeing splitting the curtains and seeing the whole picture for what it is coming together.
Then
This
think
why,
about this.
hey, this why the capstone ain't attached, and the capstone is in motion. The capstone is a floating Vamana
Ooh, a
pyramid.
pyramid. I
That's
mean, I
why.
mean, I, I mean,
Yeah,
what I'm gonna say like a
and-
UFO,
yeah,
a Vimana.
and that's what the boat representing. That's why it's detached from the pyramid, which is this path that it's making. Yeah, go ahead. I just want to
Yeah,
throw that in
Like,
there. Y'all cooking, man.
yeah. It's a
yeah,
UFO. It's a UFO
definitely.
or a
I
Vimana.
want to
Motion
add to
picture.
what Zay. I want to add to
Yeah.
what Zay was saying. He was talking about the funeral aspect when you leaving the body. I also think of it like this. I'm gonna add this to it. Fume. You leaving behind fumes, like gas behind in it. The higher you go, the more fumes gonna dispute. And it's like going up in the spaceship. The spaceship gonna leave fumes behind, all the gas and stuff, and it's gonna go up in the air. But then it gotta go back down because it's not astral. It's not an astral body. But when you die, that astral body is gonna go up like a spaceship, and portals, like the stars, is portals that you can enter into. If the Orion Belt was to be, able to go through it, like what I like to claim, gateway out of this dimension.
Hey, and this also, man, like on the last screen we was talking about astral projection. We was talking about the different. I brought up the line dancing shit with all the people in the line dancing and how the first one will do the action, then the second one will do it. It'll look like it's dope. It looked like a little bitty, like when they make cartoons, they take still pictures and then they shuffle it and it look like it's moving. That's what's happening for real. Like every action we take becomes a frozen image in time, but all of these images are in motion by the ether, and that's what's giving us our making it a motion picture. But think about this: the first one making the action is the boat, and then the action is repeated behind it in a form of a ripple effect. You see, this pattern is making the shape of the boat. And then each ripple that's born behind it shows you time travel. The big ripples that's way down here, they talk about the giants on the outer rings. That's us. That's our reality. And that's a past they said we're in an expanding universe. So the last rings are the most expanded ones that have left the center the furthest. And our world has been leaving the North Pole since it was recreated in ancient Egypt. I already went over that. Each of these universes got to keep expanding like a balloon blowing up, and one day it's gonna pop, and that's why they got to always keep making another fucking universe. And see, when the shit pop, all them souls are free, like popping a pinata and the candy falling out. That's why they trying to recreate everybody and trap you again and keep doing it. This shit got an expiration date, just like a ripple do. The ripples that's finna die the quickest are the oldest people who wrinkled up the most, and they're the most shallow, soft. If you think of these bottom ripples right here, this shows you when you start dying and decomposing, your body inflates, it get gases, like it follow this whole ripple effect pattern, yo. And eventually your shit just pop, burst, you just start decomposing and shit. But just like we're doing what these ripples doing. As the sky turn and time pass, we're literally became a small version of ourselves. Now remember, the boat is just the pure light. Like what I'm saying is this, right? And I'm gonna mute the flow. Look, the boat was the sperm cell. That was how you started this ripple effect in this creation. That sperm cell is the boat right there. And look, everything behind that is this light right here that's projecting the avatar, this fake body. So the sperm is inside of that light, and you can see that right here. And this sperm represent the mind inside of the brain. When this sperm went into this egg, it split it. And that turned into the mind in the middle of the left and right brain. Now, as the mind expands, it will push the left and right brain away from it like Samson pushing these towers. That's the mind in the middle of the brain. Let me show you something. This is what expansion represent. As this light grow, it will shed through brains. That's why we gotta die and be recreated in higher bodies as we grow knowledge and shit. Because this light is expanding. And when it expand to the edge of this brain, it'll been took your lifetime of knowledge. And what that's saying is now this mind need new clothes because we don't want to wear tight clothes, right? You outgrow this body. That's just like I look at the tattoos on my body, right? And I said, when I got these tattoos, I didn't know no better. My mind has outgrown this body to the point I don't even like my tattoos no more. You see what I'm saying? So what's happening is this mind is expanding and it's ripping through it's unzipping itself from the body like the boat pattern right here. And then behind that body is another body that's bigger. Now it's more room to grow. And when it start filling that one out, it recreate itself again. And so it's splitting through all of these different brains until it get through the last one. And that's when the true self or the highest self is revealed. So that's what the Eucharist represent right here. It's the journey back home, and I'm showing you that with this boat here so we can tie it all together. That's the mind is ascending. And when this mind ascend when the light that's inside of this brain starts to grow and get brighter and brighter, it's actually pushing the brain, the left and right brain outward, like Samson and the two towers is what I'm saying. So
It's creating a wake just like that boat is on the water, bro. That water ripple, that what that boat is doing is creating a wake. And basically that's what the soul does when it leaves the body. It awakes. You see what I'm saying? It creates a wake. That shit deep.
Yeah, those ripples relate to the web once again, to the spider's web. You know, that's pretty much identical.
Yeah. Christmas tree and a spider web. Yeah, they correlate.
yeah.
And I want to add this to it as well. This is why symbols, like the inversion of symbols, they actually are being influenced. Let's say all is mental, right? If all is mental, then there's a certain influence that a certain symbol has, in a certain area, a certain environment, the way things is placed, it has an influence on that area and that energy. Because, back to the concept, all is mental. And there's beings that probably can't even be in this world or wasn't even born in this world yet. And they already know how to influence that certain energy in that environment for that being to, become the next Tupac, the next Michael Jackson, to be the greatest basketball player of all time. They have this, already packed down to the point like this certain event going to happen this year. We're going to create the Illuminati card. We already got it. Let's go. Put it out.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. Like, if you look at all of these little patterns behind the ship, right? Like the pattern you making if you unzipping from your, think of the soul, right? Shedding through different lifetimes and bodies, right? Breaking through different universes, right? And when it look behind itself, it's gonna see what this boat see. And what it's gonna see is its skin like the serpent, but that's represented by the sun and moon in your simulation too. Like when you unzip out of this body, the sun and moon that's been going around you your whole life, they're gonna fall too, and that's what's gonna split the sky open. When the sun and moon fall, that's the whole UFO ship in the middle. In other words, if you go back to the first image I brought up with the Tesla symbol right here, watch this. See this shit right here? Think about this T right here. If I grab one handle of that T and grab the right handle with my hands and I pull them apart, that's what we looking at here. That's what happens, what I'm saying, and with my research, what I'm saying, when we die, how the UFO ship starts to beam its portal down. Because if you look at this cup right here, it is the UFO ship. That's represented by, right? Yeah.
A vortex. That's how they getting snatched up, by vortex. That's real.
So that's my thing. Like, the vortex is inside of your body right now, though, is what I'm saying. When the vortex get out of your body, it's going to stir up the ether around your soul, and that's going to create the portal for you to get beamed out. You're making your own portal. You're making your own portal. Yeah. See, when this little mind get outside the brain, it's going to stir up the ether, and that's how it's going to get beamed. And the portal going to drop down like when you stir this cup up, and that's how he going to beam himself out. But see, that's what I'm saying. As he beam himself out, that portal is going to also disappear. And that's the sun and moon that was spinning around him in his simulation will literally fall away and fade away as part of his skin with his decomposing body. That's what I'm saying.
Matter of fact, brother, what you say about the silver cord? You know, the silver cord that's attached.
That's the zipper line, the zip line. Yeah, the silver cord, the zipper line.
Yeah.
That's what electromagnetism.
And when you say the word zipper, you saying the word zapper, and if you getting zapped, that's like a laser beam technology. Yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Hey, watch this, bro. Hey, bro, we always call traveling zipping around. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Somebody might zip around right now.
Hey, bro, everybody live in a zip code. Ain't that something?
A zip code.
Right.
Damn.
Damn.
Yep.
And the zip code is 7 numbers. Like the chakras and shit. 7 of them. I mean, y'all got
Zip
us.
code.
Let me drop a bomb for the panel, man. I told y'all, man. We be going deep, man.
And I want to add this
Hey, look, one more thing, though. What if we found out, right, and I'm going to leave with this. What if we found out that this was the real Valentine heart? This is the Pac-Man mouth eating you up. It's just you ripping out of your skin. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yes, the pistachio also.
Hey, we are the reptilians, but that's another story.
But I was going to say the neurological tube is the track, the zipper track, and that's why you got to be cautious of the egos that you start to get, because that's how your zipper get off track. And if you're off track, it's going to be harder to get out of the suit. And that's why I brought up the fish thing yesterday. When you bring up a bass fish, each level, the fish starts to explode itself, like blowing your mind, reaching the highest peak and seeing the world for what it really is. So by the time you bring the fish out the water, the brain, the eyes, the tongue, everything is out of the body, because they see that there's a whole new land, a whole new world, and then you sink them back into the ocean, deep down to where they belong, and their body go back inside of them.
So now
that's not a form of prison. In prison.
So when you think about it, y'all, we are the reptilians. It mean that the mind is a fucking reptilian. Your mind is literally reptilian.
Yeah, the oldest part of your brain, your primordial brain, is your reptilian brain. What we call in the cerebrum or the cerebellum and all that, like
cerebral cortex.
That's literally called the neocortex. Neo means new. It's the new brain. That's why we only use 14% of our brain, because we only using the reptilian part of our brain. We ain't using this new shit.
Hey, you know what's crazy though? They say that the oldest parts of the human brain, we don't use them no more. And they saying, and guess what they said? But no, that what I'm telling you, it ain't no reptilian brain specifically. A reptile sheds his skin over and over. That's what the mind does. It keeps getting born over and over again.
The human body.
So what we're talking about when they say the reptilian brain, they're really referring to the mind itself, which is a reptilian. The brain is the brain. A reptilian brain is this light right here that they don't want to say the pineal gland. Only thing I'm saying is if you look at the first body for the pineal gland, it's an alien body. It's a reptile. This is what the pineal gland is, the reptilian brain. They try to separate this little shallow chamber from this piece of meat around it. And that's the separation between the brain and the mind. They don't want to say the brain and the mind. They want to say the brain and the reptilian brain. But no, we want to say, no, the brain and the mind, the brain and the pineal gland. You get what I'm saying? They're trying to call this the reptilian brain, but it's just the pineal gland chamber.
It's really the inner man. The inner man.
That's all. Right? The soul. That's what I'm saying. That's why when I show you this image, this is the one that's constantly ripping these skins off to make himself naked again, because he don't want to be in a brain. And so that's what I'm saying. Back when he get to Eden, because enough skins that he rip off, the lighter he can get, the more he can ascend. And the last skin, he realized he just a ball of light. And that's what Adam and Eve was scared of. They wanted to put on bodies and hide their light behind a brain. This when the first humans was created in the simulation.
Hey, I guarantee the first humans were Cyclops, because we all know that the pineal is an eye. You feel me? And we might have been most likely in the water where the pineal could have been out and about and been more safe than, away from the sun. Because we know how, it deals with that light. It love it, but it couldn't be directly in it. It's too sensitive to light. It can get it through your forehead.
Now I want to add this to it. Since man, that's deep. Got me thinking about Baal, like the god Baal, and they worship this god Baal because the same thing you're talking about is the light that we like to call a reptilian brain, and they're actually worshiping the light that's in us, and this is why they sacrifice, the babies and stuff like that, like these people evil, but that's why they do that. They do that to worship that aspect, to make the child not be born in this world, but be back to their original self, which is that reptilian. That's what they worship.
Yeah, hey, remember earlier I was talking about the scrying mirror? Y'all, the scrying mirror? Hey, let's talk about that some more, right? Check this out, right? You look at this scrying mirror, right? Now look at the what they was worshiping in ancient Middle East. See, to me, this is talking about a black hole, which is it acts like a scrying mirror. Like we are holographic projections of light. And a black light can't escape a black hole, but guess what? Light can't escape a mirror. This color that we call mirror, I don't know what color that would be. You got to think about something. You got different colors on Earth. We got this thing called black on Earth. Then you got this thing called mirror. Now that ain't a color. That would be more like the silver crayon. But when you talk about the word silver, it has the root word of seal. Because what trapped Candyman's soul was the mirror. He was sealed inside of this mirror matrix. So breaking the seals is literally shattering the mirrors to get out, like what Key and what Jordan Peele was saying. And the fact that his name Jordan Peele, and we talking about peeling back the layers and shit, like, you know what I'm saying, it's some kind of coded message inside of the simulation and shit. Cause but yeah, I'm just gonna say this, right? When Candyman looked in the mirror, his soul got trapped in it. He copied himself, right, into this other alternate universe in a simulation. People, this shit is deep, because back in the days when they first created cameras, a lot of our older folks said they didn't want their picture taken. It was like a superstition to say we don't want our picture taken. That's for rich folks or some shit. I can't make this up. Poor folks was saying, you know, and I bet you niggas was telling them, oh, y'all just saying that because y'all poor. Just like poor folks say something about money today, about rich folks, and they say they just broke. But I'm telling you, a lot of the regular folks was like, yeah, well, I don't want my picture taken and shit like that. Remember, the first people that owned mirrors were rich people. So I ain't saying nothing, but it's something about mirrors and cameras that the rich had first. The rich was able to look at their reflection in the mirror first. They was able to copy their photo camera first. And they able to copy their souls first into a hologram like Tupac and all that. So they done had this monopoly on mirror shit, copying, photo. Like when you think of a celebrity, you think of a person that's a bunch of cameras following them. Like if what the ancestors was saying about taking my picture is trapping my soul, then the celebrities want to be trapped on Earth, and it'll explain the history of them taking the most pictures of themselves the most, like with paparazzi and shit. Now, I know that I'm reaching, but when you say paparazzi, it does sound like pizza. And if you think of all of the cameramen surrounding a celebrity, it will look like this image of a pizza or your flat earth map. And what I'm saying is, it's sort of like you got this dual camera system. They call it photosynthesis. And it's making you being born, it's copying your consciousness outward from the center. And the more it copy you, think about this. The real you is in the middle of this mirror, and it's a very clear image of you. But every time they copy you in one of these shards, the version of you in the middle start getting translucent and disappearing. And so the reason why there's no face in the middle of this mirror, because it's been copied so many times that it's nothing there in the middle no more. So now for him to get his face back in the middle, he got to kill all these copies, and every time he kill a copy, he can see his face clearer in this middle hole. When he killed this version, he can see his face there, but it's kind of translucent like a ghost. But as he killed each one of them, it become more and less translucent and like a real image. And so he got to kill all these versions to make this dude here, the real version, to be back at Asgard. This is teleportation. He's transporting this severed consciousness out of these shattered worlds and consolidate them back in the middle.
Yeah, I like that, what you pointing out with the paparazzi, because you right, you on point, because that's taking a slice of someone's reality. You following celebrities and you taking pictures of what's going on so you can be investigating or instigating their situation, and that's taking a slice of their reality. You don't even know this person well to even take a picture of them without their consent, but you still gonna do it because that's your job. And adding your piece to the puzzle, adding your piece to the pie, or taking a slice from it.
Yeah, and that's what this spaceship with the beaming symbolism mean. And I'm gonna say this real quick: the whole thing about the celebrity in the camera flash all the time. We say the celebrities are aliens, right? But look at how the symbolism tied together. We're all aliens that's in this camera flash. You're in your what's projecting your body down is Polaris, your own crown. And the reason that you can't leave the Earth yet is because the body what got your spaceship door closed. When the body stopped using the energy of the soul to be on Earth, then when this body lay down, the door of this spaceship are open to receive your true light, your true self. So look at this spaceship, like I said earlier. When this body lay down, what's gonna get up out of this body is a new version of you. But that new version can't live on this same Earth where the old version was buried at. That new version got to enter the spaceship to go to its next world for its new life. Now, I'm gonna say this and yield the flow. It's the spaceship that's projecting the new version of you onto the Earth when this old version go in the ground. And that's why you need to look at this spaceship like a camera that's copying your consciousness out to death. Whatever you
Hey,
was at the moment of death,
That
it's gonna snap. Yeah, it's gonna copy that into this new version that you could continue on growing in from that point. So look at this spaceship like a camera. Yeah.
hey, I
right, and I'm
just
gonna
got
add
something
this
real
to it
quick.
as well. When you say new version, I'm thinking of new version. You basically working
Like
around that
Mary.
root chakra. Yeah, that root chakra, and you got to plant the seed in the ground to grow that tree. And we just dying just to plant that tree. The new version, going back to sex magic, it's the same concept. You're rebuilding the root chakra. You're rebuilding whatever chakra you in into a new version of yourself. So the whole version means basically just that new version of yourself, trying to create light.
Hey, I'm gonna be real quick, right? But Brother Sanchez said silver. And the word silver, you can look at it. An anagram of the word silver is sliver. We know like a little sliver of something. You feel me? Like you said, slice and all of that. Yeah, it connects.
Yep, facts.
Yeah, man. And you know what's crazy? Like in ancient Egyptian, they said when they die, your Merkaba, which is a new copy of yourself, like the put it this way, the way that you look when you died, what's gonna happen? The universe gonna make a copy at that moment, and that version of you is what's gonna hop out of the body like the movie Ghost. That's how you gonna be able to see your corpse, your own corpse. That version of you is like a translucent, new, see-through-ish type body, but what it represents is this new you, right? This new you that can continue on your growth and learning. But it can't continue it in this old world where this is like the second grade classroom. And what's gonna be born out of this second grade body is your third grade body. But your third grade body got to go to its third grade classroom, and that's your journey out of this earth in your new refined Christ body. Now, as you leave this earth, it's like Nebuchadnezzar said, because Jesus and Nebuchadnezzar were really souls on an ethereal realm. That's what I'm telling you. This is two people talking that just died. And Nebuchadnezzar saying, well, how do I continue my journey? And one saying, look, you go through that portal above you. That's going to put you back in the belly of your mama. But Nebuchadnezzar couldn't understand that. Like, yeah, you're going to be reborn again. But this baby version of you is going to have all this knowledge that you gained in this lifetime. And when we say, I wish I knew this stuff that I know now when I was a child, all of your life experience in this lifetime gonna be stuffed back into a little baby. So now you're gonna be a smart ass baby, man, in your next life. And all of this experience, you're gonna keep being this super baby. Like every time you're born, they're gonna say, damn, these children getting smarter and smarter. Like, and as you move into what they said, a golden child sort of concept. But this what's happening. This is what Nebuchadnezzar didn't understand. Even the ancient Egyptians said, your next experience is going to be this same world. It's going to be the same you, but a newer, more better, mature, spiritual, enlightened version. Put it this way. Everything we wish for in this world, like, man, I wish I can revisit my past lifetimes. I wish I can astral project, do all that. Imagine being born in the next world where that's just common knowledge with all the souls there. And you got your wish came true. Everybody getting their wish granted. So if you see what I'm saying, some people ain't into this type of knowledge, so they want to come back here to play some more. That's their wishes. But my thing is, the universe is placing your consciousness at a certain position in the universe based on the level of awareness is on. Now, as we journey out of this world in our third grade body, like I was saying, I'm just using an example. We go in our 3rd grade classroom and we leaving 2nd grade class. The whole journey out of this world and our new body is the consciousness stuffing its new experience in a whole nother baby body in a higher world where and that higher world, and this is what I'm starting to think. It's this same life that we've been living that we just trying to perfect. Like an actor that's repeating the same script until they get it right. So I'm thinking that we can't really edit this script or get a new movie or break free from this particular matrix until we undo all karma in this particular version of us. It has to exalt, it has to purge itself of all this shit. See what I'm saying? And perfect itself in each of these bodies. It didn't destroy that version of itself if it didn't perfect itself in that version. That's to say it passed that class. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, man. I think each lifetime before we really break free from this particular version of ourselves is really you reliving this same life until you master it, until you perfect yourself within it. Then you can go to the other slice or the other part of you in the alternate reality. But I do think it's possible to get caught up in infinity of reincarnation in this life if you don't go ahead and perfect this version of yourself. But each lifetime that you make a mistake and you have to come back, you do get better and better, which is the good thing, what I'm saying.
Hey, bro, you already know about the Kali Yugas and like the Hindu perception of time. Like they'll literally tell you that we're gonna have like 7 billion lifetimes. You know what I mean? That's how you become a perfected soul. It's like, it's wild, man.
Yeah.
A day to Barama is like millions of years. You feel me?
Which is like, so many lifetimes on a human scale.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it. Like when Krishna came, the thing that made Krishna so special is that when Krishna came, Barama kind of got jealous, like, oh, all y'all following this dude? All right, I'm out of here, right? And he left for days. And like I said, one of his days is a very, very long time. So what I'm saying is he left, and when he came back, he said everything was just like he left it. Like the Krishna had the people in peace for that damn long that, what I'm saying, it fucked Barama head up. He couldn't believe, like, damn, how I come back and everything's still good. You feel me? So that's what made Krishna special. That's why we got that Krishna consciousness or that Christ consciousness. That's what we need to achieve. That's what, what I'm saying, the best of us, that's what we do.
And that's why I said, look, Samson is Christ. Instead of the 2 thieves, you got the 2 pillars, right? But that's my thing. Like, that's why I said Christ is just crushed, because as he crushing the towers, he's slaying the devil, and they said that Christ got the keys to hell, and that means the keys to open up the gates of hell, right? And if opening up the gates of hell is literally unzipping, opening up the curtains, peeling the veil of this simulation back like a layer that was over your eyes, is what Jesus represent, what Samson represent, crushing the simulation.
Hey, bro, I'm the only person I thought ever connected Samson and, Jesus or whatever, but really it's Samson, Moses, and Jesus. They really all the same, exact same. And they scared for people to look at it like that, because then a so-called Christian might have to be gangster before he truly wake up to his calling. You know what I mean? They don't, what I'm saying? They don't want to acknowledge that, oh, ain't no way you came from such, what I'm saying? Rough stock and then turned into such a great being. But they know that's really how, what I'm saying? That's really how everything operates. You know what I'm saying? What we call it, transmuting. You feel me?
Watch this. Have y'all ever seen, now we talking about Samson, I'm finna reach a little bit. There's a technological company called Samsung. And if you look at their logo, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. The teeth right there that you see on the apple, that's the zipper, man. That's the zipper. The teeth is the zipper. And that apple, as the worm eat through the apple, that the worm is the soul or the mind, the serpent energy. This ball of light right here, as it moves, it looks like a serpent with the light that is leaving a tail or a sperm cell or whatever. And that right there is the worm in the apple. That's you in your Taurus field, and that worm is biting through the layers of the apple, right? And as the worm bite through the apple, that's what I'm saying. It's you peeling through the layers of reality, trying to make it out of this apple. This what they call a big apple. You know what I'm saying? The big apple is really the human Taurus field, and the worm that's in it, in that big apple, is you, the mind. And what's happening is this fish that's in the middle of this Taurus field, that's the mind and the brain constantly ascending upward. All right, and as it ascend upward, it shed through bodies like this. So that's why I keep showing you, even Samsung is giving you this same sort of, because this little yoni symbol, that's like a zipper handle. You know, think of a zipper handle on your coat. And then as you pull it, it opens the apple up. It unzips the apple like it's eating through the apple like a worm. You see what I'm saying? This symbolism is all around us. And I'm just saying Samsung is doing exactly what Samson is doing. It's eating through the towers or pushing through. It's opening the apple up. That's what this symbol represent right here. You know what I'm saying?
That's the same thing they did with the Twin Towers and the
Yeah.
Big Apple. They collapsed the Twin Towers and then they put up that big ground zero light.
Yeah, that's facts.
A building 7. Don't never forget building 7 fell for no reason. So 3 buildings went down.
Yeah, man. This is crazy though.
And 7 would just be Jesus in between the two thieves.
Yeah, yeah. And Kabbalah, you know, in the Kabbalah, you got the 2 pillars, but the middle pillar is pretty much, you know, invisible, but it's there. You feel me? That's why they say death is the beginning of knowledge. DAATH. And that's similar to the word death. You know what I'm saying? That's why we call Dios. In Latin, it's called, you know, a god is called a Dio, or a goddess is called a Dia. But DIE is also how you say God. So that's telling you literally you have the DIE to be a Dio or a Dia. That's why they say ye are gods, but you will die like mortal men.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna die, and you're gonna become a Dio.
But
right.
if you okay, yeah, go ahead for sure.
I was just gonna say that one part when you said the halo thing, it automatically made me think that's how some souls get trapped because they're scared of going through the, you know, that portal, the halo, which would just lead you to being crowned as a baby.
Look, y'all not, and look, this go back to the scrying mirror. Like the MGM lion is literally, I think that the reason is black because like we be looking for the little mirror color, that silvery color, but with this image, I'm thinking that's a scrying mirror. You know what I'm saying? And like when our soul looked in the scrying mirror, it cried like the lion did. Like that lion is crying out basically, you know, and that's what shattered.
You know what? Right.
So, but hold on. When the lion looked in the mirror and started roaring, it broke the mirror. And when it broke the mirror, it copied itself in all these different universes. This is what the ancestors saying happened on a spiritual level, how we got trapped into this simulation. But I'm gonna let y'all, you know, fuck with that a minute. Go ahead. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, you're right about that. Lionsgate film with the background being black. That is a scribe mirror, and the color of the lion even symbolizes that whole scribe mirror right there. Yeah, with the gold around it, and the lion roaring through, you know, through it and changing, you know, its facial structure because they change it in different movies to add a little humor to it. But it also, you know, that's just a way of manifesting, you know, it's a form of manifestation.
Hey
And
bro, speaking on them,
is basically stand for.
hey, I'm gonna say speaking on them pillars and also lions. The god Vishnu, one of his avatars is Narasimha. You feel me? Narasimha is a lion, or a man with a lion's head or lion upper body. And matter of fact, he burst. Matter of fact, the guy like ended up breaking a pillar. You know what I'm saying? Like defying the God, because you were about to kill this little boy that was supposed to have been chosen. He was like, if your God's so real, he better hurry and come save you. Because he swung at him and he missed. He hit a pillar. When he hit the pillar, Narasimha came out of the pillar. You feel me? And that's like a Samson and all in one. You feel me? And Narasimha, he went on such a rampage, the gods literally had to come down and kill him to stop him, because he wasn't gonna stop for nothing. Not just, after he ate him, he ready to keep killing. He was like, I'm here to destroy everything. Fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hey, I'm just setting up some shit for y'all. Hold on.
Yeah. What's good, bro?
Brothers, man.
It's me, myself. What's good, panel?
What's good, me, myself?
Ain't nothing much. Just a little late, Sunday visiting all the elders. So yeah. But
yeah, and then look,
one of the elders referred to as Credo Mutwa. I'm just throwing that question out there because I just want to know where everybody at.
Yeah, I'm familiar who you're talking about.
I didn't hear him because he broke out on my end for a minute.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I meant Credo Mutwa, the Zimbabwean soothsayer.
He's a Zulu folklorist that speak about extraterrestrial encounters and stuff like that.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir.
He's a Dogon priest. Basically, who that is? David Icke ain't doing nothing but doing like Helena Blavatsky did with the Hindu knowledge. That's what he's doing with the Dogon knowledge that he get from Credo Mutwa.
I know about Credo Mutwa, but I never really sourced any of his information though. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
And the reason I bring that question up, because I saw I just honestly for the last 30 minutes I've been trying to skim through everything just so I'm not just hopping in the deep end and can't swim. But Credo Mutwa, he's a blacksmith as well. So I watched a few documentaries of his, a few lectures. He speaks about the same things that he's from the Zulu blood.
Keep breaking up, bro. Turn your camera.
Zimbabwe is where his peoples are from, right?
I'm gonna turn your camera off, bro, because you don't break up. Go ahead.
All right, for sure. Appreciate it. All right, yeah. Credo Mutwa, right? He speaks of all sorts of species of aliens, right? But the main one was the one that actually visited his people in southern Zimbabwe, where Adam's calendar actually lies, where so-called Incan and Enlil were.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you follow David Icke's reptilian agenda and extraterrestrial talks?
Yes, absolutely. When I first got into the ancient alien stuff,
that's the problem, and I don't really want to be funny or nothing. I'm gonna let you talk, but I'm just gonna warn you that all the people over here, like, we know David Icke is a fucking clown, and for that matter, Credo Mutwa is too. I'm just trying to be nice, but go ahead, bro.
Oh no, thank you for the disclaimer. I appreciate that. But one of the main things that Credo Mutwa brings up is that there's a species of alien that looks like the little dinosaur that spit in the fat dude eye in the first movie, right?
See what I'm saying?
No, but look, that species is also the same species type that's in the Hellboy movie that brings the understanding.
See here?
You see what I'm saying? Now look. I just wanted to throw that out there because everybody's talking about movies, right? Spider-Man and how it relates to our stolen ancient knowledge, right? I think this is part of the story that's missing as well. I'm just gonna put it like that. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I think the shit right there is what hid the motherfucking story. And ain't none of us talking about movies the way you talking about it. You on your own with that. When I talked about that we was a reptilian, I'm dealing with sacred geometry. This what the inside of your brain look like. See, when you talk about movies, you think that the movie actually can teach me something. When I'm just showing you how the movie stole the teachings. For example, let me show you something. Movie can't teach me a goddamn thing that the ancestors ain't taught me already. I go to the movie to show you that they stole it from the ancestors who taught me. This is what they get. Let me finish though. This is what they give you for the alien concept, y'all. Look at that. And this is what I'm saying about what's inside the mind. Now, what I'm saying is where these bastards stole this bullshit Hollywood shit from. They're trying to hide it behind spookism. That's what Credo Mutwa doing. That's what David Icke doing. They want to convince these children that it's real extraterrestrials and alien walking around, and it's alienating them to their own goddamn mind right here that's inside of them. Is making them subconsciously scared of what the fuck they are. We the aliens. We the extraterrestrials. You know why? We don't know who the fuck we are for real. We alienate. Look, the real us that's observing this experience is right here. And if you look at that shit, this how they even get the alien body. This how they even get this scary little creature trying to personify your pineal gland. David Icke and Credo Mutwa ain't teaching about the pineal gland. They teaching about little monsters and shit. Cause there's some deceivers and some clowns, and any nigga bring them up, I'ma give them that smoke, nigga. Even when they dead, I'ma dig them up and spit on them and give them that smoke. Cause guess what? These are fucking imposters that hid the truth and muddied the waters. They ain't even shouldn't have a voice in this community. One of them is white and European, and I ain't pulling a race card, but these are foreigners trying to tell me about my shit. One from Africa. See, I'm not impressed by niggas who from the Zulu and all. Fuck them. I don't care about, listen, I don't care. Hey, who want to get booted off this motherfucker though? Hey, watch this. I ain't impressed with that nigga's cape, his scepter. Like, that he another Jabari to me. I would treat Credo Mutwa no different than Jabari and straight up disrespect them intellectually and won't be talking about no elder, yes sir, none of that shit. Treat them just like I would Garvey. These old charlatans and gate guards, just like I do Farrakhan.
Like you treat garbage. Hey, bro, Sanchez. I really think you got Renoku Rashidi confused with Credo Mutwa. Because
bro,
that's
all I'm the same, man. Listen, my nigga.
I ain't gonna lie. Like what I was saying about David Icke doing like Helena Blavatsky did, that don't make the Hindu knowledge any less. It just mean that she's the copycat.
Hey, brother, what's happening right now though, my brother, is everything I just said, I wasn't even directing that to you, and you kind of hopping into like a little crossfire, and what you saying I don't necessarily disagree with right now, but I was really talking to my brother, me myself. I'm letting him know it's smoke time, respect. That's my brother now. He know this is what
already,
all the time, yeah. And I was just letting him know as my brother, I'm gonna give my brother smoke when he bring up people who I think imposters, and it allow for a good steel, sharp and steel. Cause I know I just can't throw out everything David Icke teach. I know it's some shit that he teach that I probably agree with, just like Alex Jones and shit. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but David Icke is fucking up the teachings of Credo Mutwa. And if you ever just listen to Credo Mutwa himself, is a lot more solid. Like you saying that we
ain't fucking them up though, bro. Hey, listen. Credo Mutwa, Credo Mutwa gave David Icke the stamp of approval before he died. So you saying that David Icke messed up his teaching, he's saying David Icke is one of my best students. Credo saying David Icke one of my best students. He would Credo himself would defend David Icke if he heard you say that, is what I'm saying.
I've never seen that kind of footage going on.
So you're going to act like you don't see this picture on the screen. Like, all you got to do is Google the man, and you'll see that you can't mention.
All you got to do is look, bro.
Let me do one thing, y'all. let's let this dude here who keep yelling, let's let him talk, man. Let's let him unmute and get it off his chest, whatever he
All right,
trying to say.
Sanchez. One more thing. Last time I logged in, you called me Swahili. I'm not Swahili.
I'm sorry
I'm from.
if I said you the wrong nationality. Forgive me. Now I'm gonna give you the mic and let you speak your mind, brother. Go
I
ahead.
want you to speak more. Actually, I want you to go in with the notes, and then you just speak, and I'm log out for, like, when you want me to log in, and I'm gonna log in when you want to log in. Cause tonight I was mad, bro. I almost killed a black woman. Actually, logged off the grid.
Can y'all hear what he's saying?
No, I don't speak Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that sounds like he saying something crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. He said he killed somebody or something. I don't know.
Now, he
I'm
almost
not
kicked the black
throwing
woman
it
or
out
something.
there, but
What I said.
it sounded crazy, bro.
Have sex and shit.
Yeah, brother. We just go.
Yeah,
You know what
we got a live one.
We're gonna go ahead and put him in a waiting room and continue our bill. Me
For
myself.
sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. All right. I just wanted to throw, of course, we all covered the Credo Mutwa. I believe in stargates. Do y'all?
Yes.
Yeah,
Listen.
I believe in that. Yeah.
But listen.
All
Here's
right,
the
go ahead.
thing, though. When you say Stargate, we all don't believe it's the same thing. Like I think the Stargate is. I think the Stargate is the opening to the macabre ship. It's the gateway to you getting inside of your starship. And to me, that's the mind. I don't think our consciousness is in our mind. I think it fell into the brain, and that's represented by the neural network. And that's how they can capture your soul, because it fell into hell. If the mind withdraw all its energy from out the brain, that is what we call out of body. Then the mind take all of that wiring to another universe where it can plug in there. And those wiring are the senses: smell, touch, all of that. So that's what Neuralink basically doing. But they can't get the mind if the mind don't exist in a body, so to speak. The body is the gateway. Yeah, the brain is the gateway in between them getting that mind in the middle. Like this whole brain around that mind is like a gate to me. And once they get the goddamn mind out the middle, they just got your starship. That's your little star that you travel with in the heavens, that go in and out of bodies. But let me not be long-winded, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, you got it.
No, you good, bro. And just to piggyback off the term gateway, that's one of the so-called doctored documents from the CIA that I'm reading through or skimming through, whatever they haven't doctored. It's called the Gateway Project, and how you literally, how they actually have that, like on where it's pretty much a school for training people to go outside of body, to go outside of mind, to astral project, et cetera, et cetera. But my point was, my point is, since we know that we are first thought, then light, then what we call the physical reality, right? The material realm, right? I also believe that we have been figured out how to go back in time and alter our current reality. I also believe from my research that we can physically go through and cut through the realms, but not everybody, because you have to be trained up to do that on a sentient, a more intelligent, and you have to have your body physically altered as well, I believe. But that's all I just wanted to throw out there, since we were on the topic of y'all on the topic earlier.
Let me build with you on that. I agree and disagree, but I see what you're saying, and I'm saying, put it like this: you trying to say from an artificial standpoint of modifying the body to live in certain environments, you got to add different elements to your physical body to withstand a different climate. It may be hot in this area, it may be cold in this area. They may have different types of bugs and and shit like that. And this basically beyond what I believe is beyond the ice walls and shit, different lands out there. We on the same page?
Yeah, you good, bro.
Yeah, and that's basically like that. And Avatar, I'm gonna use Avatar, the movie Avatar, when the white guy he got into the machine and he basically mimicked himself to be the Avatar as the ones in the tribes and stuff. And that's basically
It's
what
like
I'm getting.
it's like how it's almost pretty much how we talk about how demons have to be. You have to allow the so-called and demons is just a altered dimension into your physical shell. That's pretty much what the movie Avatar was about because he didn't physically go there. He went into an astral plane setting, what's it called, deprivation tank, and then he popped out into another realm, but he was physically there though.
Now watch
See, that's
this.
what I was gonna say
Now
when
watch
you said we could physically travel. I was gonna say I don't
now
totally agree with that part because
now
even
watch
astral projection and none of that is physical like that. But yeah,
now
And
watch
that
this. Watch this. In the movie Avatar, what was the focal point of the whole movie? The tree of life getting chopped down. So
Yeah.
when you talk about this, right, in the middle of our earth is the biggest tree on the earth, and it ain't made out of wood. It's an electromagnetic mushroom cloud where the first explosion of energy that created this universe is at, right? Now, how are they gonna cut that electromagnetic tree down? See, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna do it with CERN. So think about this. Now, here's what CERN doing, right? CERN is like Paul Bunyan's axe because the North Pole tree is so big and it ain't made out of wood, it's made out of plasma light, which is what the CERN beam is gonna be. It's gonna be a huge axe that can literally cut through this ethereal aspect of our reality. It can literally, what'll happen is that's the pole shift I'm talking about. Because when they use this to chop down our tree of life like a laser chop, like this is Paul Bunyan's axe. When that tree of life fall down, wherever it's pointed at, that's gonna be the new North Pole. That's the whole pole shift. And this is really what the CERN machine is basically doing in a nutshell. It's Paul Bunyan's axe. You cut down the avatar's tree of life in the middle of their world, just like the movie.
Yeah.
And it show you
Sanchez,
in the movie Avatar, that tree was a light tree in the movie. Yeah.
hey Sanchez, I ain't gonna lie, I would have been watching you a long time ago if people would have said that you know what I'm saying, go in about more than flat Earth all day. I'm a flat earther, but I'm like, ain't no way this dude talking about flat Earth all day. You feel me? For real, like you really be on some metaphysical shit. I like it, and some historical shit.
Yeah, but see, this is part of flat Earth, though, is what a
I
lot
know
of
you can
people.
tie
Yeah,
anything in. I know how it go. I know how
cause
that go.
cause all we talking about is simulation theory, holographic
Synchronicity.
universe. Yeah, and
Yeah.
really another word for that is flat Earth, ancient cosmology, cause this the same thing the ancestors were saying about uh reality. But yeah, when you see the Avatar tree, though, man, like check that out. When,
Man, that's crazy.
That's the tree of life. And when we say the word root, because we talking about our roots, we're the fruit that's rooted to the tree, that left the tree. This is why this tree right here was signified as Jesus being a fisherman. Him casting a rod out is how we left this tree of life. Our true sleeping self, the consciousness casting out from Eden. All of those avatar creatures around this tree, let me show you what that is real quick. When you look at the movie Avatar, that's all of us humans around the North Pole. We're really Avatar. And in the middle is the tree that's projecting our whole reality outward. That's why we couldn't let them tear it down. Now listen, what's connecting you to the tree is the torus field. Now, if you take the word root and rearrange it, you'll get Toro, which is Toro, Taurus field with the word root as well. But let me pass the mic, y'all.
Yeah, when I'm thinking of, man, this is deep. I don't even know where to go. There's so many ways I can go with this. The hologram, basically, that whole concept of the hologram, you basically enter into this reality, and the whole physical concept of you being able to touch things and stuff like that. No, that's actually your light body being connected to the neural network. And you can enter into any reality just with your mind and connect to any network, which is the neurons that's creating the iron. And the iron is the condenser to the electricity in your body. Without iron, you wouldn't be able to do certain things because your energy will be real low. So it plays a role on that. And it goes back to Iron Man. He can fly within that suit, and then he can get the suit to fly back to him, and it'll come together, come to pieces. It's a similar basically just for the avatar, and adding on to another avatar, and being able to communicate with it because it has its own way of thinking, its own way of being, which means that everything is just wholeness. We're all whole beings. We're all full beings.
Hey, the lineage of Ruth, back when brother Sanchez said the root, you feel me? Or the Torah. The Torah is, the Torah field, showing how it's also that root. And like I say, the lineage of Ruth, that's literally, the chosen bloodline. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be from the lineage of Ruth.
Like, and then look, Jonah coming up out the well, or Jonah coming up out the world right here. Like, peeling off this skin is also peeling off this whole world that it was in as well. Going back to how all of our world end when we die and our world start when we born. You know what I'm saying? We just joining the internet. Like, I come in my house and cut my computer on, and then I log on. That's called I'm being born. But my power was on before I logged on. And my power gonna stay on when I log off. My power didn't go off. I just logged off. That's what life is like, logging on, logging off. Not turning on and turning off. They want to trick us like it's powering on and powering off. No, logging on and logging off is different than powering on and powering off.
Right. Yep. Exactly. And man, you just said a lot just then.
Everything
And then it goes back to consciousness and unconscious. Logging on, logging out, powering on, powering off. That's synonymous with conscious and then unconscious. Let's say, for instance, fluoride is dumbing down the population. The people can still be smart and still drink fluoride water. But then if they think about it, I don't need no fluoride. I don't need that water. I need to go back to the spring water. They're consciously thinking. But if they drink it and they don't know that and they still smart about it, they're unconsciously thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, y'all want to see some more sacred geometry shit that go deep to what we saying too?
Man, let's go deep.
Hey, watch this shit, right? Here go what CERN, this is what they calling the Higgs boson particle. Basically what that is not a particle. It's when they finally discover this, is when they're gonna reach the other side of this new dimension they creating to connect our world with it. How we're gonna be able to get from our world to this other world that they making, what they calling a new heaven. I'm calling it the new hell. Okay. When you flip the word heaven around, by the way, you'll see that it's like the word never win or some shit like that. Try it. But check this out, y'all.
Navia. Yep, yeah, Navia. Never.
So, yeah. Yes, yep. And that's a whole nother realm too, I think. But I ain't wanna. Yeah, but check, ain't that like some realm or something?
Yep.
Talk about, yeah. So, but
that's
yes,
why they
neither worlds.
And the brother just said boson, and boson is like the speaker covenant Bose, B-O-S-E.
Hey, that is deep right there, bro. Yeah. And it's like a bison, which is like a bull or something, bro. This is dope. Hey, yeah. That Taurus energy. Hey, look, one more thing, and I'm gonna shut up. This being right here is what's going to allow human consciousness to cross in and out of different dimensions. When this happened, they're saying we're going to be interdimensional beings, or what they're calling interstellar beings. Now look at this little line right here, like one of these. It's going to allow us to cross over those great waters, the primordial ocean of Nu. This technology going to allow us to cross over that like this right here. So when I'm saying something with sacred geometry, I want you to listen up to this. We say what? We say we got the log on and log off. And that's like walking on a log to cross the waters to get to the promised land. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the way you got to walk that log, you're gonna look just like the God Jesus, right? With his arms out on the cross, because you got to get balance. So this is like tightrope walking.
That's
right?
God shit. Hey,
Damn, I like that. Log on,
bro,
log out, watch on and watch out
bro.
from that movie Karate Kid.
Because
that's what I'm thinking of.
Real quick, watch this. In the beginning, the book literally says in the beginning was the logos.
The logos.
Yeah, log.
Right.
Log means
now watch this. Watch this shit. If you look and light is the word logos, log, bro, we cooking. And here go the log light right here, the CERN beam. It's the log of light that's allowing us souls to cross the waters into this other new reality that they making. Where a little girl at? Just like that. And this how Christ was able to cross over with his arms like that and log on and off on the log like that. But if you think about this whole shit, bro, he said logos, that's deep, because I thought about some shit, right? Damn, it just slipped my motherfucking mind, right? But
hey, bro, it's deep as hell how you said that's like Christ, because literally you have to keep your hands what? Pinned right there. You feel me? Your feet and all, everything gonna have to basically stay nailed to that exact space, that exact point.
It's like how you connect Legos too.
Legos, logos, yeah, man.
Yep. Damn, Zay. You cooking.
Like your slinky teaching, like, you understand me, the link to the serpent is the slinky, right? That's why it's called a slinky, and that's why it looked like that other image you had up. Not them two, but the other one. Go back two more. But yeah, you know what you said. No, the one that looked like a slinky.
I got you right here.
No, not that one. The one that's red, yellow, and no, you just put it up.
The Eucharist. I don't know.
No, it looked exactly like a slinky. No,
what's the point though? We can picture a slinky in our mind. That's an easy one. Go ahead, I got you. I'm gonna keep going through in case you see it, but go ahead.
All right, cool. I'm saying that's the link. That's the pull and give. That, you know how the slinky go down the damn stairs or whatever. That's the pull and give.
Yeah, we didn't
it
have
we
didn't have no slinky picture up, but this what I'm
you
saying,
didn't have a slinky. It might be your tourist field picture.
So look, y'all. Listen, the word log, right? The word leg, right? Which is something you walk with. So this is like a leg for the soul. Where my brother at with the logos etymology, the log shit, right? Because check this out, right?
Yeah.
Think about this. You got the leg, you got the log, you got the lodge, and the lodge looks like a very long hallway. The town hall, the lodge look like this light beam, right?
Yeah, you can't even spell legal without leg.
There you
that's
go.
What leg means. Yeah.
And like you said, in the beginning was the logos, right? It's just saying log on or log off. Now watch this. When you go to Google,
saying get that knowledge.
But let me show you something. Here go the log. Y'all see it? It's the blank bar that you type in. It's this white beam which gonna allow you to go to other place. Like think about it. When you go to Google, that blank little white line is what's gonna take you where you wanna go. In this little log right here, this white little line, and that's what this white line gonna do with CERN. I'm just showing you how we log this is like a log button too. Now think about it, on a computer, that's the space bar, which is the largest one. And large is log, a large. Now think about this. What allows separation on your keyboard between words is this space bar. And space is ether, and that's what separate the mentions, the words. Like when you speaking, you separate the words with space. And each of these universes is literally an ecosystem or a word of God, a mansion, something mentioned from a, so, and these mentionings or mansions, man Zions, man kingdoms that was built by commandments, right? Spoken word.
Has many mansions.
Right, and each mansion is separated by space bar. We don't make run-on sentences, so that's the ether. That space bar, this little this beam portal. Even Christ said a straight and narrow.
Hey, put it like this: you know, in the beginning, you know, when he breathed, you know, his name or whatever in the man, like the only sound you can make when you breathe is, you know, that breath. And like you say, that's that pause in between each word that we, you know, no matter what we're saying. You feel me? So it's still that little space, that little God.
The inhale and the exhale. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's crazy that, you know, when you walking across that log is turning in the water, and you got to know how to balance while that log turning with your hands out, right? And it's a slippery slope, as they say. And it's crazy because the CERN beam, right, is turning just like the log, and it's because what's surrounding that is the waters. The consciousness passing through this beam is like the underwater tubes that our cars drive through that go through a lake or something. How they got the road going under the water, and so you can cross through the water. This
like a tube.
Yeah, this is what Moses was representing, like how to separate the waters and make a path for the people to get to the other side. This the Moses technology right here. So it's this CERN portal here. You know what I'm saying? Like the consciousness going through this middle beam, and now it's protected from the waters out there. You know what I'm saying?
And speaking on silver again, the Silver Surfer. When you're looking at that CERN law,
that's deep.
Yeah.
Real. Silver Surfer. That's
also,
deep.
And also, I want to add this into it as well. When I'm looking at that picture, I'm also thinking of a dragon, the Chinese dragon, Dragon, the 8-headed dragon. So that also is metaphorical that the dragon has different souls, and that's basically why the dragon is so symbolic in China or in Asia. So, man, this is deep.
So guess what I want to say too? In case if nobody else was gonna grab the mic, if anybody else want to grab it before me, go ahead. But I'm gonna make a point about this lifetime we in. When we got to this earth, our consciousness basically took the same beam technology that they trying to make now. Our souls are old spirits from an old another advanced world that came into this underworld. And we use this same technology to beam ourselves into our little young body. But what I'm saying is we are young souls, y'all. We baby souls. Check me out, right? The most advanced tightrope walkers are what they said Christ consciousness. When you look at Christ on the cross, this is how Christ crossed over. That's saying you know how to fly. You're a plane, you're a bird. Now, everybody can't do that right there. You got to really know how to be a good tightrope walker. And that's what Christ representing. When we came to this earth, we want the most best tightrope walkers. We ain't ascended to get our Christ balance yet. We growing our wings out, and the wings that we growing would allow us to walk this straight and narrow path like Christ did and balance ourselves And what's happening is this. The people that don't grow these wings to be able to walk across this line, like the advanced souls that enter and exit this world, that's what I'm saying, y'all. They go into these universes where they're these little balled up babies. And I'm finna show you what I mean, right? Watch this real quick so I don't look crazy real quick. This will take 1 minute. Check this out. See, when we came into this earth, we was balled up. And before we could walk, we had to learn how to crawl. Not the new babies in the future will never have to crawl. They're gonna come out knowing how to walk because humans are advancing. They're gonna be superhumans. Crawling gonna be some primitive shit. They even show you that with evolution, right? That the early humans were most slumped over there and they started to stand up more. But we know that's a lie. I'm gonna show you what they saying. Our ancestors have been creating beaming technology from the dawn of time, but we haven't learned how to cross over the right way. Crossing over is a gift. It's something you learn to do. So baby souls, when they want to walk that line, they don't look like this dude right here. This is what they look like. See, we're baby souls. We ain't Christ yet. So when our first incarnation into this experience, we were balled up in a fetal bag. They said, look, y'all had to crawl before you walk. The reason we had to learn how to crawl before we can walk is because the last thing we was doing as spirits was crawling. And that was us crossing over on this straight and narrow as conscious beings. We wrapped our body around that thing. And that's what baby Christ was, a serpent or a sperm seed. The serpent wrapped around a cross is the way that baby Christ took his first incarnation. You feel me? And the way baby Christ would do that is like this. I would wrap around this damn thing and like she doing and cross. Now your big brother may be able to walk across real fast like this. He advanced. But the babies, that's the first way they gonna think to cross it. So I'm telling you, our first incarnation, we're crawling and walking. And after that, we're using this same balancing pole to fly. We ain't even using the fucking log no more to enter and exit these universes. We literally are flying independent rogue planets like Nibiru, and we can go from building to building on our own. We don't even need the rope no more. That's the whole evolution of consciousness, though, and it's playing out on a physical world too. So I'm telling you, what if I told you there was some advanced humans living this earth that wasn't born? They was beamed in underworld locations where they got advanced portals, and they already using the technology they trying to bring to us now. See, and see, Phil Schneider was a psyop to hide what I'm saying, because he trying to make it like it's aliens under the ground. Yo, they got beam points under the ground where and I think a lot of these people ain't born. And that mean they come right out the portal walking, not crawling. But the humans that's living amongst these angels that's with us, assimilating among us, we crawl first. We're what they call night crawlers, like the X-Men. We crawl through the night to get here. But they more advanced beings. They like beam, they don't crawl. They just come in this bitch walking like this. Like y'all, I hope I'm gonna shut up though and let y'all fuck with that. Like,
man, that's deep, man. Because when I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about trolls and leprechauns and in the pygmy tribe and all that shit. I may be reaching too. So I want y'all to build with that, because that's synonymous with the North Pole, the Santa Claus and the elves packing all the Christmas presents and stuff. They were synonymous with creating all the technology and wrapping all the presents. And Santa Claus is just the one who's going across the world and giving children their presents.
Hey, did y'all say Silver Surfer when y'all was saying those characters?
Yeah, somebody said something.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Yeah, won't
Pri-
Silver Surfer made out of mercury?
Yeah, but the thing about that is Mercury is a messenger god that represent being on a
That's
surfboard.
right.
So we can't think about the chemical mercury as it'll throw you off. You got to automatically go into the god Mercury, which was the silver surfer that I'm showing on the screen right here, which is Christ, the one that made the crossing over. He was an alien that was beamed up. And look, that's what we're all. Christ saying the end of days, I'm going to make every man like me. And that's what CERN doing. All of us gonna be able to travel interdimensional like the first ancestors or Christ that walked the earth when they
Hey,
open this back up.
Right.
hey,
Absolutely.
brother, hey,
And
brother, it
Christ's
sound like
father. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I just want to say real quick. It sounds like RNA because you said the messenger, which it is. You feel me? So we talking about the messenger RNA to a
Yes,
degree. You feel
sir.
me?
Yep. No, that's right on the degree because DNA, like, and Christ's father was John, which is actually Ion. And so, yeah, you already know. I'm so deep, like you said. Yeah, I'm in the Mariana Trench, bro. But that was
but
Christ's father's name, and Christ is the crystalline being within all of us. It's the crystal. Crystals hold information better than anything else. When we look up computers, processing units, they use like Silicon Valley. They use crystals, quartz crystals, for a reason to hold
I
the most
I
information.
agree.
And so when we talk about crystals, right? And like I told you, I'm
But look,
reading that good
but that's what I'm showing you.
Go ahead,
Look,
bro.
when you
Yeah.
say the crystal being inside of us, crystals
Mm-hmm.
shine and crystals hold information. Tell me you talking about this what I got
Yes,
on the
sir.
screen, right? This pineal gland
Absolutely.
of mind,
That's
right? The
right.
Christ,
Yep.
right? Go, got
Mm-hmm.
you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Got you. You
the
got
absolutely.
it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you got it.
The
You got it, man.
crystal
Yeah.
skull too.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
that's
now,
No,
now,
I
when you
don't
get
wanna
when you
I
get
don't
there,
wanna cut him off, y'all. Let him finish, man.
no, y'all good. But yeah, when you get there, right? Um, it was a while back. I was like, yeah, there's a dormant pool of DMT crystals around floating that supposedly the pineal gland is floating in, and that's why they say it can be calcified or non-calcified. When that shatters and you crash through that lake, it's like going up or down through the so-called the astral plane within your mind's eye, right? The first eye, the third eye. Um, in Revelations, the seat of the throne is described in all kinds of crystals and gemstone forms. The actual skin of who sits on the throne, the Most High, is described as jasper and sardius stone, right? But he's sitting on the throne covered in what they say is the spectrum, which is the rainbow or the spectrum, right? But they use rainbow, but it's shaped like an emerald. And that throne sits on the sea of crystal. And so what it reads is like our universe, just to tap in, piggyback on everything, just to bring it full circle. Our universe is a crystalline machine of consciousness, and we are experiencing the last stage, which is the baby. We're the babies, like you said. We're the baby species of. We're the last step, right before we get to the finish line, so to speak. But what I'm starting to put together is that our reality is crazy, man, because it reads so like it's like I can see inside the machine that's running the universe, but the machine parts are made out of precious gemstones and crystals, which hold information that's transferred via light to us here. But there's a disconnect, and that's why I always give big ups to this channel because that's what we do here. We synchronize that sacred geometry. But yeah, that's all I
Hey,
wanted to throw out there. Christ.
hey,
Yeah.
but look, I wanted to say one thing too. Like when we was talking about logging on and logging off, taking that thin path what the sperm took to get to this world that we in. Like when you think of the word ladder, it's the word that's what this thing is. It's a ladder. But now we got an organ called a bladder. And I used to be like, why is the word ladder and the word bladder? Now if you pull up a bladder, you will see that the bladder actually looked like the earth, and it shows you the ladder, which is the urethra that you went up to get into the belly of the beast, which is inside of this bladder. So when they talk about the witch wearing a hood on her head, here she go right here, you inside of this. You inside of the belly of the beast. Like the bladder is a maze, it's a matrix. It looked like the brain. Like if you look at a person's bladder, it's a whole maze of tissue in this thing. And that's why I keep showing the mind is in the bladder. The brain is really what they call in the belly of the beast, or the bladder of Satan that swallowed up God into the Jonah whale right here. You in the belly of the beast. The real you is the mind. And to get out of this brain, you got to go through this whole maze, this brain tissue, for this guy to pop out the box, is what they saying. We're the whole white mouse inside of the maze is this white light inside of the brain. Now check it out. That's why they say it's the belly of the beast, because we beam in and out, and that's what the urethra represent. Now watch this, and I'm gonna yield the flow. Look at this whole organ like a human with their arms out, like a human with their head, with their arms out, just like Christ. If you start stacking all of these images of Mercury on top of each other, right? What you would make is a ladder. If I took this bladder and start stacking a bunch of them together, you will get this little arm bar where you can grab onto the two arms of this urethra and keep climbing up into these little pods. And once you climb out of the head of this pod, there's some more arms up there for you to grab on and go into another circle. And then you keep climbing what they call Jacob's ladder. Now think about this. When you say Jacob ladder, they fucking with you. The B at the end of Jacob, supposed to go with ladder, is really Yaku's bladder, not Jacob's ladder. It's the god Yaku, which is the beast, and his bladder is what we're busting out of. Jonah busting out the whale to get out of hell, y'all. Now check this out. How we're climbing out of this shit is through each incarnation. So if you look at the body spread it out on the ground, your mind looking back at the trail of dead bodies that it went through is basically looking back at a ladder to the heavens made out of bodies that it lived and died in. Because if I take all these pictures of dead Christ and stack them up, it's literally a ladder. So our ladder to heaven is incarnating, it's undoing this karma in these lifetimes that we're going through, is what I'm saying. And that's how we move out of this Jacob's ladder, Yaku's bladder, the belly of the beast, you know, that Jonah bust out of. But yeah, I'm going to fall back right there. I just want to keep diving deep with y'all.
Hey, and the stomach literally has neurons. You know, neurons has to do with the brain. And we think it strictly has to do with the brain, but the stomach is the first thing truly created. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep. Because the navel is where we start being created. So it was the stomach, you feel me? It was the neurons that led all the way up to the brain where it ballooned out and everything else came about. But yeah, it started with the stump, with the bladder. You know what I'm saying? It started in that region.
It has neuroreceptors.
That's the first brain. People look at it, you know what I'm saying, as something else. You know, we'll call it our gut feeling, but it's truly your first brain. Your heart is your second brain. You feel me? Like we always talk about consciousness. Man, your heart is the seat of consciousness. Just like we know the pineal is a seat to the soul, well, your heart is the seat to consciousness. You feel me? That's where we get discernment, all of that stuff. You feel
So
me?
we got multiple brains. That's what you say.
Yeah, we got three brains. We got three brains.
But that's why they get this saying, imitation is a form of flattery, of blattery. Creation.
Yep.
Yeah, man, this is good stuff. You know, all of these brands that be popular, all they do is tap into this ancient symbolism, and the most famous brands in the world, their symbol is the most connected to this ancient knowledge. People want to know why they levitate to it, because they subconscious know the truth, even though their brain don't. So they be like, I don't know why I like Nike so much. Bro, most of the world like Nike. You think it's just a chance that everybody's saying, look, we all think this shoe look good. Now, we know that they got the celebrities and shit wearing it, but I'm just saying, everybody got this connection with these logos around us, man, and our environment and shit. Brands
Right.
is what build our world, bro. Symbols and shit. It's the loudest language, and you can't even hear them.
Yep. I tell people that the symbol is the reason a lot of these companies are big. It's not even them. It's the symbol that you chose to use or the name they chose to use. It's power in it, and you know what I'm saying, in every word.
In
So
the
in
shapes.
every name.
Yep. And in the shapes, bro. Yeah. And oh, one more thing before I forget. I keep forgetting to look up all the shapes known to man, right? And I just want to throw that out because I can just throw out anything that's in my mind to y'all because, you know, just a conscious family, right? I keep forgetting to look that up. But just in case I forget again later on the night, somebody else on this panel look that up for me. All the shapes known to mankind ever since the beginning of time, right? But all right, I digress. Outside of that, brands are called brands also because that's what you had to do to claim ownership to something. You branded it. And so that's also another, you know, a flip to the name brand that we put on us. We're being claimed by it as well. We're being branded.
Hey, matter of fact, what's that symbol? The caduceus. Put it like this. I always try to get people to notice, you know how you'll be hurting or whatever, you go to the hospital, they're gonna charge you $500 for aspirin and you know what I'm saying, a nice little AC and graham crackers, right? You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna pay $500 for that, and you're gonna wonder, damn, why the hell I went home? I feel better. You know what I'm saying? But literally, it's that caduceus symbol, you know, to do with Moses, you feel me? Which is really the tar symbol, the tar with the serpent. But regardless, the caduceus symbol or the medical symbol, all of that is truly healing you. You feel me? It really could be power behind these things because the show ain't the doctor. You know what I mean? The show ain't the nurse. They ain't do the damn thing for you. You feel me? But it's these certain symbols that they rely on, and they know that. Yep.
Yeah, so
That's why
here
a
go your.
PhD.
Go ahead.
Now, I was just gonna say, because you into philosophy, and people don't understand that a PhD is a philosophy. The PH stands for philosophy. It's a philosophy degree, and even metaphysics is a branch of philosophy. So yeah.
Yep. It's a philosophical honoris degree. So whatever you're good at, you're able to be creative with that certain tool. Let it be surgery, let it be healing, anything. You're just, you know, basically what you just said, bro. Philosophical in whatever gift you have in this world.
Yeah, all of our gifts are exploited once we join the you know, the whole corporate world. That, like, think about Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi was a healer. He didn't fucking care about no PhDs. He didn't care about these universities. He was going to these schools and presidents, healing them, teaching them, and they the ones with doggone fancy doctors that got degrees that make all this money with medicine. But look, the celebrities going to this little old man named Sebi, because you know the people with the degrees ain't gonna heal them. They know they teach the people with the degrees and shit to poison you, medicate your ass, keep the system going. So when the people in the system want to heal themselves, where do they go? In the jungle to the post shaman. And then they tell you to go to the hospital to the man with the degree. But
drop a clue bomb.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's how they do us, man. That's how they do us. Hey, my brother brought up the medical caduceus. Let me show y'all some real shit, though, on some sacred geometry. I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna just flip back and forth, and I ain't gonna say nothing, though.
Wow. That's spiraling out of control, spiraling out of.
Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I wanted to connect that. I'm gonna connect this to what you said yesterday. Because I remember when you brought up that X and you was you know, comparing it to life and all of that. What I'm saying here, people not understanding that the poison can be the antidote. You know what I mean? And the same thing with this symbol right here. We got that Tasmanian devil, you know what I'm saying, actually, you know, imitating everything you show with the vortex and the caduceus symbol. You feel me? So the poison could also, you know, the venom could be the antivenom. That's the only cure.
So that's what I was saying about, let me ask y'all this. I put this up like, come on, folks, let's talk about this shit. When I first saw this, I was laughing at these folks. I was having fun joking on this shit, right? But now, like they said, the laughs on you, America. Now, what I say is this. What if these folks are tapping into some shit, boy, and they going, listen, here's what happened, right? Our souls on this earth, we fell from heaven, so the knowledge on this earth was lost. It's hard to get back to the knowledge on this earth. That's why religion and tradition got created, so we can program certain things into our behavior and own family simulations and shit to remember the truth. And the more we start to lose the truth, the more drastic measures we took to remember the truth. And like when you look at shit like this, we may laugh at them folks, but what if we find out all of they people know the truth, they're astral projecting, they kundalini is awakened, they're like Jack popping out the box, and they remembered the knowledge of it and was never lost their knowledge like how blacks in America did, because they went through such a drastic measure to say, listen, we're gonna make this our new tradition. We stretching our necks. We're gonna wrap your fucking neck up, and I know it's gonna hurt. I know this gonna look weird. But if the children ask mama why we got to do this, we can teach them the truth now about this energy. So it's an action that's gonna trigger a question forever. And it's gonna make the children ask the right question to get the right answer for generations to come, just because we stretched our neck. Just because, and she gonna say, well, son, why we do this is because it represents how the soul pops out the body, which is the vortex, and you're gonna go into all this knowledge. Just because we made this a tradition to stretch our neck, all of this advanced knowledge we're gonna get taught forever and never lost in our culture from one thing we do as a people. It may be drastic, but we didn't lose our spirituality. You get what I'm saying?
You know what I'm thinking of when I see that picture? I'm thinking of a binocular, being able to see a point of view beyond the natural biology that you already got. So you put this instrument on your body to stretch your head up to see things from a different perspective, like a binocular.
Exactly.
The subway,
a distance, yeah.
And what that's showing you is on a symbolic level. As the mind of sin, you can see more of this universe, this from a spiritual perspective. Oh hell yeah, because what they doing right here ain't for no physical perks or nothing. If anything, this right here gonna make you die quicker. It's gonna fuck your spinal cord up and all that.
I was just about to go into that, bro.
So they're not even doing this, even caring about their physical body. This is like a drastic measure that, and when you ask them why they do this, they're gonna tell you a whole story about the soul that their ancestors been telling them for why we do that. And then look at the expense of damaging the body just to remember the story of the soul. So this show you how serious this knowledge was, bro.
Man, and then it goes back to the concept that this body ain't shit. It's not the true body. The true body is what we were just talking about. The ley line that connected to the North Pole, and it's in different realities. It's that light.
So,
it's the small thing that counts. It's the small thing that controls
peep this
the
about
body.
this picture before we go away from that picture, though. Go back to that picture real quick for me.
But I just got it all. I got you. But look, this where she get it from. Her ancestors taught her that. Her ancestors is this dude right here, the Black Buddha, Angkor Wat. See, they're tapping into our shit, man. This is what's the Black Asian culture. And look what she doing. We all the same, connected with this knowledge. But let me go back, y'all.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And like, peep this, right? When you do that, right? Because we all know about like the Kundalini energies, the actual electromagnetic machines that we are, right? what if, because she's not gaining no extra vertebrae, but for sure they're being elongated, right? What if they're like if you're in a race, right, and you get somebody 30 feet in front of you, what if they got a head start on actual astral planing because of how they're elongating their spine
Well,
right there,
well,
right
let,
there,
well,
the
let,
brain
let,
stem?
let me
That would be
answer
even
that.
trickier. Go
Let
ahead,
me
bro.
answer that. Physically, this wouldn't give them no advantage of astral projection. Like, I'm 37, right? I still got enough years in my life to stretch my neck like this lady. So if I start now with my, no, I'm just saying, if I start now with my neck rings, by the time I'm 60, 70, my shit'll be damn near where hers at right there. Now check this out. That don't mean I'll be able to astral project, because this is something you gotta practice in meditation. So what I'm telling you is, what if we was practicing meditation from the moment we was born to now? Nigga, we'll be so good at astral projecting.
Superhero.
Now check
Facts.
this
Yep.
out. The reason we wasn't doing that is because we didn't have what these people got, which is a physical symbol to teach our people the moment you born, they gonna put this ring on your neck. They gonna start you young. When you old enough, and you gonna start scratch. And when they ask why, everybody gonna know the story about astral projection. So what I'm saying is a hypothesis. Let's just say these people started from babies learning how to meditate and astral project, but the reason they started from babies doing this thing, because they weren't indoctrinated like us. And the reason they weren't indoctrinated like us is simply because they stretched their necks. And right there, from the moment, can't nobody fool us about our soul or no religion or nothing. We know to stretch our mind up out the body, because when the child asks, why we doing this, mama? She ain't gonna say shit about her body. That's what I'm telling you. The mama ain't gonna say, well, I'm stretching out your larynx with this organ so your mind can lead the body. No. The moment the child asks why we stretching the neck, she gonna start talking about the soul. She ain't gonna say nothing about the body while I'm doing this shit with my body. She gonna say the ritual I'm doing on my body is to show you what your soul need to do. Just like some cultures stretch they damn skulls, elongated skulls and elongated necks.
That
And
was gonna be my
and,
next point.
and,
Yeah.
and, and the
About what they
reason they
recommend.
doing that is, in my opinion, is to show them, you know what I'm saying, the pattern that I was showing earlier with this, what Aten making. Look, the shaman hat. What it looks like when our soul is leaving the body. That's what I'm saying, because what it looked like is that boat right there. In Star Trek, they got the Klingons with the crazy forehead that look like this boat pattern. That's how they get the Klingons pattern and shit. You busting out the earth with the look, Athena coming out of Zeus' head. So this represent that elongated skull, like they showing you your mind is a boat. So this boat is the pharaoh hat. It's the lighthouse. It's this cone head. The cone heads is the fact that your mind, which is the most high over your body, is shaped like a ship in the waters like that. So some folks will go through the fucking ritual of literally shaping their head this way, just as a spiritual symbol. Like all of these rituals we do to our body and shit we do is physical things we do to represent spiritual shit, y'all.
Hey, bro, imagine how they tap in when you know how you have like the the drumsticks or anything that you just rub on those rings around their neck. The kind of vibration they gonna get, the elevation they mind will probably receive. Man, I'm telling you, I could just imagine. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
Also, to tie it into the storytelling, I would think of like gatekeeping or like the guardsmen. And if you think about it, they turned that symbolism of the rings around the neck as a door stopper.
Now look, the rings around the
Good.
neck is another symbolism for Satan, right? You are Satan, right? The rings around the neck represent the rings around Saturn. Now, when you break Saturn down, you will understand why I said you are Satan. We are the fallen energy, right? The energy falls from the ether. This is what created mankind. You understand what I'm telling y'all? So when they throw these rings, them rings is nothing but grams. and they feel like put it like this. Put it like this. The rings around their neck is the rings around Saturn. The rings around their head is the rings around Saturn. The rings around anything, the ring around your finger, the ring around anything is representing Satan, right? So people be like, oh, Satan. No, I'm talking about you are Satan, and that's what Saturn mean. But y'all go ahead. I just wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Y'all
bro.
got it.
You know what? Let me say this, man. This is why the Lion of Judah carried a scepter, guys. Right here. When you see the Lion of Judah with the scepter in his hand, it's symbolizing balance through the heavens. When I was pulling up the CERN beam, right? I wanted to talk more and go deep into this shit because the MGM lion that's hopping through the little rings, that's Jesus. That's using ancient technology. Look, our consciousness is going through this little tube in the middle. And so as it traveled through them tubes, it looked like a lion with this furry necklace around his neck. But the necklace around the Lion of Judah's neck, the collar of the lion, is this scribbly stuff around the fucking beam portal. We're passing through this tube, and it's like the MGM lion with the mirror around him. And that's the same Lion of Judah with the scepter, because he taking the beam, he tightrope walking. That's what I wanted to add. So when we see the fucking lion with his head inside of the circle, that's another way of showing you what this lady here represent with the gold rings around her neck as well. Just to expound on it a little more with y'all. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on the what Sir Drop said about the Saturn rings. You feel me? Because put it like this, in all those cultures, like you say, the ring around the finger, we'll say marriage, but you'll see Africans, they'll have one ring around their neck. That means she's married. That, you know what I'm saying? That's to let them know they're off limits. And the same thing with Saturn, like all of those, what we call it, rings around Saturn are literally moonlets. Moonlet. Yes, a moonlet. So they're basically tiny moons. And we know that a moon.
I disagree.
Nah, they are. I'm just saying, moonlet. I know I'm going into some stuff that I've been.
But look, I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna give you some smoke on it. Right? Watch this.
And there go that slinky, that rainbow color.
Oh, so y'all don't want me to give him the smoke?
Now give it to me. Hey, but what I'm saying about the moonlets is the moon is feminine.
So no, I got you. I know you ain't got, but you gonna come on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Saturn, I know what you mean about Saturn and the moonlets, bro. I ain't capping. I know exactly what you mean. That's why
I'm sure you.
But
do.
That's why I want to respond to it though. Everybody know what you mean, brother. You're saying that the rings around Saturn are different moons making a trail around it, like Santa's belt. Like we get it, brother. It ain't hard. Yeah, we know what you mean.
I'm talking about knowing it before I said it though. You knew it before I said it. They might.
But don't do my people like that. They smarter than me. They be putting me up on shit. That's why I'm telling you can move. We can move forward. Trust me. Drop a one if y'all get what he's saying with that Saturn's rings, and I can now.
Yeah.
Because to me, I think he's trying to stall the smoke, and it's friendly smoke. Y'all gotta quit being scared, man. I love y'all, brothers. It's just fun and games. Stop stalling the smoke, man. It's only gonna make you stronger, my brother.
Hey, turn him loose.
Right, here I go, right? Here's why I say I disagree with Saturn and the rings around Saturn being his moons, right? The people that taught us that didn't want us to know about ourselves, right? So the thing is, we are Saturn. And the moons going around Saturn are the chakras going around you, right? They said that Saturn got 7 rings. Guess what? You got 7 rings. They call 7 auras, right? And these 7 auras around your body are being born from the 7 chakras orbiting your body. The word orbit, aura, orbit, or it's the same shit. Saturn means center, Santa, center, Saturn. And the one at the center of the universe is you. We just went over that, man. Everything in the sky is going around you. Now, people ain't got to agree with me, but I love it when they disagree with me and the ancestors. I'm teaching the ancestors shit with the chakra shit. So check this out. All of these moons going around Saturn is nothing but take the N off the end of moon and put a D, and you'll get mood swings. Your moods are literally swinging around your body as chakra energy and motion, emotions. And what's controlling that is the stars in the sky, astrology. During Mercury retrograde, we argue more and shit like that. All of this shit is energy and motion happening as above, so below, in us and in the heavens. They're trying to take all of this knowledge and make it about some little star in the sky called Saturn, when that's my shit and I put it there. Like, I will never again put a planet above me. That's what the Greeks didn't like. They started naming the planets out the gods and making us worship the planets, Saturn, Venus, Mercury, when the ancestors said, look, you're God, and all of the stars in the sky is kneeling to you. And what that means is this right here. Let me show you something. Every light in the sky is getting sucked into your crown chakra and is bowing down and kneeling to you, making a crown on your head as it nailed to the king. Every light in the sky is you're sucking it in to create your own sky and your own simulation, to build this web around yourself. So the shit in the sky don't impress me. I put it there. People like to worship the sun. People like to worship the moon. I be like, bro, I made that. Why don't you start worshiping the creator and not the creation? I make the sun and moon every time I dream. And I make the grass and the clouds, and I make myself again in that universe. I'm worshiping the maker, not the shit in the sky. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. It's time to get cocky. It's time to get blasphemous. The way I'm talking will get you put to death in the old world. People, we got freedom of speech now. We can be blasphemous and won't nobody kill you. We can tell the church everything they thought wasn't gonna come back to earth. They thought wasn't gonna be no more folks talking like me because they would have us so dumbed down and God-fearing and scared of Satan and Saturn and all. No, man, I'm God. See, I get put to death back in the day for that. I'm trying to make y'all reclaim this kind of blasphemous talk in your lives.
Man, and you know what, bro, Sanchez, I want to add this to
Sanchez, let me
familiar
respond.
with Dr. Manhattan, Alpha Watchman.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You familiar with Dr. Manhattan, Alpha Watchman?
No, school me on it.
Man, I want you to pull that picture up. Basically, he got the third eye, and he's the blue god, and I forgot which planet it was. He basically the god. Mars. Okay, Mars. He's the god of his own.
I can tell now he's a holograph, a Smurf, your avatar, blue man.
Yep. On point.
Yeah, buddy, with the third eye. There you go. Oh yeah.
And he basically can put himself in anybody that he wants. And this is why I think he's probably one of the most impressive superheroes I have ever seen. Because in the show Watchmen, there was in the beginning of the show, it was talking about the Tulsa race when it was when the KKK and all them destroyed them and stuff. And he also appeared in the episode, basically in this hologram, and basically that whole show was symbolic to all these events that happened. We're all basically a project, and we're all just in this project. I'm born in the projects. That's basically what we are. We're just projects, but we created this project, this projection that's coming from our true selves.
No.
Okay. He got the bald head like Neo. Yeah, brother, you ain't reaching. You on point.
Yeah, y'all need to watch that show, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a beautiful show and movie. The movie.
And to the brother who disagreed with me, I want the smoke, man. What do you disagree with me on? I'm getting like bro Sanchez. Y'all don't want to speak up when y'all disagree.
They
Yeah,
quiet
but
now.
see,
Yeah.
but see, here's the thing, though, guys. Why he get his argument together? This light that you see wrapping around that man, them the chakras going around your body, man. Your and the chakras revolving around your body. Don't you know that's the stars in the sky? Like we can literally see our chakras in the heavens moving around us. And what's happening on the inside of our body is happening in the heavens. This how we get astrology. Here go the earliest universes right here. Why he get his shit right. Watch this. Check this out. Now this Earth was at the center, and Saturn, like we talk about Saturn, we talk about the solar system, we talk about the sun. When you talk about Saturn, it's nothing but the old solar system. That old solar system that they call Saturn is at the middle of that solar system was the god Atum. That's why you take the S off Saturn, you get Atum. Atum. Basically, Saturn ain't nothing but sat and earn. So look, the root word satellite, right? Is that the soul, the what serves as a spiritual urn for the consciousness is satellite technology. This beaming technology is what's transporting the soul. So the urn is like a damn cylinder that we use in the bank to transport the damn ID to the teller, right? But check this out. That whole portal with your ID in it, it's the identity going back to the bank or returning the sender, like that beam me up technology. But that's what I was saying though, man. Like this early universe, man, it shows you that the earth was at the middle of that. See, what we talking about, the solar system represent hypnotization. When our true self got hypnotized, it fell into a sleep called life or dream or whatever. This is a hypnotic experience that the soul is having, y'all. You know what I'm saying? But so the slower that our chakras start is turning, the more we begin to wake up from the hypnosis and see the real world, right? And that's what we talking about, slowing the energy down, being still. And the paradox of that is like when we slow the body down, we literally speeding up the mind power and shit like that. That's why when your heart racing and you into life or death situations, you ain't got a lot of mind power. It's fight or flight. So you got to slow the body down, be calm, meditate to actually speed the mind up. And it's vice versa. You know, I'm gonna yeah.
And that's what basically why I brought up Dr. Man. He had all those abilities, and guess what? He had his own word, nobody around him and nothing. He just said, I'm God. I create my own reality. And he stood in his meditative state, and that's how he was able to fight anything that tried to attack him. And then at the end of the show, they tried to kill him, but they couldn't. And they put him in this CERN-like machine. Man, I'm telling y'all, need to watch it. It was this machine that he was put in, and they was trying to disrupt his energy. And when they was doing that, I think the whole place exploded, and he didn't even die. He went back to his planet, which was Mars, and he said, "I'm through with this world. Let me go back to my world because it's corrupt down here. So let me go back to where I come from." And that whole concept meant like the world we live in now is basically over with. We're just waiting to return home, and that's back to basically back to the mind, back to the mental, back to the all.
Word up. Hey, peace and flat power and much love and power to everybody on the panel and everything. I wanted to ask about like free energy and like what you were kind of talking about right now is like the dude said I'm God and stuff like that, and you know nobody could mess with him. I think that's kind of what you said. When when you don't let people manipulate your energy and you just you and freely, that's like, you know, you're able to be free. Like, you know, when people talk about manipulating energy a lot, and I'm always thinking like, how is we manipulating energy when the energy is just supposed to be freeing, like flowing freely? So why are we taking something that's flowing freely and manipulating it so that slows down this process of it moving freely? And I wanted to, you know, ask Bro Sanchez how he feels about the whole, you know, or anybody on the panel, like manipulation of energy, because a lot of people throw around this word manipulating energy. Everybody manipulates energy. That's what everybody's on, like, oh, energy is to be manipulated type you know, vibes people have. And I don't really understand it, or I think manipulating, I'm taking it as kind of a in a different way, because I feel like, you know, when it comes with to Tesla and free energy and stuff, and all the men that were trying to manipulate his his techniques and his energy and make it work for them rather for him, is not like letting it be free, you know. So what y'all think about where I'm going with this?
Think, yep. What we have now is not what it was meant for back then when it was created. And that's just the paradigm we're in. And then we fight back to get the truth by reading between the lines, et cetera, right? But we are the root source that everything that we consider to be physical comes from. There's a standard operating procedure. You can't just do whatever you want to do with my stuff. You see what I'm saying? And my stuff is everybody's stuff, male, woman included, right? The whole universe, the multiverse that it's a part of. There's rules and regulations. Like down here, there's rules and regulations. Just like up there as above, so below, there's rules and regulations to what you can and can't do. Or we have to put you in some sort of program where you're rehabilitated to the proper program, so to speak. And so that's where the good and evil, Satan and God comes from, is that some people, I guess, some entities, some energies weren't down with the program, with the get down. And so we had a disconnect. And that's when we turned into left and right brain. And that was, oh, before I forget, but yeah, just to answer your question, I hope that kind of like a little bit, but an exercise we can do to become Christ conscious is when you're thinking about artwork and just painting like a little kid, then you're thinking about like 2 times 2 equals 4, 4 times 4 equals 16, 16 times 16 equals, and then it's like, damn, shit. But I'm kind of confused right now. But yeah, you can start to feel both sides of your actual cranium kind of tingling once you go into like deep meditation, when you get deep into trying to astral plane, right? To become Christ conscious is when both of those things become one. You close your eyes and you forget about the numbers and the shapes and the colors and realize that they're all one of the same, and that they're just categories of us understanding that one source. And you'll start to feel a wholeness. And when you meditate in that wholeness for a while, you'll start to feel that tingle in your spine. You'll start to get goosebumps. But what it really is you, I mean, it's kind of like praise and worship, but you're talking to yourself, your higher self, the most high, which we're all connected to. So when bro's like, yeah, I'm a God, absolutely. That's what it means to be Christ conscious. It means tapping back into the oneness of self. But I hope that kind of like delved in a little bit deep to your question, Huma. But yeah, shouts out to the panel.
A
Yeah, we
little
can
Yeah,
bit.
probably
that's
go. Yeah.
Hey, human, what
these
what's your
little.
question?
It
I
wasn't a
dropped out.
question. It was kind of
Okay,
like a
okay.
discussion. It wasn't really a question. It kind of like is a discussion about like how you feel about manipulating energy, and if it should be manipulated versus like should it just flow freely, you know, and us all use it, you know, as as we use like nature. Nature is given to us, you know, like for, you know, it doesn't, it all as, you know, the quote.
Yeah, I don't think it could be manipulated, but I
Wh-
think the only thing that it can do is be ascended, like ascension, and that goes with the whole synchronicity aspect. So it can't just be manipulated. I look
First
at
of
it
all,
like being in sync.
before I think anybody can really answer that, I think we gotta define what it means to manipulate energy. You
Yep.
know what I
Okay.
mean?
So
Is that fair
I was
enough?
kind of saying,
Yeah.
I was kind of saying like how, like when it was with Tesla and stuff like that, like he was doing his own energy things and techniques, and then he had a whole group of people that were kind of manipulating his techniques and his energy for them, versus for him and for what he was really planning to do per se. So it's like
Well,
when I'm saying manipulate, it's like taking something and using it for a benefit for them versus
well,
like freely flowing for
that
all of us.
yeah. See, and that's called stealing right there. Because check it out, right? Tesla wasn't what was really he wasn't really manipulating energy as much as he was trying to harness it for free. And when he found out,
Exactly, yeah.
yeah, when he found out the technology on how to do that, the people who took over that technology is still using it today to create free energy, but the energy ain't free for everybody. If you ask your energy company how much it costs them to make your energy, they'll tell you the same thing Tesla said, nothing. But they're charging you for it though. And that's what Tesla said we shouldn't do if it literally don't cost us nothing to harness this stuff. So I get exactly what you're saying, but like when people say manipulate energy, it's a lot of ways to look at that, and that's why I'm glad I asked you yours, because a lot of folks, I get the impression of like on some magic type shit, to where people,
Exactly.
yeah, like,
But like people are always is using the phrase manipulation, like or like with energy, like, oh yeah, energy is meant to be manipulated, energy is meant to be manipulated for you and stuff like that. So it becomes a very manipulative technique. Like people have a broad sense of energy, like it should be manipulated, and that goes back to these people who are always trying to take the energy and use it for a benefit for them, for their pockets and stuff like that, versus free for all, and something that's like part of nature should be given to us, like for free. We shouldn't have to be paying for like air, water, and like energy types things, when it's what is it, just free for some people and not for all. And like it even goes back to the medical field, like where they're manipulating the medical field for them versus using holistic medicine. So manipulation of energy doesn't really sit well for me, like using that word manipulation for with energy is something I don't really like roll with like that. Even with the dude Billy Carson, like he's on a whole different realm with this shit. Like you guys talking about I am God, like he thinks he's God too. And where is he going? Like he's with his manipulation of everything that he knows, is like he's putting people taking people to Mars. He don't even like have receipts to go to Mars, and he keeps saying, if you watch like this episode he did with this other dude, like they're talking about as above so below, Dogon this. Then he's talking about the sun is 93 million miles away, and in the same sentence he talks about we go to Mars. Like how are you going to say above, as above so below, and then go say we go to Mars and look for anomalies there, and then talk about we're based around water at the same time. And then he shows pictures of different planets, and he has a telescope and that he watches these planets from, and he shows these pictures of it. So he's doing the same thing NASA is doing, and what a lot of people are doing to manipulate all this, everything that we talk about on flat about flat earth and stuff like that. So You know, that's
Well,
my
he's
take.
definitely a manipulator, most definitely. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and he also signed contract with those space agencies. So yeah, he's an agent. A lot of stuff he put out is definitely agent,
And
and
look,
he's yeah.
let's say this. Let's do this.
And
Me,
then the
my,
NOI rocks with him, like with all that stuff too, and it's like ridiculous, like how they all
cause,
roll with each other on the
cause
same
look,
team.
not just about Billy Carson. I want to let me myself unmute real quick. Me myself brought up David Icke and
Yo,
Credo
good.
Mutua, and I'm gonna let him know, man, brother, man, I rocks with you, and it's a
Oh,
couple
for
of
sure.
folks that follow me who rock with Billy Carson, and I go in on Billy Carson too. So I'm just using this moment to show you. I'm glad she brought him up to show you I ain't just picking on you. He's another nigga that be on the
I know.
alien talk and the whole extraterrestrial. Yeah, I'm talking about
Yo, it's
all
all a piece
these.
That
about
whole
what
above
you already know.
majestic team too. They all do that.
Yeah, man. And look, didn't he come out with a new stream recently? I think I need to go. I said,
Yo, I watch
yo,
all of them.
I need to review that shit, man.
Yeah, bro. They like try to bring in all this Dogon stuff with the Sirius Star and make it just something else, like it's a second son to our son, and that's what they talk about. And
They
then
making a
Similar
gumbo
to Gaia.
essentially
that
from leftovers. They
yeah,
making a
all that
gumbo from
guys.
leftovers essentially.
Hey, ask yourself this, right? They said now the brother brought up the planet Saturn as a planet earlier. Salute to my brother D Calico. I'm glad he brought that shit up. But this what I want up in the screen share now, and we finna keep going deep, right? I'm gonna show y'all why when D Calico brought that up, I went passionate with the knowledge on that. Cause when we talk about Saturn's moonlets and all that, and the planet Saturn up there in the sky with his moons going around it, they want to do that, right? To hide a lot of truth. They want you to look up instead of look in. And I swear I can't make this up. Now watch this shit real quick. Go to the video review screen. Check this out, right? Now on the left, that's the ancient cosmology. On the right, that's the planet Saturn. And he said each of the rings is a moonlet, right? What I want y'all to pay attention to, because I already went over the moons are the moods, the chakras, but let's do this. Look at the North Pole hexagon. You see it? It's a pink cube, and I'll show it to you right here in another. Watch this. Now, scientists say Saturn got a pink hex at its North Pole, right at the top part. It says Saturn got this going on.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me talk about what this is right here, though, and I'm going to pass the mic. Why are they playing with y'all? What they telling you happening in the heavens is really happening with you on the earth. And that's why it's playing out in the heavens. But you at the center of all is not Saturn. When they talk about the pink hex at the middle of Saturn, this is why Uzivert got the pink diamond on the middle of his forehead. But see what that is? It's the crown chakra. Now look at this. When you go to this, they wear the same cube on their forehead. It's a Jewish tefillin, right? Now you got to compare that to this image, right? That's the catheric body. Watch this. You see this pink aura, this last one? That's where we get the word, somebody said it earlier, magenta is magnet, or the color pink. Now this color pink up here, you can see it as it bursts out, which is the last layer of the crown chakra, right? That's what they call in Saturn's hexagon at Saturn's North Pole up there. Saturn got a crown that's just like yours, right? And Saturn got rings around it just like you got. And I'm telling you, Saturn had the knowledge of us, right? We're Saturn. We're saturated in the light of our own soul. That's what we call an aura, saturation. And this is what it. You see what I'm saying?
For sure.
So that's
Inside,
how I had to.
yeah.
Yeah, I had to
Oh
point
no,
that out
yeah.
for him, man.
Oh, for sure. Because in Star Wars fans know that that's the Death Star. Saturn, I believe it's Saturn, has a moon that's shaped just like the Death Star, that's shaped in that hexagonal. Because I just remember like back when even before the internet, just watching NASA pull that hexagonal shape up, and then they looked over and it's like, yo, this is not something that's organic or natural to nature, because but it is though. But now that I know, but yeah, they said that that's intelligent life there that created all of these so-called celestial floating entities, these planets, right? But membrane theory, something that I studied a while ago, plus all of what I've collected, I believe that the actual verse that we're in is shaped by people like us. The chakras that we have within us, the seven wandering so-called chakras, like you already said, are connected to the so-called seven wandering stars, the planets, right? It's a macro micro of what we actually are. We definitely are the whole thing, but I'm trying to figure out so-called Earth, what level, what chakra are we at on our actual bipedal being? Are we at the top? Are we in the sacral? In sacral for sure sounds just like sacred. So I've never said that or never thought, me personally, me myself, that your sacral chakra is is where all evil, where all the negative thoughts come from. That's never even been a part of my understanding because it's too close to sacred. And I just wanted anybody else to think on that wavelength.
Yeah, definitely root to sacral chakra, I would say.
Excuse me,
That's
sacral. Yeah.
interesting. That's interesting. I got a question. Me myself. When you think about, let's say, planets in this sense like this, you think that? I'm trying to ask you, I'm trying to see your perspective. Do you think that you can physically land on those planets, or do you think like moon and all that is fake? Like the land is fake. You cannot land on
No,
it.
okay, I can't do that. Nope, can't do it because I go off on. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, you can land on them.
You say you can?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Now,
I had to
you can
get his perspective.
you can land in them, but not on them, according to the Nordic people. And I'll
Yeah, because
show
I was
you
about
what.
to go. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, bro. You're on the same path.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah, because it is us. Those things are within us, and it's our outside us as well. It's a collective self, right? Me, myself, and I. Name myself that for a reason, because even though like you already know I'm Christ conscious, is like I don't turn away no knowledge. I just take all the books, all the knowledge, and then I just lump some it in. I just want to be a Rolodex of information. But my opinion on that is like we can go there easily with astral planning within our minds, within our mind eye, right? The only reason I was bringing up what I brought up earlier is because what we call physical is literally what we're talking about is electromagnetic, but at a denser form. So when I say we can physically go somewhere, that is what we will be once we transfer there in our mind. And so, but also I do believe that there have been gateways, so-called portals. Yeah, I think that's what CERN is. They're trying to crack open a permanent portal so where they can physically bring in without interference anything that they want.
Hey, so I got a question.
Yeah, shut up.
Hey, so if we can land in them, right? If we can land in them, is it only the seven wandering stars that we can land in, or is it every star up there that you can land in? It's just the seven wandering.
Just the seven wandering. That's for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, salutes to you, Trooper. Yeah, it's just the seven wandering.
What's going on, Sanchez? My bad. I know I just been ducked off in the back, but it's like every time, as soon as I hop on the panel, my phone get to jumping. Everybody wants something. It's like, damn, bro. But what's good? What's you, man?
What's good, Trooper?
Oh yeah, what's up with y'all? What's up with you, me, myself?
Salute. Getting tipsy, chopping it up with like-minded.
Right.
Yeah, hey, bro, go into that NASCAR because Niflheim is where they say anything can be materialized. That bottom jump, because I love like I play video games too, like the Max, the new God of War, right? The one that the brand new jump, on PlayStation 4. It goes and he goes through all those realms, and the way that it's so fucking trippy. They go into all the different archangels, the demons, everything that we've been. But yeah, my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you know what's crazy, man? When I look at this shit, right, and I see Midgard, it say home of the humans, right? It also say in our realm we got the fire giants and demons and
Yep.
the light elves right here in Midgard with the humans. Now I'm gonna tell you what I think that shit is real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all build on it. Here's what I think. I think that the fire giants are the true humans that are emitting an aura like our ancestors did that still got these old avatars that were made with this simulation. We're the true or what we say original people of the earth. That would be everybody with a natural aura. That natural aura is calibrated to this natural earth. Now, when they when they talk about the fire giants, I really think they talking about this right here. The fire giant is us, the human, us natural humans with the chakra system is the ancient system of this whole simulation. Now they're rebuilding that, and I'm gonna show you what they're doing. They're shrinking it down, and what they're doing is this. They're making a smaller copy of you, like a Smurf version. See here? In this same earth. And now in the future, these little blue guys gonna be walking around with these giant fiery guys on Midgard, where they said a home of the light elves and the fiery giants. Because look, we're gonna be bigger than them little holograms. You're gonna have these holograms are gonna be when you think about the aura that the hologram making, it's a very dim blue light. So your aura is gonna be very small compared to somebody still with the ancient aura, which is going all the way to damn the heavens. We still bound with astrology. The new humans, astrology won't really. They'll have a whole new system within that new reality that's governing their energy and motion and shit like that. But what I'm saying is these two dimensions will still occupy Midgard in the near future. You'll have the new holographic technology, the light elves, the blue beam smurfs or whatever, and you'll have us people who still got the aura. Now when you put an F in front of the word aura, you get fire or fire. For, you know what I'm saying? And I think we the fiery giants. That's just how I'm interpreted for now.
Yeah,
But it
that's
can
Then you
deep.
got
change
rock.
later, yeah.
That
That
was
way you got
fire.
rock. R.A. Rock.
That was fire, bro, Sanchez.
Yeah.
Drop a bizom.
When you say flora, I mean fire and aura. I'm also thinking of flora, like the bottom of the ocean.
Or flora means flower. But
Yeah.
yeah, I know what you mean. The flora.
You got
The
the
lotus bloom.
you got the floral and you got the coral, which is like the coral reefs and shit. And guess what? What they not telling us is that, let me show you something about the coral reefs, because
And Dr. Sebi said eat sea moss.
hey, watch this, and I'm gonna fall back with because y'all cooking, right? When they talk about the foundations of the earth and shit, the immovable shit, they talking about really the seabed is the coral reefs. Now look, on a globe, they said that when you going deep into the ocean, you going toward the earth's core. Just let me show you what I mean, right? A globe earth. If I get into the ocean on this globe and go deep down into this water, they telling me I'm swimming toward the core of the earth. But on a flat earth, the ancestors say you're swimming toward the coral. And that the coral is the immovable membrane, it's alive, but it's like the brain stalk of this whole part down here, or the seabed, which is a living motherfucking connected
Yep,
being.
She-Hole. I was just gonna
Wow.
say She-Hole. You put the picture right up there too.
Wow, it makes so much sense now. Now that you said that, and I brought that up with the flora and the flora at the bottom of the ocean.
She-Hole, coral, you know.
Yeah,
Wow.
like
Yeah,
ain't no. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
no, I was just gonna say you get minerals from the sea moss from all the way from the bottom of the ocean from the that's what sea
And the
moss.
body is comprised of that 100. I think it's 101, 100 something minerals that our body needs. So the ocean, the waters, it got minerals in it.
And they talking about now that the coral reefs are being destroyed, and that's really breaking up the foundations of the earth, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Can't live without that.
The shit they be saying is crazy, because once they go to breaking up all them foundations or destroying up all the reefs, what if that's opening up some floodgates in the bottom of the earth that's literally gonna cause some sort of sea rising, like they trying to say? But yeah, go ahead.
And it's crazy, right? That they be throwing them big ass bombs in the ocean. It's like they're trying to destroy something in that water or something. Man, it's wild. It's
So
wild.
it's definitely connected to the Antarctica and all that stuff too.
It's some shit in that ocean, man. I'm telling y'all.
It's not Star Wars. It's wars in the ocean. That's what is going on. You feel me? Like that's why
They want us to look up in the sky. It's some shit in the ocean.
That's why I say it's not just UFOs, like you say in the sky. It's not just UFO. People know about UFOs. What about USOs? A USO is an unidentified submersible object. So just like something moving too fast in the sky, same thing happened in the water. They can't explain, like, what in the hell was that?
And that's the problem. If we touch on this shit right here, I think
they said
people ain't ready for it. People ain't ready for this type of shit.
They said the effects of coral reefs dying is coastlines becoming more susceptible to damage of flooding, like I just said. See what I'm saying? So all of this flooding they want to scare us with, and like you just said, they bombing the bottom of the earth with bombs, just like they was bombing the waters above with fishbowl. They bombing the waters below, which is the underwater lakes, because look, they said we don't got no technology that can penetrate these underwater lakes. Let me show you something real quick.
Yeah, those brine lakes.
Yeah, they said that we ain't got a submarine, we don't have a boat or nothing like that can dive under them lakes. Now you got to think about that, bro. All the technology we got, and they saying we can't go down deep and penetrate the bottom of these lakes without the right technology. The pressure of this more denser water is way more than what our technology can go. So we yet to explore the depths of these brine lakes. We yet to be able to go down deep into
Back to the
this
word
what
ripple.
I'm thinking real quick.
Back to the word ripple.
This what I'm
when
thinking
the
right now.
submarine bounced on that lake, there was literally ripples showing you that it's a different, separate body of water.
That's what I'm saying.
Even though they was underwater.
And that's what I'm talking about, the waters above and waters below. When the ancestors were talking about the waters below, they weren't talking about the ocean, because them the waters that's in the middle. But below our ocean water is other waters, and that's the underwater lakes, and we can't penetrate them. And them lead into another dimension of our earth, y'all. What we're finding out, just as much as we can explore in the heavens, we can explore endless worlds beneath us, stacked on top of each other. Now, listen, I know I'm kind of hogging the mic right now, but let me show y'all one thing. When you look at images like this, how all of these worlds stacked on top of each other like that means our ground would be somebody else's sky. Now check this out. Our ground ain't the grass outside. The most bottom part of this earth is the ocean floor. That's really the ground of this earth. Now at that ocean floor, guess what? You got openings even at our ocean floor leading into another dimension where there's waters we don't even know about. Just like our technology can't penetrate all the heavens above, the layers of the Orion belts, all right, the waters above the firmament up here, we can't penetrate Sheol. So I'm going to end on this. This thing that's called Sheol, this huge opening right here, I think that's a big ass underwater lake in the middle of all the oceans that we can't penetrate. Like Sheol is one of these.
The Abzu. The Abzu.
I'm finna stop right here. Sheol is one of these right here, y'all. A big underwater lake, right? But in the middle of the ocean where the North Pole is, and it's piercing a whole nother world through on a water level, filling up. And so what's happening is density. The ocean water, the densest water, fall down deep into these deep other worlds where the waters of the ocean can get denser and denser and denser. Water can get just as denser layers like stone and everything else. But I'm gonna stop right there.
Wow, that's deep, and I'm glad you said that because it goes back to why we can't go so deep in the water because our physical body don't have the elements or the
pressure.
Don't have the pressure or capacity to
go
down there.
That's big facts, bro. Like we can't withstand that amount of pressure.
But there's fishes, there's creatures down there that can though. So, damn, this is deep.
Hey, bro. Put it like this: that part of the world or the water is called the Abzu. So back to what you said about Inky. Look at the word Nike. It's an anagram for the word Inky, for the name Inky. And Inky is the god of the Abzu. And in English we would call it the abyss. So that is what we're talking about when we talking about sheep. So that's literally the realm of Inky. You feel me? And don't nobody run that but him.
Hey, that is crazy because the word Sheol kind of sound like the word shore or what. Like I think this whole little fucking black spot in the middle of this thing, because I always wondered too, man, like it's right below the North Pole. If there was a North Pole drilling through all this creation, it'll keep drilling through the fucking ocean too. And like having these layers of reality keep going down. But see, but that's crazy that like we can't go into those underwater lakes, but they said eels can. They said that the only fish in the water that they seen, get lost and dive under there and take a couple of minutes and they come back up, eels. Eels shaped like the Nagini serpent that's able to go. Our soul is like a serpent or a sine wave or eel, like they said, right? And that's able to travel all of these dimensions. And the eels in the ocean are able to go down into these.
What about leeches?
Yep, electric eels.
Eels have no reproductive system. Like they literally can't even tell you how they made or created.
They don't know how they made. Facts.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. So that might be Inky himself. That's why they got eel in their name.
In Leo.
Hey, put it like this. Hey, look what you said about coral reef. You know what I'm saying? When you look at reef backwards, a coral reef, it's like saying fear La Rock. La Rock would be the rock. You feel me? So we talking about the rock bottom of the earth. You feel me? They got a fear for the rock. You feel me? Do you smell what the rock is cooking?
But no, this Inky and Lil is telling us about this whole story about the soul and shit though. But Inky, Nike, I feel you.
And supposedly them boys landed in Zimbabwe around Adam's calendar. And they are offspring of Anu, the Anunnaki. And it gets deep, man. It gets so crazy where it's like, I don't know. But yeah, I love this.
Hey, I like what you said. Bro, they definitely offsprings of Anu. Because Anu is the sky. What is the sky? The sky, air is water. So
It's
it's all
inhale and
levels. Like Brother
exhale.
Sanchez said, it's
Yeah,
levels.
for
It's
sure.
just levels of Anu, so to speak. That's why I tell people the most high is the most low.
And you know what's crazy, right? When you say Anunnaki, it's two N's. So the first word would be Anun, or Anu is the name of a god. Now watch this. Anun, if you put a K in front of it, you get canon, and that'll become canon and Naki. And when you say
Canaanites.
but hold up, but when you say canon and Naki, that's the whole symbolism of the fucking the Nagi creature coming up out the cannon, his head coming up out that ring, like the whole Hindu Nagini, right? That's why I kept doing the lectures on Rocket Man, right? Another way you can look at this is he's loaded into a cannon. That's why you take the C off a cannon, it become Anon. And I hate to be gross anal, whatever. You know, this is a fucking cavity. This is like a cannon. And I ain't, listen, let me, because you know folks' mind gonna get crazy. But I'm just giving you the goddamn etymology, right?
Pause. Yeah.
Canon, yeah, thank you. Pause. So take the word cannon, put the word Naki with it, and you get this dude inside of a cannon, or Mario in the pipe and shit like that, traveling through the worlds and shit like that, because the world is his tail around his body like a whirlwind. That's what Marcus Garvey was talking about. Look for me in the whirlwind and shit like that. So like this, another way to look at it is this image. Everybody was telling me, bro, where you get this image from, man? This shit right here is so dope. See, this dude is being launched out of a cannon. This how you get the Anunnaki, right? Or the Cannon Nagas. Cannon Nagas, Anunnaki is just through time, you know what I'm saying? So you can see that the bottom of his body as he's launched out of the simulation is like a cannon, a dude being shot out of a cannon. So that's why I'm telling you, you get Anunnaki like that. But even they had a whole movement called QAnon. And QAnon was just the word cannon. And they whole symbolism was dealing with this kind of shit right here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, even the true Asiatic black man, the original Asiatic black man, the people of the Shang dynasty, they are called the Naki people. Nakhi, the Naki people. So, you know, only thing missing, of course, is Anu, but yeah, Naki.
Here it go right here. This was Donald Trump, them people. This was their symbol, QAnon. So I'm telling you about, you take the Q off, you get Anon or Anunnaki or QAnon, like in Star Wars, his name was Anakin, right? Put an M in front of that is mannequin, that's the fake man, which is what the Nagini represent. Him being born out of the simulation. So this Q is like question marks. That's the way out. You know, this is what he's representing right here. This is the alphabet Q, what he's making with his body. And that's the whole quest of Pandora's maze that he's on. Buddha had the serpent wrapped around his body, but that led Buddha to go to sleep and dream and go on this quest in the simulation. You see, this whole story is they telling you the same shit, right? So like QAnon, if you look at their symbol, look, it's the same ancient symbol we had. The ladies in Asia with the necklace, with the big old neck, the bracelet, that's this serpent right here. Like it's all them still in this shit. That's why I'm telling you they name themselves QAnon, which is what? Cannon. Because this is what's shooting us up out the cannon, like her head being shot out of a cannon, and they actually showing you the same symbolism with her neck showing you, like Jack Spring, Jack in a Box, and he connected to a spring, right? So, and that's what this symbol is. So I'm letting you know I ain't reaching. I'm just being very meticulous with the observation. But yeah, go ahead.
Damn, everything you said was on point. I can't even go beyond that. That y'all be with that, man.
Oh, for sure. And one more thing before I forget, right? There was a young lady on Bro Sanchez channel that was from South Africa. And remember we was asking everybody what their creator stories were? her creator story, but she didn't go that deep into it. But the creator story of Kong, though, Kaang, is the same place where Zimbabwe, Lower Zimbabwe, Adams Candler, Zulus from, right? They talk about the inner Earth, sun, and celestial, the solar system on the inner Earth, from which they sprouted off from because of a great tree. They had to grow a
What?
great tree. The Great Kong had to grow a great tree so
Yeah,
it
I
could
know.
terraform the
Now
upper
watch
world, right?
this. What?
But
Hey,
yeah,
look, what he's saying is so fire because I never heard that mythology. But the moment you start talking about the inner Earth, the
Man,
inner
rubber,
Earth. Hold
rubber,
on, somebody gotta go. Hold on. Who is that?
rubber.
Well, let me get him out of here. Yeah, the moment you was talking about the inner Earth, and and
oh, for
and
sure.
and the tree that was growing that led to like this. That's the whole Garden of Eden shit that led to the Exodus, us being out
Absolutely.
of the
Yep.
garden. And the whole thing I wanted to add on with that about this inner Earth, I can show you exactly a picture real quick of the ancestors actually drawing the inner Earth to where we can debunk Admiral Byrd real quick because what he did was so fucked up, man, with this knowledge, bro. How he corrupted it. But
Yeah, he
let me show
watched it.
you.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
I'm gonna find this though. Y'all can go ahead. I'm gonna look for
Yeah, just like David Icke did Credo Mutua. That's what I'm saying. That's how I look at Admiral Byrd.
Me
Like
myself.
David Icke.
Yo.
I was going to say
Oh, there
also,
go.
if you look up this old board game called Kabbalah, like Kabbalah Tree,
Oh,
that's where the whole theme of that game came from. It came out like in the '60s or something. But it was a dark eye on an invisible board game. I mean, a glow in the dark board game, and it told that same story you just told.
yo, that's
Hey,
trippy. I'm gonna look that up for sure.
hey, you see this right here? That's the inner Earth right there.
It is, yo. Yep. Yep.
That's what the compass is pointing to, Agartha. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said when the basketball player be spinning the goddamn ball on his fingertip, that's some cosmology shit right here, man. You know what I'm saying? So when they talk about that, to run a simulation, you need a server. Now, don't this look like a person serving you your meal in a little dome thing, the server?
Holding
That's,
it up on one hand. Yep.
yeah,
Walking it
with
over to the
serving,
table. Yep.
yeah, serving life, yeah. This is the symbolism tied into the words, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, what did the sister just say about Kebulan? Because that was heavy. That went over a lot of heads too. Because that was really a reference to Al Kebulan.
It's just that it's a board game. It's an old school board game called Kabbalah. Yeah.
Yeah, the word acabulon, that is deep though. That's the ancient word for Africa, and you got the word Kabbalah in there. Now they said we all come from ancient Africa, acabulon, and what they're really saying is we're coming from a cable line, which is a beam portal, which is what they trying to make now with CERN to rebirth this thing. We come from the Kabbalah is the cable of Allah. It's this lifeline, this silver cord that this beaming technology, you know what I'm saying, that exists at the North Pole. So yeah, and what connects the world is what? Cables. And that's what's happening on a spiritual level. We gotta make technology like that on a physical level, because this whole universe is connected with magnetic ley lines, and all of our wiring on Earth for our internet and shit follow them ley lines. If you can see the cable network under the ocean. And that's another thing I want to say too. I'm finna shift gears and give y'all a nail in the coffin on some flat Earth and globe Earth shit. Let me show you something. On a globe Earth, right? They said all of these continents are literally floating islands. They're floating islands, right? And that they're floating away from each other all the time, like an inch or some a year. Now watch this. They got underwater cable lines connecting these continents. Bro, they said they running them from one continent to the next via the ocean floor. But yet they said we live on a globe Earth. But yet the floor of the ocean can run in a straight cable line, and it ain't in a ball, and it ain't separated with each continent being a floating rock. Y'all lying. Because these cables would break The moment that continent over there start moving away, the line will break. Like this is like crazy, bro. This is like me running a card on a floor, following the floor, a stable earth, versus me saying like each continent is a suspended ship and I'm connecting cable lines to each one. Man, that shit would have
I
been
never thought
snapped.
about that. The
Bro,
tectonic plates move. You're right.
right, that's why the ancestors say our ocean floor is immovable. That's why they can run them wires from one continent to the other one, and they don't feel they know ain't nothing gonna happen. It ain't gonna stretch apart or break apart, which it should do on a globe, right? It ain't gonna. It's immovable. I don't need to replace the card every few years because that continent moved further away from mine, because Pangea is still happening, right, according to them, slowly. So we got to renew the lines every few years because it snapped again. They moved further away from us. No, they running it on a flow, immovable flow.
It's almost
Yeah.
like the waters move, not the dirt.
Yeah, that them cable lines really debunk the globe, but I just had to get off subject with that. But we can go back to what we were saying with the inner earth though.
Also,
Yeah, go
That
ahead, you got it.
also is
quick.
synonymous with
They make
how
movies
everything
about. They
is
make
so
movies
close.
about the. They made some movies about like going down into the inner earth, like through technology and making like
Yes, they
uh
did.
ways to go down there with like making buildings and like and
The
wait
core, the movie, The Core was about that.
I don't know the movies, but Resident Evil
But
2.
the movement of the ground, like the dirt and the water under the ground, that's where most of those quicksand pits come from too, from the fiber optic wires.
I didn't know that. Yo, I was just thinking about quicksand because we had some around here, right in Virginia. We had waterfalls and all kinds of crazy shit growing up back in these backwoods, but I've never heard about that. I just watched
I don't
somebody
know.
escape from quicksand
They
on
might have found a way to penetrate like that ocean depth or something like that, and ways to go down there, but I don't know if it still exists, like how we can't go to the moon, the technology doesn't exist anymore. Like that might be for down to go down
Uh,
there, you know.
I think it's only like a mineral aspect that like certain things that live down there, they have certain minerals that's not on our physical level, but probably below a different level. Those minerals are basically help them to live in those pressures and densities. So I really,
Facts,
you
man.
know, that's deep.
And think about this, right? Trip off this, right? The only reason I keep bringing up because the inner earth God that grew the tree that terraformed the upper layer so we could climb up out because it was a war. The story gets crazy, man. It's all kinds of wars and like but it's called the dude is Kong, right? King Kong, the movie. Would he throw up at the so-called dome? He broke the dome, right? Then King Kong throw a sharp
Yeah,
tree at you. Okay, now just go ahead and connect them dots. That's what I'm on right now.
he split the world.
He
That
did. Yeah, he split the matrix. And imagine us as the monkeys, like don't they? But but yeah, just go deep into what they call us, what we're in, the
yeah, that's
holographic
deep.
universe. What? Yeah, but yeah,
That's deep. So basically, you saying that this is like a wallpaper, and King Kong threw that thing and split in half the wallpaper.
worlds on top
Now
of
he,
worlds. Yep.
yeah, a world on top of a world. That's deep. Damn.
Yeah, just like the human body. You know what I'm saying? We
Okay.
started
Yeah.
off with one single cell. Then that became two, and two became four, and eight. And, you know what I mean? It made up the whole body. So, but something stunted our growth because, like the brother be saying, we would be giants by now because we would still be
Hey, tell
duplicating.
them what did it. Yeah, just go ahead and tell them what Inky and Enlil, like, just go ahead and tell them what stunted our growth supposedly 200,000 years ago.
There was a radiation. I heard it was radiation war, and
That chromosome manipulation.
The Iron Age, because that's all this iron in the atmosphere is what I'm saying, the reason we brown and everything else.
And
You feel me? prehistorically, it was more copper in the atmosphere, so we would have been green.
Yeah, so all of that kind of talk right there, I don't really get into. To me, it falls under pseudoscience. Y'all know I'm gonna keep it
Yeah.
straight up how I feel. But what I'll say is, what me personally, I think that how we fail was with technology. Simple.
Yeah.
Technology. Simple.
I agree because like what I was saying about the radiation, that has a role, with that could be like part of why we probably shrunk and stuff like that. But I don't agree with
When
the
we
whole
talk,
aspect of
yeah, when we talking about us shrinking, though, we're talking about though the knowledge getting fucking smaller, awareness, the
Psyche.
consciousness,
Yep.
the knowledge.
Mhm.
We ain't
It's
talking
like the
about really. I don't really think we're talking about really shrinking because they saying that the more knowledge that we lost, the bigger our ego got, and that's represented by the body. You know what I'm saying? The body is
right.
the spirit's inflated ego, and when the mind shrink its ego, right, it can free itself from the body. Its ego is around it. The word ego is echo. The echo of the soul is the body in its dimension. So this what we going through in our lifetime is karma that already happened on a spiritual level, y'all. That's playing out right here, according to the Hindu and all them with the shit. But yeah, y'all go ahead, man. I'm just trying to input, cause look, I really don't believe we was really green physically. I think they're talking about the Nagini, which is what we see at the Aurora Borealis, the transcendent version of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Just so the brother know, like, I ain't just being a dickhead. I'm just saying, like, when they talking about the green man or the alien-like guy, Asa, the word Asa is how you get the word auras. The word Asa is literally the word auras rearranged. And when you see Asa, he's green, and they're saying that's what our aura is leaving here when we beaming out, and that's what they made the soul an alien, basically. They
I
turned the
mean,
Yep.
we know.
soul to an
Yeah, they
I
alien.
mean,
based. Yes, you're right.
see what I'm saying? We know the only difference between melanin and chlorophyll is that at the core of melanin is iron. Iron rust turns brown. What I'm saying is at the core of chlorophyll, there's copper. Copper turns green. So when there was more copper in the atmosphere, you would breathe in more copper. You hear me? Copper turns green. Like we even be born with these spots. You hear me? A lot of babies are born with these spots, and it shows that color green. But we're not truly healthy.
All right,
Be honest
brother.
with you.
You know what,
Wait, I
man?
don't understand. I don't understand.
I'm agree to disagree, my brother, so we can let somebody else speak, bro.
And I'm gonna put it like this, bro. I mean, I get what you're saying, but in this reality, it's not like that. And I think there could be like different realities where it's like that, but I can't prove that. So in order for me to really have a hypothesis, it's a theory. It's not factual because I can't prove
Question.
that there was beings who were green and blue and stuff in this dimension. It's densities of realities.
That's
That's the
true.
only thing that I
And
could
let me
could
just
prove.
throw one thing out before Humor chop in. Just going off, I'm just giving y'all everything because I just thought about this, right? When I look at the inside of my forearm, I promise you, when I look at my veins, they come out as green. And when we go deep into what veins and what we truly are, what blood really is, and how it can be amplified or uh, decreased in voltage, I can kind of see how those who are truly sentient beings on another level
Could be
consciously
green.
could be.
But we're talking about the man who follows David Icke too, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna show you what I don't like about New Age interpretation. We take right. Let me show you what we do.
Can I just get something straight? Is he saying like when I wear a copper ring and then it turned my
Yeah,
skin?
that's what he talking about right there.
No, man.
That's why I just moved on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
so
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 we could go
imagine
Let
if
it
it
deep
was
go.
with
in
it.
your blood.
Nah, bro, you ain't
So
gotta
imagine,
respond to that, bro. She was just trying to clarify something. That ain't a cue for you to get the mic again. Let me finish saying what I was saying. You clearly hear me responding to me myself. Let's be respectful, guys. So what I was saying, me myself, was this right here.
Hmm.
You're talking about. I clearly can see how back in the day with the right amount of this or right amount of that, a person can be green. And what I'm saying is, what's so special about a green man walking around? Like that would impress a child. Look, mommy, I can be green because I ate my vegetables. The whole concept of being green is dealing with the heart chakra. Let me pull this up for y'all. See, this is what separates me from a lot of people and why I speak arrogant sometimes. It's because what they've done with this knowledge is that they want us to misinterpret it behind literally taking our ancestor symbols literally. And guess what you doing? You disrespecting the ancestors. They didn't mean to take this literally. If I go to my homeboy and be like, that's my dog, and you start trying to treat that man like a pit bull and he beat your ass, that's your fault. That's your fault, bro. Because you know damn
You
well
right.
it's wrong to take these symbols literally. And that's what we doing with the ancestor symbols. When the ancestors said, I'ma turn into my green man, and you literally want to play with them and want to take these symbols literally, that turns into joking on them with movies like this right here. Everybody else got the right to be symbolic but my ancestors. When they get symbolic, that's when people want to take them literally. That ain't fair, man. So
You
our
right. You right.
ancestors can't use symbols, y'all. And I'm going to tell you why. Our ancestors tried to speak to future generations with their symbols. And if you ain't decoding the ancestor symbols, it's because you taking them literally. They was not talking about a real green man. This is literally talking about when the Pharaoh's spirit is dead and he's passing on. This is why this is a tomb right here. This is literally talking about a dead soul making its transition. This ain't
Facts,
even the
because covered in
living
the garments.
Pharaoh.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah, he in
dead
the garments.
soul, bro, you just said a literal green man. So please let me finish, bro. Like I'm doing a
no,
good
that wasn't
job,
me.
bro.
That wasn't me talking. That wasn't me.
Hold, right. In order for us to create layered technology like we do with computers and stuff to edit ourselves with different backgrounds and stuff, we use green screen for a reason. There's a reason why the colors you use to do that is green and blue. Like the earth we walking on, they say is a green and blue planet. This is dealing with holography, y'all. All the technology we use in computers and all that shit. But check this out. The whole ET talk with the green man walking around, I get turned up when folks do that because that's literally corrupting the ancestor science. There's a reason why St. Patrick wore green. And he was dealing with the druids, the leprechaun, all them is dealing with the ascended body. Here's the god, the Dagda god. He's wearing green. This is the Celtic culture as well. You can see the goddess Medusa up there. All of this stuff right here, man, is dealing with your soul phoning home. And it ain't no real green man walking. When we go to talking like that, we waste hours and years and books, so many books on ETs and aliens and shit. And ain't no books on the soul for real. Ain't a lot of places you can go to get this kind of knowledge like what we do here. Where we talking about the aurora borealis, dealing with the aura, dealing with what we are, dealing with our journey. Everybody want us talking about ET, Anunnaki, all this literal stuff that's corrupting it into this pseudo new age David Icke type shit, you know. That's why the government coming out right now talking about, oh, aliens are real. And they saying it when we're saying aliens are fake. The moment we wake up and say, yo, they been lying about this alien shit, is really us. We alienated what we are, what the mind is. That's when the government say, oh, aliens were real, y'all. You see, they trying to stop enlightenment, and y'all, you don't see that shit. And that's
Yeah,
why
I
Clogged
see
the
that,
that.
drain.
and
Definitely.
that's
I
why the
see it.
government be like ancient aliens, so that when we go back and look at stuff like this, we would think that the pharaohs were fucking ETs, a little green man, and we won't see that hat that he wearing as a Neuralink helmet. Cause that's what I'm telling you, man.
People
This
really
Fact,
feed
yeah, we
into
won't see
this
ourselves
like
in our truth.
it's okay. Don't you think
Yeah.
it's going backwards when you do it, like feeding into this thing where you know?
The crazy thing is
Hey,
the
hey, hey.
government had lied to us about so much shit, and it still got so much credibility when they talk about this type of stuff, and it's messed up, man.
Yeah, but the point that I want to make is this: people argue today on whether or not the Egyptians achieved immortality or not. But one thing they agree on is that the Egyptians vanished from the earth. Now, here's what I think: the Pharaoh wanted to achieve immortality. And I think that Elon didn't do nothing but reverse engineer the ancient Pharaoh's technology. The Pharaoh said to his people, when I die, don't you worry about me. I'm going to live on. I'm immortal. And when y'all die, you can join me in my kingdom. So when the Pharaoh died, just like they said they going to do in 2050, 2100, they going to put this on your head before you die. And they're going to intercept your consciousness where you can live in a computer. That's the Pharaoh's kingdom with the Pharaoh forever is what they said. This is the immortality that the Pharaoh discovered. And we look at all these hats on his head and we don't see the technology that they making us go back with the how the Pharaoh achieved immortality. You see what I'm saying?
For sure. And let me just respond real
Hey,
quick. Just with something real quick. Not to like I ain't got no smoking on, but look, you see that helmet that bro got on right there, the green pharaoh? If you notice, like just symmetry, right? I just know about the two lampshades in the middle, you got the face. See on left and right side of that helmet, that's the helmet flapping open like a butterfly wing, or anything that flaps open, because when you connect those two sides, the left and right, it connects to that oneness. And so yeah, I just wanted to point that out. That helmet is a amplifier to help
Hey,
yeah.
The unzipping.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying, yo. When you talk about an amplifier can make something loud or it can make it quieter. In this case, it's taking your soul, which is in your pineal gland, and silencing it, sealing it. Each time they copy your soul, right? They put it under a different ceiling or a different avatar, and that's making it quieter and quieter like an echo effect. The original you is the man at the mountain, and every other copy is an echo that's getting more silent, more quieter, because it's getting more seared under another fake avatar, like what they
Right.
trying to do in 2045. So just to piggyback on what you were saying, the little rays that you see coming from his hat are the Neuralink wires that allow the soul to take flight. So they look like wings, but they're transmitters. Cause
Yep.
the wings transmit the bird to his next destination. Yeah, go ahead, guys. We
It's
will
copy and
get.
paste from ancient culture to present. Yeah, that's all. Yes, sir. And
Yeah,
you
I'm,
know,
I'm
I
with
just
you.
like bring it in, like smoke. Like, hey, I just wanted to see how people was gonna react to the green
Hey,
veins
but
looking
you
green
spot
instead of
on
shit.
that one.
Yeah,
Salutes to that, bro.
for sure, bro.
And then when I look at that hat, I'm also thinking about the Olmec hats on their head, and we would like to call them
Yep.
the original fez. And then the color red is so significant in the Americas. That's why I was talking about the color red, because it's synonymous with magnetism. Because the root chakra is basically the magnet that keeps everything together, and it starts from the ground up. So, damn, it's deep.
yeah,
I was just gonna ask, why is the one guy or his family, why are they blue? Those people are blue because they have what? A high copper diet. But those are, Caucasian or whatever. But I'm just saying. They are blue because they have a high copper diet.
just like
It's literally,
Avatar.
yeah, you could, man, they done been on TV shows and everything. talk shows. If you look up the Blue Man, you're gonna see him.
Hey, now guess what? Y'all guys been cooking today, man. I just thought about something when I was looking at this helmet. There's this other little god. He wear this helmet with wings on it. I forgot his name.
Thor.
That's him. That's
Thor
him,
wear
man.
the helmet with the wings, the little wings on each side.
Apollo.
And his
Yeah,
god,
Yeah, there
Thor.
you go.
yes,
That's
sir.
it.
Apollo.
Hey,
And
bro.
Apollo do too.
Hey, bro. That's the fucking Neuralink shit, bro. They showing us the Neuralink shit, man. Damn, that's crazy.
That's where I was going with that. The Olmec hats. Those were the first Neuralink hats.
Right.
Oh shit, you right, man. The
Yes,
goddamn
sir.
Olmec. Hold on. Oh shit, man. I got
We
to
breaking
do
down some now.
Bro, let me tell you, I'm finna have to go and hey, we gonna have to do this.
Wings.
Remember what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cut this shit out, and I'm definitely gonna re-upload this on my main channel, bro. Cause in sections,
Got
cause
you.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's the fucking Olmec helmet. Everybody with
Man.
this, and look, I'm gonna show you the transmitters to show we ain't lying. Watch this, watch this. Look at the little bitty
Oh,
balls all over it.
oh
Yep.
my God.
Yep.
Yes, sir. They don't show that side view a lot. They only show the front view. But
Now
yeah, go
look,
ahead.
now
Go
look,
ahead.
now hold on, everybody. Just wait a minute. Hold your horses. Let's do the side by side, breathtaking comparison. Here go the Neuralink with all the holes on it. Now look at the Olmec hat. Now guess what they were saying about the Olmec? That the Olmec were time travelers, immortals, and all that.
Yep. Taking shrooms to enter into different portals or realities.
Hey,
Yep.
guess what? Let me show you something about the mushroom, though. Watch this. See, I'm starting to say that they bullshit now with this mushroom thing. Yeah, you could eat these and temporarily go to other realities. But look, our ancestors was literally on some Enoch walking off the earth shit. I'm talking about when we say what happened to the Mayan. Think about this, right? Once you stay gone so long, what would that make you? I mean, what if you just kept caught up in the endless, and so the endless continuum of going in and out of these worlds, man? Like, where did this leave the ancestors, y'all? Just think about this right here, right? If you look at this mushroom head right here, and look at the Neuralink helmet and the Olmec helmet, it looked like the mushroom and shit. Now they said they do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is this. You got these Mesoamerican, and I'm going to ask y'all what y'all think about this, and I'm going to be quiet, right? You got these Mesoamerican mushroom gods right here. And I used to say to myself, you know what? These dudes are eating mushrooms to travel to different worlds. But what if all of that is just all of they Neuralink helmets?
Yep. That's what it is. That's what it is.
So instead of them saying that they use the mushroom to get the other worlds, we yet again don't get it that they using technology that make them look like a mushroom to get to other worlds. And it also make them look like rocket men launching off the earth and shit.
Wow. And then then the stars that we see up in the sky is actually portals. And they had, man.
Yeah, bro.
And
They call
I
them
want you.
gateways
I
for a
want.
reason.
I want you to look this up. What do you call it? Damn, I can't think. It's at the tip of my tongue.
Now this shit makes sense. You go ahead, hold up, watch this. The word alien is the word Elon, right? Musk is the cannon, the musket that he using to launch your ass. Now watch this. Remember this movie, Alien Nation? Remember we brought this up, how they got all the dots on it and shit, just like
I used to love that show.
like the Neuralink helmet. Now these alien was able to make it to Earth, but we weren't able to do it yet. And that's showing you in the future, everybody that you see with this on their head, they're gonna be like the first interstellar humans. In Alienation, this is just another human with a Neuralink helmet on, showing you like a holographic version of him. Because what'll happen is this: a dude can go in his room and put this helmet on, and he can holographically project himself to anywhere on Earth in a pod in your living room and shit like that. Like, this is what his head probably look like since he got the Neuralink on. I'm just reaching though. But yeah,
You're not reaching. And I want you to look this up. Look up cymatic Mars. It's like a description of what Mars looked like in this portal. Okay. And I think this is what they were able to do, enter into these different planes of realities, like Mars, Jupiter. These were portals, and this is what they understood. They said, okay, we got shrooms and this and that, but let's go to the next level. We know that, there's other places in the world, but we want to go out of this world. So let's enter into those different waters, those different portals, worlds.
Portals or puddles. That's why they look like that. Yeah.
Portals. I can go with that, and that right there is very fire. Now check this out, right? Because y'all making me think. The moment y'all go to giving that kind of knowledge, it makes me say, oh, okay, and I go to getting shit too. Salutes to this panel, man. Brothers going deep. Made me think about something just that quick. Because when he said bring up cymatic Mars, he said portals are, excuse me, damn, say that again, bro. Highlight
portals, words or worlds.
No, I'm talking about okay, yo, but check this out, right? Cymatic Mars, this is dope because what we talking about, all these different rings that going out from the center, like each ring is its own frequency, like how cymatic Mars may look different than cymatic Earth, or each ring is its own expression of
that's the first language.
Yeah.
That was the first language. We did not talk the way we talk now. We talk telepathically, and that's what the helmets and stuff were for, to communicate mentally and enter into different realms. This is deep.
I just thought about something, bro. When you say the word cymatic, watch this. The word SAM, like simulation, and look at an attic, bro, like a fractal code, like Noah's Ark, like that Earth, Wind, and Fire. No cap, I ain't making this up. Watch this. This is what the Ben stone is. Watch this. It's a pyramid that when you look into it, it's like this endless vortex, and that's what's the name of that Earth, Wind, and Fire cover? Let me see. I'm gonna zoom in on it. It's this one right here. When you looking into that portal right there, and it's just a continuum in that pyramid, that's the Ben stone. And that's
the scribe mirror.
Yeah, man, and that's, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, this shit's crazy, though. Because cymatic. Each simulation is its own layer of the goddamn simulation.
And that's wow. And that's basically what the symbols that the royalty family like to wear on their crowns. The crystal, it's like a crystal symbol. That symbol actually was brought from the waters above and the waters below. So all these symbols and stuff that they like to wear, like the little crystals and stuff, those symbols came from the waters. They observed the waters, and that's how they extracted that and brought it to fruition.
This is so crazy, bro, what we doing, man. Like, all this goddamn time, I never really thought about, like, this damn Viking helmet, bro. The whole night suit, none of it made sense. No one walking around in a silver suit, hot as it is, like that. Like, they're really talking
in the
about
desert, right?
Right, they talking about the aura, the suit that wrapped us in the night or sin or the simulation, like, and put the veil over our eyes, man. That's crazy, because like I was saying, like, when Neo touched that mirror and the mirror coated him and shit, that's the night suit and shit, like. That's
Absolutely,
crazy, man. Like,
that's crazy. And bro,
yeah,
they got a show called, my bad. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just gonna say it's like protection of energy. like they use it to protect harness their energy, their own energy, but they you know what I mean?
Hey, you are the caduceus. You see the wings at the top, like brother said earlier. You are that caduceus.
Hey, you know what's crazy about this helmet? The Viking helmet got this little basket weaving pattern, right? And that's what we talking about with the neural. Let's go back to that, because this the shit that was tripping me out with the Neuralink shit, right? Because we cracked this one tonight, right? The Olmec helmet got the same pattern. The Viking helmet got the same pattern. They said, look, they said Moses transmitted his consciousness in a basket, and now I know that this hat looked like a basket, and Moses is the mind. And see, this shit is crazy, bro, because
that's what the feds is. The feds
Literally
is
transferring energy, transferring the whole
You got to
consciousness
remember, I
with the
saw it was
wings and the crown. The crown represents, like, all the enlightenment and stuff. So you're traveling with the crown.
and you also got to think that Osar was resurrected, but how was he resurrected? You see what I'm saying? And he got the hat on, so.
Hey, watch this. Watch this though, and I'm done with this one. I like to bring this into the table, and I'm gonna fall back, bro. That was a while back where this tinfoil hat group, yo, they was saying, I swear to God, the same shit Jordan Peele saying about what if Earth is a simulation hijacked by aliens and shit. And people would crack on them and shit, like, because they literally made tinfoil hats like this on their head, thinking that they can get their mind up out this motherfucker. Now, but if you look at his tinfoil hat and the shape of it, and we go to the damn Thor helmet, it's literally the tinfoil hat style with the little cone at the top and shit like that. So, they made us laugh at these people. So I said, everybody they make you laugh at, you should look at them people.
Wow, and then it made me think that, we really are primitive compared to back then. The shit that they had back then, we couldn't even imagine the shit, because we basically, turned ourselves against, the old ways of thinking. And the way we were thinking was beyond just this concept of I'm on this earth, but you're not just on this earth though.
You in this earth.
You are,
and
we are. Fact. Yep.
Yeah, you in this earth.
Got that Hershey's Kisses.
There you go.
And then
there
y'all, they got the SpongeBob uses nets to catch jellyfish.
He do.
Now think about this, right? You got to pull that little string on the Hershey's Kisses thing to unwrap that motherfucker, right? Now this is crazy, because the way that the foil is on the head, or the tinfoil hatter, that's representing like how the brain look under the skull, the wrinkled foil and shit pattern on his head. That's the brain right there. See what I'm saying? That's the maze that the mind gotta make it out of. But that's the same thing with the Hershey's Kiss wrapping. Like, each fucking Hershey's in the world is unique, because when they wrap the foil on it, it's impossible to get the same wrinkle and pattern on two Hershey's Kisses. And you gotta look at how many of these little candies exist. That's the same thing like with humans and shit. Uniqueness, and how many of us exist based on this same sort of science and shit. But I'm gonna get ready to shut down, y'all.
Hey, bro,
Y'all
Sanchez,
but y'all can take your time and close out though. Yeah.
I was just gonna bring up how that's all connected to the Moors. You feel me? Especially the Santa's hat. But what I'm saying is, of course, the Hershey's Kisses and all that is everything you're saying. So when you unwrap it, what is it? It's chocolate. I just said the Moors, right? Even if it's white chocolate, you feel me? It's still, obviously that's saying Moorish. It's still chocolate. You know what I mean? No matter what.
With the spider that we looked at earlier, remember I said it kind of looked like an almond tip. The Hershey Kisses have almonds in them also. Plus the 10 would cover the temple, covering the brain of the almond.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, this whole panel. Hey, shout out to everybody on the panel: D Calico, Humor Phoenix, Eric Deep, We got Key up here. Me, myself, Sir Drop, Troopy,
Yes,
Zay,
sir.
Truly Undeniable. Y'all,
Already.
we cracked some codes tonight, man, for real.
Word.
Got my forehead sweating a
Flat
little bit. I like it. I like it.
Thank you, bro Sanchez, for allowing me on your show, brother. Hey, I salute you. Salute to everybody, man. Flat motherfucking power.
Yeah, I
Straight up.
salute you,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Sanchez,
Salute,
man.
salute. Great bill,
My
great bill.
teacher, man. Be my teacher
Yeah.
for the longest time, man. And the
Hey, man.
panel do not. He keep impressing me whenever new people keep coming and keep evolving. You know what I mean? We keep evolving, man. That shit make me feel good for real.
Hey, man, I appreciate, y'all really be throwing me some shit that take me to the next level. This is mutual, man, real talk. So I want to
Oh,
say
for sure.
appreciate y'all. And, man, I hope y'all come through on the next one so we can go deep some more, man. Peace and much love. Y'all be safe, though.
Yes, sir.
Love you, bro.
For sure, man. Love y'all, too, man. Hey, to everybody in the chat room that supported the show, I want to say thank you to my Patreons, the people that hit the Cash App, the PayPal people. I really appreciate y'all for real. I got to get up out of here.